and welcome to the show. Today is Thursday, February 20th. I can't believe we are almost 2 months into the new year. It is flying by. We have another show lined up for you today with questions that I have asked the men on Yonci Nation, and I will read them to you so you can see what we have coming up. Those of you who are tuning in, please drop your city and state so I can shout you out. If it is your first time catching the show live, please let me know that you are a newbie so I can say hello to you. But drop your city and state so I can say hi. Here are the topics that we are getting into this week. Number one, what do you consider female gender roles to be in marriage? If you remember last week, we asked the guys what they thought their roles would be. Number two, how do you think you have improved as a man since your first relationship? That should be interesting. Number three, I love a fill in the blank. Number three, I would be shocked if a woman blank on a first date. We are going to hear what they had to say. Number four, how often have you met a woman you want to make your girlfriend? This was very insightful and the inspiration for a couple of posts that I did recently. And last but not least, what does taking the lead look like from a communication standpoint in dating? All righty, let's see who we have in the comments. We got Mr. Garnett tapping in. Good to see you are here from New Orleans, sir. I believe he is going to be joining us on the panel tonight. And we're going to be getting started. It looks like we've got one person backstage. I don't know if he is quite ready to come on yet, but I'm going to get this show started. Let me go ahead and cue this up. Oh, it looks like he is here. Oh, Quita's here. She said, hey, from Chicago. Hey, lady. All right, so I'm going to add my buddy Willie to the stage, and let's get into this. All right. Today was a day, y'all. I had a lazy day today. I'm not even gonna lie. I didn't even have my stuff queued up the way that it's supposed to be. All right, there we go. All right, so I'm gonna get into these. But first of all, hey Willie, how you doing, sir?
I'm fine. I'm good.
It's just one of them days.
Yeah, I just finished cooking, so I was.
Oh, nice. You mind sharing what you made?
Barbecue chicken, mashed potatoes, and macaroni and cheese.
Well, all right. Our meal was not as healthy. Did some bomb bacon cheeseburgers and some French fries.
You said healthy.
I said not as healthy.
Shit, mine's not healthy either.
I feel like a bacon cheeseburger. It's just gonna be at the bottom either way. You know what I made? So we went out to eat the other day for like Valentine's. I refused to go like on Valentine's, but we went after, and we went to the steakhouse, and they had these Brussels sprouts, and the way I had them growing up were like always disgusting. And so he ordered some, and they were done where they were like nicely roasted. You know, have a little crispy layer. So good. And so I was like, I forgot about Brussels sprouts. So I made them a couple days later and pretty phenomenal. So I was like, I don't put that in the rotation.
Bacon fat or bacon grease.
Oh, that just sounds like it just made it unhealthy again. I feel like you just big backed some Brussels sprouts.
I mean, I don't eat them, but I know that they taste good when you fry them or saute them in bacon grease. I mean, everything tastes good in bacon grease.
I did some olive oil on it and then did the coarse salt and the cracked black pepper and did them roasted. And oh my God, it was so good. It was really good. Kenny says he's running tonight. It's cold and windy weather. Look, we are having crazy weather. It was literally snowing. It was the weirdest thing because we recently had like almost 80-degree weather, literally like days ago. People were in shorts and tank tops. And then I opened the door because my daughter always goes and sees what it feels like to know, you know, how heavy of a coat you bring. We opened the door and there was an actual, I won't say snowstorm, snowstorms, but it was like snowing, snow everywhere, coming down, piling up on the ground. And I'm like, this is Texas. This is so weird.
That damn global warming.
So weird. And then it's supposed to be in the 70s in a couple days again. I'm like, make it make sense. Kenny says, I've already cooked chicken and mushrooms and broccoli pasta along with kale greens. Ooh, come on, Chef Kenny. All right, so our first question tonight. Oh, I was going to say, did you do anything fun that you would also want to share for Valentine's Day?
No, I was at home.
Oh.
No.
Oh, and you haven't been feeling the best too, so not really up for a whole lot. Kenny says he loves cold weather. Not me, not so much. I don't like extremes. I like 70. Give me 70 all day. I don't want super cold. I don't want super hot. Let's just keep it, Okay, so the first question, I didn't even take the fifth question off when I was giving y'all the preview. My bad. By the way, can I say I appreciate you guys being here every single Thursday. That's pretty cool. We have our own little crew. I feel like we already have our little inside jokes with our audience members. And so I appreciate you guys being here. I don't take you for granted at all. That would be weird if it was just me and Willie every week by ourselves, but you guys choose to be here, hang out with us. Kenny, despite your running and being usually 45 to an hour late, you're here too. So really appreciate that. It's pretty nice to see. Remind me if you can, Willie. It's my memory, I don't know. But I want to talk about one of the reels that I did this week that's kind of, I wouldn't say going viral, but it's really getting a lot of traction. So if I can remember that, I will. All right, so let's get into question number 1. What do you consider female gender roles to be in marriage? What specific tasks? Now, this will be interesting considering that last time I asked for specific tasks for the men, some gave some very vague stuff, but okay. Okay. This first one, I don't know. I can't read the first one first. I'm just going to skip to the third one. Cooking, cleaning, changing diapers, sewing, breastfeeding, etc. Okay. That's like a very straightforward answer. How about this? All the things traditional, good marriage-worthy women did for their husbands, friends, family, and household. That's not specific. Y'all, this is not like a theoretical, I just went literal, but okay, whatever. I will try and give a modern expectation. I expect her to be a good steward of the home. I don't expect cooking and cleaning 24/7. But I do expect her to be more of aware of the home's presentation and comforts. I expect her to be more family-oriented than myself, meaning be more familiar with everyone's calendar of needs and remind me of my mama's birthday. That's cute. Sort of be the family home secretary so I can focus on our grand scheme. Okay, a little bit more specific. Someone else said, why are we still talking about gender roles in 2025? Everyone's roles in relationships should be, we work together as a team to get things done, regardless of who does what based on their gender.
Well, he likes boys.
What'd you say?
He likes men.
You're starting early, sir. I will just say as much as we can advance and what's the word I'm looking for? We can be adaptable. I think at the end of the day, there are still gender roles. Like we talked about, there's never going to be a modern time to where things go bump in the night and my man looks at me and goes, what you gonna do about it? So I just think at some level, there's still going to be gender roles. I think what the difference is if you're stuck on the gender role. So for example, if he's physically injured or something is happening, there might be a time where I do have to come in and step up as far as security. Or if I have the flu and I cannot cook and, normally I do, that would be asinine to still expect me to get out of my 1 foot away from deathbed and cook. I think that's where it becomes barbaric and Neanderthalish. But I do think that I don't think there's anything wrong with gender roles, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think they're bad.
I appreciate them because I don't like cooking. I don't enjoy cooking the way that I would expect a woman, or I would think a woman does, because that's her taking something and turning it into a meal for a family. I don't want to decorate anything. I don't want to clean anything. Women clean, men straighten. That's always been until I was in the military. I had never really had to clean anything the way that to the standard that women clean everything. So I appreciate those types of gender roles because those are things that those are how women can actually add value to the guy that they want that already has everything else. Because if I'm paying for it, I pay for it when I'm single, but then I'm starting to pay for it when we're together. That's a problem. You see what I'm saying?
Chris has a very, very important question for you. He wants to know if that's a space heater or if that is a cool light next to.
What is he talking about?
I don't know. I think maybe your computer. I don't know, but that would be intense if you had a space heater like right there.
No, bro, that's a computer. That's a.
Is that what you're referring to, Chris? That device to his right? I think that's what he's talking about. Dark Cloud says, yes, I like specifics. Let's see what else she said. I love being here. Oh, I love that. She said, I love being here. I actually learned more about men. Very nice. Pterodome said the computer. Yeah, I think I'm trying to think what I would say gender roles would be. Obviously, each person, it has to make sense. I also think that schedule makes sense. Like, let's say, for example, if she works a night shift and she's gone during like dinner hours, that would be weird to expect her to cook dinner. Like, I think you have to use common sense. Like, if the person's not going to be there. So I think that people should, see what makes the most sense. One of the things that I like about the dynamics with Monte is that I feel like he uses common sense. He's never been like, that's your role. We kind of just fall into whatever makes sense. I would say one of the things that might be a little bit, maybe it's not unique, but there is this unspoken rule that he does all the driving. Like it was never a discussion. It was never like, hey, who should do the driving? But they say there's a passenger princess. I am a passenger co-pilot. I feel like I mean we stick to the stereotype. I feel like in the passenger seat, it is my job to cater to every need that the driver has. And if on the rare occasions that I do drive, I also expect to be catered to. For example, if we go through a drive-through and we get a sandwich, which sandwiches are usually wrapped up in paper, I'm peeling the paper back and like putting it, in a way that's easy.
You hold it for him so he can eat it.
I mean, I have held it at some point, but usually he wants to eat it. Or not men are better drivers. You haven't seen Bonte.
No, I mean, I was gonna say that, but typically speaking, men are better drivers.
I'm an extremely cautious driver. I feel like, shout out to him, no shade. He drives very close to other drivers, and I will say my driving record is almost impeccable. So, I think that I'm really big. I'm very cautious, and I feel like you should always leave a big space cushion between your car and the car in front of you. And my father, for 20 years, worked in claims where he would see auto accidents. So he always saw what the common denominator was. So we learned a lot of things. And so some people might think I'm a little bit over the top, but again, reference my driving record and then other people's driving records. So just saying.
Well, you know that your driving record, being in accidents doesn't mean that you're a bad driver, unless you're in accidents that you're at fault in.
True. However, I do agree, period. I do think that there are things that we can do defensively that will actually keep us safe even from bad drivers. So for example, if you have a space cushion, you give yourself more time to slow down. You don't have to slam on your brakes, which means if a person's tailing you, they're not going to slam into you because you're slowing down so gradually. I had a guy in front of me just fishtail because he went like this, and he ended up doing a full 360 and then skidded out and then ended up in the right shoulder. And because I had left so much space, I had plenty of time to slowly decelerate, and then the person didn't hit me behind. So I do think that we can also.
They tell you in driver's ed, you need to have a 3 second rule. If you pass, you need to somebody else. If the car in front of you passes a fixed spot, it should take you 3 seconds to pass that spot.
Really, I've never heard anybody else reference that rule. I feel like I was the only person in the world who knew that rule. Who in the comments has heard about the 3 second rule? Because I would say it to people and they look at me like.
There's also another thing, like, I'm a car guy, but also the military, like doing convoy and executive protection driving. Have you seen those caravans where they drive really close together at high speeds? That shit is fun. And it's also hard not to do that when you're a civilian.
Interesting. Now, I don't know if Lynette knows anything about driving.
She's from New York. She probably ain't got a license.
Not to stereotype, but do you know anything about driving? Do you even have your license?
I have my license since I've been 18. Plus, I drive a postal truck all day, so it's like I drive.
Oh, so you really have to be good on the road.
I have no choice. Every accident is preventable, so they say.
It's about leaving that space cushion. So, by the way, uh, I want to give the 3-second rule for those who maybe didn't get a chance. She said the 3-second rule. She said, "Isn't that about food that drops on the floor?" I love that. That is also the 3-second rule.
5-second rule.
That is true. I think it's 5 seconds. So the 3-second rule is this: if you see, for example, a shadow that's going across the road, say there's like a street light or whatever, there's a shadow that's going across the road. You wait and see when the car in front of you drives over that shadow, and then you count how many seconds until you get to that shadow. And so there should be at the very least 3 seconds, because depending on your speed, 3 seconds is like it could be a very long distance or a very short distance. And so if you do that, oh, look, Terradome says he knows the car before you pass the cracker curve, 3 seconds you should pass. Oh, people know that rule. And also how you should never be boxed in completely. So like if I'm driving here, Lynette's car is right here, and then your car is here, I should kind of fall back so that there's always a little bit of an out if, God forbid, there's something that fell in the road or whatever. So
someone's trying to kill you.
I mean, you know what drives me crazy in the movies? We're so off topic, but when somebody is driving, have you ever seen the scene where the person's talking to the person in the passenger seat and they're like, yeah, and blah, 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 blah. And their head is turned for so long. And even though it's a movie, I'll be like, look at the road.
I saw Final Destination, so I feel like it all balances out.
Oh my gosh. Speaking of Final Destination, I never, ever, if I can help it, drive behind one of those trucks that have the flatbed and have like poles or whatever on the back of it. I saw in the Getty's, I think it was Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum, it was a picture of a lady who had to have the seat removed from her car because there was a pole that, what do you call it, impaled her. Mm-hmm. And they knew if they pulled the pole out, she'd be in worse off shape. So they brought her to the ER in the freaking car, like in the actual seat. So whenever I see pipes and everything like that, I am like, that is wild. Kenny says, you still live in Colorado. Who lives in Colorado? You have to worry about boulders when you come around mountains. Boulders be rolling down? That's crazy. Lindsay, that's my girl. Hey, Lindsay. She said, hey from Dallas. You should be able to see the car in front of you. You sound like my dad. You should be able to see the back tires of the car in front of you touch the surface. It gives you enough room to pull around in case it breaks down.
Oh, we don't do that in New York City. Everybody rubbernecks and be on your tail all day long.
My dad always says that, like a car, you could be at the light and the car could break down in front of you. And if you're too close, you can't get out. He said, but if you can see the bottom of the tires, you can get around. He also said, yo, this is free game. Okay. I did not know you were going to get driver's ed training on my YouTube show. Hey, Mont. Okay. Here's another one. When you are at an intersection and you're in the left lane, hey, Janice, you're in the left lane and you're going to turn left. Most people turn their wheel so that when it's time to go, you just go. You want to keep your wheels facing straight until you make that turn. Why, you might ask? Well, great question. If the car behind you bumps you by accident, it's going to throw you into oncoming traffic because you're going to be facing left. Versus if you have your wheels straight, you could at least go forward into wherever is the normal like continuing traffic. So don't be sitting at the green light, the red light to make a left with your wheels turned. What is that? 90 degrees? Is that 90 degrees? 90 degrees to your left.
All right. You should have been working at the DMV then.
I'm saying.
All the tricks.
Are you familiar with driving down like mountains or steep mountain grades and how you need to put your car in low gear because your brakes will go out?
No, I only know about parking on a sharp hill, like in Northern Cal.
Driving down a mountain, you got to put your car in L, like that first gear if you got automatic.
I didn't even know what L was.
Me either.
I'm not gonna make fun of you for that now. But driving down a mountain, if you don't, your brakes will get. You'll die. I'll just tell you.
Wow. Okay, that's good to know. I have one more, and if y'all know any in the comments or on the panel, let us know. The other one that comes to mind that could save your life, unfortunately, didn't save my uncle's wife's life, his ex-wife. When you're at an intersection, waiting for the light to turn green, you're like, come on, let's go, let's go. Instead of when it turns green, punching the gas and going, you want to take a beat. And you're going to piss off the people behind you, especially if you're in New York, but you will arrive alive more chances than not.
Because everybody jumped the lights here.
Mm-hmm. So that one person is like, I can make it up. And then they didn't. Yeah, my uncle's ex-wife, she got decapitated for doing that. So my dad always said, you could be right, be dead right. So y'all, free education. Feel free to tip your servers. You didn't know you were gonna get a driver's ed education. What's up, Greg?
What up?
I like your shirt.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It looks like a comic book kind of. That's real fly.
Yeah. Okay. Little 90s vibe. Something.
Yeah, I'm digging it.
Yes.
So you might be wondering, what in the world does this have to do with female gender roles? Well, we took a little path. We're talking about driving in the car. Let me know in the comments. Okay, there are 12 of you right now. How many of you feel like that's a gender role you want to subscribe to, where the man does the driving? Let me know.
Not even an option for me.
You said what?
I can't remember last time a woman drove me somewhere.
Oh wow.
Lynette, are you a passenger assistant? Like when your man is driving, are you like getting his food order together and making sure he has napkins, and like, are you assisting from the passenger side, or is he kind of on his own?
Assisting what? We always go out to eat. We don't really get fast food. We just go out to eat. He's always taking me out to eat.
Excuse me.
I got a good one.
Okay, girl. She said we don't got time for the drive-through. I'm with it.
Yeah, but when we do go out to eat, I do make sure he has his water, drinks, whatever, and I put the straw inside the soda can and things like that.
That's what I was going to ask about the straw. Okay. He said, I can't stand letting a woman drive me. It's too chaotic giving her the wheel. You haven't experienced my driving. I am.
Chris ain't right for that.
He ain't right for
Chris
that.
ain't right.
Lindsay said, I prefer to let a man drive. There is nothing like being able to just zone out and then be like, oh, we're here. I will have my whole setup. I'll have my laptop. I'll have my little slippers. I will have all my little stuff going on when we take road trips and things like that.
I go to sleep.
No, for real, I do. I'm all the way passenger.
Yes. Go to sleep while he holding your hand, right? Or rubbing on your leg on the side, but with the other hand, you like this.
Well, speaking of drives, there was a video. Did I send it to you, Willie? I don't know. But let's just say I'm going to have to be a little cryptic so we can keep this PG. But there was a video. Somebody was driving, which looked like they were in an SUV because of how high up they were filming. And there was a gentleman in a Cadillac, in a convertible top. And let's just say his female passenger couldn't see her face. We'll just say that. And it was daytime. And I was like, that is another level of bold. I thought those type of grown-up activities happened, one, when you had a roof on your car, and two, of you at least had tinted windows or like any kind of a top. But that was crazy because I'm like, you don't know what kids were in the back seat. Like, mommy, did he drop something? She's trying to find him. Like, by the pedals. It was crazy. I didn't send you that one, Willie.
Willie ain't here. Well, I'm surprised Willie ain't say nothing. Like, what do you think she's supposed to be doing? While I'm driving.
I'm just like, that's crazy. Because I told you last time about the guy who was he was in-house. He was taking care of that in-house, if you know what I mean. And I thought that was crazy because I'm like, I had my kid in the car, but thank God I always had her car seat on the, the side where I could look back and see her. So he was on my left. But I was like, that's wild. Like, you're in a lower car. We in the SUVs, we can see everything. That's crazy. She said, y'all also like us to put our hand on your thigh when we drive so y'all can stop and lala. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. I would love to put my feet up on his lap, but Monty does not like feet, so I can't do that. But that's like the comfy place. You turn sideways, put your little feet up, be comfortable. Okay, he said in the military, the commander, captain, colonel rides shotgun because, he's on the radio or preparing notes. And my wife says she gets car sick not driving. Oh, okay. Falaki says, I've noticed that being in the car for a long time makes me nauseous. Oh, I'm only nauseous if I'm reading a book. Other than that, I'm pretty
Me too. If I'm on my cell phone now, the car starts spinning. Yeah. I'm like, oh no.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, you can't look at your phone and no.
That's too much. So I'm going to read a couple more gender roles. If anyone is in a position to snitch, please let me know. We got 13 people watching live. Somebody said, first and foremost, this is the comments from the men's page. First and foremost, be nurturing and loving, not just physically, but emotionally. I feel like that should go without saying, but we live in wild times. Being a support for his endeavors, whatever they are, even if you don't see the vision. He said, when the Israelites were being led out of Egypt, only Moses saw the vision. Not everyone is a Christian, which is fine. But for those that are, know the importance, and that's not the only instance. Okay, now he gets into the specifics. Doing basic household tasks like cooking, cleaning, laundry, etc. Personally, I wouldn't marry someone who doesn't cook for me, but I also do my laundry regularly. Which tasks depend on your dynamic in the marriage and what you agree to. Managing both parenting responsibilities in the absence of the father. I don't mean abandoned. I mean the father is not currently present, so at work, maybe on a multi-day business trip, running errands, etc. I was saying before.
I hate these new age who put sensitive, emotional emo dudes. Like they bring up the most irregular situations as if they're the standard, just like women do. And I'm not trying to say all of y'all, but most, I will say a lot of y'all will. Like, oh, if the dude is no shit. If the guy, if the person who does the thing is not there, then the other person then does that thing. If we were married and you went out to a conference to go do some sort of let me help these women find husbands seminar, and you're going to be going for a week. Does that mean that I'm not going to take the trash? I mean, but you're the trash taker outer. Does that mean that I'm not going to take the trash out while you're gone, or you're the one who washes dishes more than I do? So I'm going to let the dishes pile up till you come back. Like the examples that some of these men use are so telling to their character. I'm trying to think of a nice way to say it. Because it's just like, no shit. I can't think of another way to say that. It's like it's common sense. If you can't, well, damn, if I'm not there, I'm on a business trip and someone breaks in the house, are you going to wait for me to come back from my business trip to protect you with the guns that you know how to access?
You would be shocked at the number of people who say, I was sick in bed or I was asleep and the kids are coming to me because the dad said, go ask your mama. So I agree that that's ludicrous that he even needs.
I'm not shocked by that either, because a lot of women marry a bunch of dumb dudes. Like I'm not shocked by that. It's a bunch of lazy men that's married. That's not shocking at all. Like that's common sense. And then too, not trying to be funny, it's easier for kids to go to the mom. Like you've seen how I am with my kids. Their mom was worse than me. But like if my kid's mom was like super feminine and householdy, they'd probably go to her to ask her for shit too.
Household, I like that.
Yeah, house, you know what I mean, like the homemaker.
I'm very householdy.
Yeah, exactly. So if, like you're saying, if she was like that, then maybe they would probably go to her too. But if she's sick, it's my job to be like, hey, leave your mama alone. Like she's sick, and if she can't, make cheesecake for me, she damn sure can't get you no fruit snacks. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like I'm not gonna let her do nothing for the kids if she's sick.
Aww.
I need her to save the energy for me.
Can I just say how refreshing it is to have you on the panel, Lynette? It is so great. It's like a high school reunion. The gang is back. This is nice. Looking great.
On Cam. I heard Cam man got caught up in one of those ICE deportations for one of his government contracts.
Oh Lord!
It has been a minute since we've seen Dear Cam. Kenny snitched. He said there are 12 likes and 15 watching. So the three of you who are holding out, please go ahead and hit that like button. Shoot, I don't know if it does anything if I do it, but I'm gonna like my own video, y'all. Okay, let's see. Oh, I'm seeing some interesting comments here. Okay, let me not get distracted. I'm like squirrel. Looking at my YouTube comments now. What are we on? 38? No, we're on. Oh shoot, we're on episode 38. I got the old up. My bad, y'all. Let me go ahead and update this really quick. If you guys are just now coming on and you have not dropped your city and state, please let me know where you are watching from so I can shout you out. I'm just going to go ahead and adjust this background here. I done forgot to change it. My bad. We can't have the old crusty 37 episode on here and we're episode 38. I mean, what's this look like? There we go. Okay, welcome to the show, Mont. Thank you so much for tapping in while on the road.
Absolutely.
Hey, Mont.
He
Hey,
said, so what's the answer to the question? Yeah, you Willie beat me to it. There you go. All right, so we're gonna move on to number 2, unless anybody else wants to stay with number 1. Before we do, did anybody have an exceptional week? Anybody have anything phenomenal that they want to share with the panel? Okay.
It's a great Valentine's Day. I think we all had one. I hope that most people had a great Valentine's Day.
Oh,
I get
would
a
you like to
cheesecake.
share what you did, Miss Lynette?
I did nothing. We just went to a bar, had some. I like the simple things, like the
Had some
wings,
what?
nachos. We shared nachos. He bought me a big bouquet of roses, balloons, and of course, at the end of the night, you already know what that is. So I mean, it was a perfect Valentine's Day.
I mean, you had some chocolate. That's what
I had
what you did.
chocolate.
That's what you did. I know your outfit was cute.
Y'all
Did you
was
wear like a red or a pink?
No, I wore a regular. We went to a bar.
Oh, okay.
We went to a bar and just had some wings and nachos. It's this little spot in Little Italy in the Bronx that makes the banging like so I don't know what it is, what kind of sauce they put on the wings, but it was good. And the nachos is fully loaded.
Yeah.
And they fry their own nacho chips. Right. Oh, so good.
We went to the steakhouse. I had never gone. I was like, I really want a steak because I had ordered some steaks. We do food deliveries. And so I had ordered them. And normally it'll say, if this is out, let us know what you want substituted or whatever. For whatever reason, the ribeyes did not get substituted. And you know, when you're craving something, like I was ready for it. And so we were both craving some steaks. So then I think it was the next day we went to go to the steakhouse, had great service, had a great time. And in my head, I was like, oh, let's go do some activities. Girl, we got that food in our belly. I said, let's
itis, right?
We had just gotten on a show. We started watching Animal Kingdom. It's old. It's like from 2015, but it's on Prime, Amazon Prime. And so I was like, you want to go binge some episodes? He was like, heck yeah. I said, you know, we old with dinner and just watching some TV was it.
Yeah, the night was ending at 10 o'clock. I was like, I got to work in the morning. I'm going in for overtime. I'm out. Like, I just wanted to go home and go to sleep. I don't care to run the street anymore. It's no purpose to be in the street unless you're going to a family function or birthday party, you know, a wedding, something of some genuine substance. Like it's no reason to be in a club to waste $100, $200 to buy drinks, and people don't dance no more. I'm over it. So
I love my home. So I'm like, unless I'm entertaining, I always say it's like, what are you doing? I'm enjoying my mortgage. I'm enjoying like if I'm gonna have this house, I'm gonna enjoy it. Quick shout out to Patrice. She says she's here from Canton, Georgia. Thank you so much for tapping in. Terradome says shout out to the Boogie Down Bronx, New York, Harlem, Uptown, Queens, Brooklyn, and Strong Island, New York, incredible city. How you feel, Terradome? I can't quite tell.
Let 'em know, boo.
How you feeling? I love that. All right, so we're gonna get into question number 2. See, Kenny even said, "Long time no see, Lynette." Youngin, I love it. We all family here, y'all. Okay, number 2. How do you think you've improved as a man since your first relationship? I feel like 2 people have answered this question. When I be asking people to go deep, now let them ask them like, what should women improve on? You can get like 17 pages.
Of course.
But let's not act like that's a unisex concept or phenomenon. I believe that.
He said, let's be clear.
Yeah, let's not. We're not gonna pretend like that's a man thing. That's just a feminine man thing.
Really is not gonna let that slide. He said, no.
No, I'm not letting. Listen. I'm not letting nothing slide now.
What part of it is it the question itself that makes it feminine? Is it or the response?
Greg, please don't not today, bro.
I'm just asking.
Come on, man. Like, we might as well have Paul come back up here if you want. You gonna start asking some type of questions? No.
Wait, what?
I'm just asking you to elaborate.
No, you know, because what you're doing is you asking one of them questions is gonna get some of these silly ass girls thinking that I'm going or that you going and I'm not. Because you know exactly what I'm talking about. When men say, well, women do it too, that's some feminine ass shit. That's exactly what that question is. Well, like, because she was saying, like, well, you know, well, guys will tell you all the negative shit. They get that from women. because the masculine men don't do that. They ask you the question that you ask them. Ask Brad the
Thrown
question.
under the bus, Lynette.
No, not
We
you.
get thrown under the bus.
Thrown under the bus. But like,
Eve
y'all,
made me do it.
we're talking
Doggone it.
about generally speaking.
I
Ask
would
Brad,
just
ask
ask
Mark the
issue.
question directly. They answer the question and they stop talking. These feminine dudes who run off at the mouth, they'll be like, "Well, women do it. You know, I hate how women think that because of their mask. Like, that's the type of shit they do." And that's the type of questions you were getting. When you asked the question, you see like it wasn't a whole lot of shit that was said. But now if you would say, what can women do better? I guarantee you.
Oh, it'd be like 5 pages.
All the daddyless men, you'd have had like 18 screenshots for baby girl.
Yep. But why they gotta be daddyless?
Because that's how they act.
I mean,
I'm not trying to be funny. If you want to know if a dude has a strong father, he's gonna be masculine. And just look at how he acts when he's like talking to women, or like how he's acting when he's talking to other men. He's not gonna be like, well, you know, bro, sometimes women do it too. That's not how we think because our fathers teach us to be logical. All of that emotional shit, that's just not coming from us. We're not the ones spazzing out and going upside y'all head because we can't like process our emotions. That's not what we're doing. We're the ones that are like, hey, cut your ass off. We know we have boundaries.
But I mean, isn't that the same sentiment to say that's not specific to men?
Absolutely not.
Dear friend.
No, because girls that have fathers know better than fighting men. Because their fathers teach them not to fight men.
Well, shoot, I listen. My father passed away when I was 8, and my mother taught me not to fight men.
But that's different than that because it's not like your dad wasn't there. You didn't have the benefit of being raised by him. Obviously, that's going to apply to some of these sensitive feminine men too, but it's not the majority. It's the minority. Most of them just either raised by women and they act like the women that raised them, or they were raised by fathers who also act like women that raised them. So
I'm still confused by the question is, how do you think you've improved as a man since your first relationship? I don't see what's wrong with that question.
That's not what we're talking about.
No,
that wasn't the point of contention either.
He was saying, so when I opened up the answers, I said, this post got barely any answers. The men barely answered it, but let it be a post where it was critiquing women, it would be page after page after page. I have less than one page. I have half of a page. And so Willie was saying, women do it too. That's not something exclusive to men.
All right, now I get it.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I was saying that that's a feminine trait. It's not a man. It's not a male trait. I wasn't saying women do it too. You were saying like feminine trait? Being quick to criticize about negative shit when you ask you a different question. Like if I asked Brad, I was like, "Hey, Brad, what do you like about women?" And then he said he'll tell you what he likes about women. But Greg, since you ask Greg, he'll be like, "Yeah, I like this," but sometimes I don't like. Women always have a way of bringing up the negative.
Why Greg getting his haze?
Because he's the only other person here. That's because I went with Brad first. I went left to right.
Oh, okay. Oh, this was a hypothetical. Okay.
Yeah, all hypothetical. Obviously, but no, that's just not what happens with us.
Isn't Greg's jacket fly?
I like that 90s vibe.
Yeah, that's what he said. It's a 90s vibe. It's fresh.
On the top left corner, looked like he got my juice bottle on it.
I feel like you need some of those crinkle pants. Y'all remember those tracksuit pants that were so freaking loud you couldn't sneak anywhere? It's like it was that material.
Like bags of potato chips.
Those people in the house with them joints on. We're like, who's walking down the hall? Oh my God.
Sweating them and then just sweating them in the summer and freezing them in the winter.
Well, they got windbreakers. Oh my
God.
That's
what they were called, windbreakers.
No wind. Oh, okay. So here are some of the answers. And feel like you guys, if you feel like you could answer, feel free. You're not a man, Lynette, so I'm sorry, but if you want to explain how you think you've improved as a woman,
I want to know how Lynette feels.
What? Feel about what, sir?
How she's improved as a woman. We could just switch it to make it fit her.
That's what I said. She can say
her first relationship. Have I improved?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how I improved. Well, let's see. I gotta think about that one.
You want me to come back to you?
No, but in all honesty, all jokes aside, it took a lot of therapy, a lot of learning lessons, a lot of accountability, being able to accept what I contribute on why certain relationships I have failed. It was all about learning who I was, accepting people for who they are without trying to change a man into who I wanted him to be.
Woo!
I've changed a lot since my first relationship. So the 50-year-old Lynette you see now is not the same Lynette 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. So.
At least we leveling up.
Who's talking about right now?
Oh,
A lot has changed.
y'all, there are. Oh, we got a feedback. So if anyone's listening to the show, make sure you turn the volume down or mute, please. There are only 11 likes, but there are 18 people that math ain't mathin'. So the 17 of y'all, if you're on the fence and you don't know if you like the show, make up your mind, y'all. I'm just playing. For real, if you can, tap the like button. If you're new to the show, you have to close the chat box if you're on your cell phone. That way you can see the little thumbs up. Click the thumbs up, then you can go back to the comments, and then you can. Sharadome says, if you are the same at 50 as you were at 40, you have wasted 10 years. That is a fact. Absolute fact. Okay, so let's get into some of these comments that Ben said. He said, well, seeing as my first relationship started when I was 2. What? And ended when I was about 22.
That's my comment.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I was with my son's mom like my entire life. My oldest son's mom, we were together for a long time.
How you with someone at 2?
I mean, like, you know,
You gotta wipe your own booty.
that's my point. But like, I get it.
Okay. I was like, make it make sense. Oh, dang. The second guy said, I trust less. I wish I had a sound effect for that one.
That's a wise man.
Yeah.
Wow. Not Brad chiming. Yeah.
I mean, shit.
Wow.
That's a wise fella. He should have said, I'm wiser because I trust less.
This guy said I'm taller. I've gotten taller. I can't. Good day, sir. I have gotten taller, wiser, stronger, mentally and spiritually. I improved in patience, understanding, developed some communication skills, able to stand the course of questions that derail the discussion, found a way to bring it back. I'm more loving, but my awareness of being naive went away. Discernment is higher. I don't allow that of negative to enter into my thoughts. I pay attention to the small things, stronger balance in what's not and what is. Less stressful to open up. If she don't get it, then I learn how to maneuver to understand how to help her receive it. I struggle when there's like random capitalization. Sorry, y'all. I'm not dyslexic. I take my time is not able to, period. I'm just gonna move on. Sir, God bless you. I like that you put a lot of effort into it. I can read this answer.
It sounds like he didn't improve and graduate in high school. He's probably in the same grade.
Yo, I'm done. Yo, I can't.
You said it's like he didn't grow up yet, really?
No, he's still in the same grade. He's like he found a grade he liked and stuck with it.
Oh my God. Dang, mom's food look good. I don't even know what it is.
It's like Chipotle.
Ooh, can I be in your business?
It's Chipotle.
He nailed it. Oh, that just looked good. I'm just having a big back moment. I have a better understanding of the mechanics of marriage, dating, and relationships, how to build up successfully when wrong, they break up. What's wrong when they break, etc. I have groups, like Yonci Nation and others to thank for that. That's so sweet. So I would say, even though no one asked, how I have improved since my first relationship. I am a million times less sensitive. The biggest thing I would say, I'll just focus on this one fact. When I got criticism, he said you read it like they probably said it when they were writing it. Sorry. She said, bring back shame, bring back grammar. Y'all are funny. So whoever I won't blast y'all, but whoever has the kind of loud background noise, I noticed it, but now the people in the audience are. So maybe if you could mute yourself just until you talk, it will make it a little bit easier to hear. But I used to get really defensive. So if my person gave me a criticism, I saw it and perceived it as an attack. That was your way of saying I suck as a human being and you're just trying to tear me down. Now, 20 years later, I see it as you say this is how you can improve, and this is how you can help me love you better. And the sting is taken out of it, because I'm not going to be with somebody that I think is going to be. I don't pick anybody who is mean and vicious. So if they are giving me a criticism, it's coming from a good place and nothing malicious, versus somebody who's just nasty and attacking. So yeah, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I would say I'm definitely more intentional. Yeah, I agree with the discernment. Like I can definitely read the person faster and kind of, I guess, be more aware of what I'm dealing with. So,
Excuse me.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a laundry list of stuff that I've improved on since my first relationship, but that's when it comes to relationships, that's probably what
I think for me, I'm wiser, and I actually value, or I see the value in being in a relationship with one person. So I think that's for and then I don't put up with shit. Yeah. Like I don't give 5, 6, 7, 8 chances, and there's just certain things and that I've evolved into as far as boundary setting that I think have helped me a lot, but not just like romantically, but just like in life. So, because if I look at my first relationship, yeah, I probably, if I was a crash, if I had these types of boundaries back then, I'd have been a crash out because of the stuff that I put up with when I was young, just because, I didn't know any better. But then, now as I'm older and understanding like, hey, I have the leverage. I was playing the game wrong and all of that stuff. I understand the math and the science behind like relationships now.
Question, Willie. Was it that you didn't know any better, or was it that you was putting up with stuff you knew you shouldn't put up with? Because and I'm only asking you that because I know you had a dad, so that's why I'm asking you that.
So you should both be having Will's crazy hands free.
The big thing for me, I think, was neither one of my parents had been married before. So when I got married young, so when I got married, the idea to me was, one, I got to prove everybody wrong, because my daddy was like, she a hoe, it ain't gonna work. My mom was like, you shouldn't do this. And I was just like, well, how would y'all know? Like, my daddy didn't marry you. You didn't marry nobody else. My dad had my stepmom, but even they really weren't married. They just were together for like 20 years. So to me, I thought that, marriage was supposed to be forever. So I put up with some stuff that right now you couldn't pay me. I dealt with some things when I was young and in the military and married, that there's stuff that I would make fun of me for someone putting up with that stuff now. So I definitely think that I knew different, or I believe different. I know better now. But back then I believed that, it was till death do us part, no matter what. It's not going to be easy. You're going to have to fight for it, all that stuff. And now a relationship shouldn't be conflict filled or driven, or it shouldn't be anything for me to fight for. The only thing I have to fight is the traffic, inflation, prices, and the occasional stud for getting out of pocket. But outside of that, like, there shouldn't be any fight in the relationship that I'm in.
So shout out to Yonci. He did a 50-minute show extension. I couldn't remember how to spell extension. Shout out to you, sir, putting this on a clock. And
boy,
I'm putting it in the group chat. Mont, you probably didn't see this because you are, driving somewhat. Your 40 minutes is on the clock. I did remember from last week. So we got that 40 minutes on the clock.
That's an extra 90. Better get them videos ready.
Even though I probably won't even be here. I probably won't even be on. I gotta catch a flight in the morning, so I probably won't even be on that one.
I want to be nosy and ask where you're going, but I don't need you to put it out there for everybody on.
I got a convention in Florida.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. That would be 9:40. Whoops. Y'all do some math for me, please.
11:40.
9:40 p.m. plus 50 minutes. Would that be? Oh, that would be 9:30. I mean 10:30, right?
No, 11:30.
To go from 9:40.
I'm just giving you a hard time because of the time difference. It's a 10:30.
Oh. But 9:40. If it's 40 minutes and you add 50 minutes, then that would be 30.
90
right?
minutes, an hour and a half. Hey, man,
Okay, yeah. I get what you're saying.
keep
Okay.
your eyes on the road so the car stop yelling at you.
Yeah, man. I ain't even doing nothing.
That's the
Hey,
problem. No, I'm just playing.
Look, you gotta if you ever catch a body in the car, you gotta move your rear view camera up so it doesn't catch the steering wheel part down.
I am done.
Okay.
So done. Anyone else? How have you improved since your first relationship?
I'll answer the question. I'm my first relationship or last relationship?
How have you improved since your first relationship?
Oh, since the first one?
Yeah, like
I
what's
was
the
a
difference between
kid.
that month and this month?
It was children. It was kids. We all
Okay.
like different people now. But
So you should have some big changes.
I think it's probably better to say how much I improved since my last relationship.
Okay, that's fair.
But a lot. I wasn't really intentional back then, but also I think a man has to choose a woman. I never really chose a woman before. Like typically, like I just end up one of the girls I'm dealing with will just apply a lot more pressure than the other ones and just stick around and just be there. So you just be like, all right, well, you you're not a hoe, so you can be my main, girl, and then it just becomes something. But I think my current woman is the first one that I was like, yo, I want you to be my girlfriend. I want to be exclusive, all of that. And I'm just like I'm completely different. And like I used to think that I would have several wives at some point.
Really?
Like, yeah, I remember
Like
like when me and Deja first started dating. I had like said that to her one time, and she had got up and left because she was. I'm like, why did she leave? But like I didn't know like she had got up and left like 20 minutes later, and I'm like, oh, she didn't like that. And
Right.
I just was talking to her, and I was like, yeah, that's kind of like what's in my future. But yeah, like I'm completely different. Like it takes so much to know if you want to be with a person. Like right now, I think of things like, cause women are y'all a handful. Y'all have like your emotional days and stuff like that, and you may not even be able to tell me why you feel a certain way. So like, you got to be prepared to deal with that. Like, can I deal with this person? Do I want to be with this person when it's something wrong with them and I have no idea what it is? You know, and I'm thinking it's me. I don't know what it is, but like, can I deal with them on those days? And I just think like I think long term when it comes to relationships, and at some point, our physical health is not going to be the same. Women have a lot of problems when they get older. It could be fibroids and whatever. I gotta be there for breast cancer, all types of things. Am I willing to be there for this person if they can't have sex with me no more? I just think about stuff like that. So I didn't think about those things before, and I think that's why a lot of people get divorced so fast, is because they're not actually getting into a marriage and thinking about these things. So yeah.
As Chanel said, well, God forbid, we're going to rebuke that. All them diseases, and we're going to rebuke that. We're going to live long, healthy lives in good condition. And everyone's going to be super duper healthy. But thank you for sharing, Mom. Let's see here. Okay, we're going to move on to the next question. Let me take this one off. Number 3, I would be shocked if a woman blank on a first date. This should be interesting. I have not yet read these. First thing that comes to your mind, go, Willie.
40.
Oh, okay. What about you, Brad? You'd be shocked if a woman.
Yeah, I'll be shocked about that. But I say just pay for the first date. I'll be shocked on that one.
I was wondering if someone would say that paid. Okay. What about you, Greg? You'd be shocked if a woman
brought a friend with her.
I like that. I like that.
That might work out in your favor, though.
Nah, they usually block. Most of the time, the friend is the one that makes sure she ain't getting in trouble.
Oh no, you gotta tell them that she needs to leave.
Yeah,
I'm paying security. You gotta kick her fat friend
out in the fantasy world.
Ask for babysitter money.
Not babysitter money.
Man, that's coming.
All right,
Like,
y'all ready for this one? Here we go. I would be shocked if a woman was on time. I would be shocked if a woman.
Why y'all always late? Why y'all got that reputation of being late?
Not me.
Because it takes a long time to get pretty.
no, it's because they don't respect people.
I got a bad rep.
No, I'm never late. I'm not late.
That's it. The only reason why anybody is late is because they don't respect people's time. That's it.
Yeah.
It's a discipline thing. Like that's one of the.
Because if somebody had a bus or an, well, no, some people still miss their flights and stuff. I was gonna say,
No, you can plan to do everything. If you really want to do something, you plan to do it.
no, what I'm saying is, I know some people who are so chronically late that they have literally missed flights, they've missed things that they wanted to do. So I'll say that ones who are really bad, they just struggle with time management. But I do agree with you. It's disrespectful. Like you should figure out if you know you always struggle with time, then give yourself an extra 30 minutes. So you guys, you're getting free game tonight. I already gave you a ton of driving tips. I'm about to give you the number one hack I've never heard anyone else use, but it has worked wonders for me. You guys ready for this? I know you're on the edge of your seats. This is going to be a game changer. Okay. So here's what happens. You know, when you're about to get in your car and go to an event, you put in the address in the GPS, right? And it says, oh, it's a 37-minute drive, factors in traffic, whatever. Well, let's say it's way early in the afternoon, but your event is not till tonight. Put that address in early, and it will tell you will get there at 1 p.m. Now, let's say the event is at 6 p.m. Do the math, y'all. How many hours do you have to get ready? What happens is a lot of people think, I don't have to be there till 6. So 1 sounds super early. But if you start to get ready, you start to get in the shower, you start realizing that window starts getting out. Oh, you're going to get there at 2. You're going to get there at 3. You're going to get there at 4. And then you start to realize how much time you have. That's the thing that I think a lot of people do wrong is they wait to get ready and think I have all this time. But if they were just to at least do the preliminary stuff, like maybe the shower, maybe the ironing of the clothes, you start realizing how that phone call turned into a 40-minute conversation, or sitting there watching that show turned into this. Oh, crap, I forgot I need to go get gas, all those little things. So if you start getting ready on the front end, it will do a lot better.
I don't think it's that hard.
You can't decide what to wear. You say you don't think it's that hard?
No.
I don't know where well, I'm a recovering person who used to have issues with time. I think I've had longer being better with time than I have not. But I just pad myself. Like if I think it's only going to take 30 minutes, I pad it an extra 30 minutes. I always pad because I get anxiety rushing, absolute anxiety. If I feel like I'm going to miss something, especially packing. Don't let me be going somewhere where I have to pack a suitcase. I won't even want to go anymore because I'm so anxious. Like, did I forget something that I'm going to want? So I like to give myself a lot of extra.
I'm the same way.
Yeah.
I feel like you gave all this advice and it's falling on deaf ears.
Now you just said, I wish you could see my face while you're giving this advice. You're still going to be late. I don't. I am very punctual.
Being late, like being late to do something with me, it's a one strike. I think that's probably one of the things that I'm most extreme about is like my time.
But you know what's worse than that, Willie? What's worse than being late? Playing in my face and telling me you're on your way. You're 15 minutes away, knowing good and doggone well you still in the bathroom.
That's the black people thing. That's
that you lying, because if you tell me that you're on your way, right?
We tell you we on our way and we still sitting on the couch.
I'm around the corner, Lynette.
No, if you tell me that you're like leaving and saying like, yeah, I'm on the way, but then you still don't show up for 50 minutes and it was a 15-minute drive, I'm
gone. I'm gone.
Like the math ain't math. My thing is this. If stuff actually happens, I get it. Stuff happens, maybe you overslept, whatever. But you're disrespecting me because maybe I was thinking about running an errand real quick, but then I'm like, no, I'm not going to make it back in time. I could have run that doggone errand. I could have gotten my gas. I could have taken a 15-minute.
You know you had planned at 8 o'clock. Like
you give more grace to me that overslept shit. You didn't want to come,
right?
That's because that's the thing. People
not missing the Beyonce concert.
People do what they want to do. So like, trust me, it's been a bunch of shit that I wanted to do, and I've never missed something that I wanted to do because of being late ever.
I have nightmares about that.
I want to do it. You see what I'm saying? Like,
I have a reoccurring nightmare where I can't get it together, and it's always like I can hear the people in the other room. Like maybe I'm entertaining and people are downstairs, but I can't get it together. I'm usually in the bathroom. Like I can't, for whatever reason, I can't curl my hair, or I can't I wake up all stressed out because that's how much I hate.
I set my alarm, or I set my calendar, this event coming up, and then I set like 4 reminders. The day of, 10 minutes before, 2 hours before, 3 hours before, and then the day before. And it just rings on time. And I'm like, okay, that's how I make it on time. But some people don't even do that.
I use this AI calendar that when I have meetings, it pulls out like agenda items from emails that are based on the people that come to the meeting. It does all this cool shit. And I just was buying or getting concert tickets for some shows coming up the rest of this year. And it was telling me, hey, you reminded me, hey, don't forget to book your flight for this. And the concert's not until April or then like July. And it's like, the best days to book your flights are like, I've been saying, if you don't want to be late, well, so that was different. I was sick. I was sick as shit.
So you were sedated.
Yeah, I think somebody Bill Cosby me. Like, I woke up cheeks clenched and everything.
I'm glad you're not pregnant.
But if you want to do it, you'll do it. So if a woman is going on a date with a man and she can't be on time with it, that man should just leave her. And there's no excuse. I don't care about it. Took me forever to get dressed. I don't care about there was traffic. Those are all things you plan for. Because if you're going out with your girls, or like a dude you really, really wanted, like if Drake or one of these other sexy, flexy, dancey niggas asked you to go out with them, you wouldn't be late. So right now you're already starting off with a bad foot. Because now you think your time is more valuable than mine. And that's the most disrespectful shit ever.
If you say like the movie starts at 6 or we're doing, our date starts at 6, that doesn't mean you should be pulling into the parking lot at 6. Call me anal, but I'm like, if you're parking, and Monte be making fun of me, I'm like, you need to give yourself an extra 5 to 10 for those weird situations where like the parking lot is weird. Yeah. Or it's a long walk there, or just whatever. Like you just don't know what is going to happen. And so when it's whatever, 6 o'clock, you should be in front of that person like, yo, let's go. When I do my coaching sessions and I can see when the person comes in the weight room, I always tell them, thank you so much for being on time. They'll come like 2-3 minutes early. And I'm like, that's nice, because we should be starting the coaching session at whatever o'clock, not I'm barely letting you in. So shout out to those who did that. Okay, here are a couple more. I would be shocked if a woman knew how to taste and sample wine. Oh, okay. I would be shocked if a woman was interesting.
That's a big one. You got to give bro credit for that. Like the dude who knows how to taste and sample wine, like that's some shit I don't pull out, but like with a certain crowd. But for y'all to be the most wine drinking sex ever.
Aren't you supposed to spit?
No, you got. Are you supposed to spit? It's a whole. Listen, I'm not going to walk you through it. Just know it's a whole thing you do when you want to taste wine at a restaurant. Like they give you a sample, you twirl around your curve, see how. It's a lot you do, right? But if a woman knew to do that, I would probably be impressed. Like I wouldn't even want to date her anymore because she's like that refined. Like I'm not. It's like, see how no one else here understands what I'm talking about? When you look and see how you're supposed to do it, like a woman who knew that. It's not just.
But I thought you're not supposed to drink all of it. I thought they have a little cup that you get rid of that's just in the movies.
So like a dude comes up to you, right? So you know what I'm saying? He'll pour you a sample, you taste it. You saying, but you don't taste it right away. You look at it, you swirl it, and then you look at the side of the glass. It's a lot that you have. There's steps to it. Like, yeah, it's steps you do. You smell it, and then you sip, and then he'll pour the rest of it. He'll pour the rest of it.
You have a bunch. You don't. I could have sworn somebody said there's like a thing. If you don't want to drink it all, like if you have the samples, you could just taste it, but not like drink the whole sample.
Well, yeah, that's people just don't want to pay for a drink. Like that's just cheap shit.
Maybe I've never done wine tasting before.
Well, that's the thing, though, right? Like women, not again. This is just me generalizing it, y'all, even though it's true. But like women drink the majority of wine that is consumed in America. But I don't think that the majority of women know how to drink wine. They just go get a bottle, pour a full glass, fill the glass up, and then drink to get drunker, to get their daily stresses away. But like what bro said, I've never seen it happen outside of those certain circles. But if I saw a woman do that, I would be flabbergasted. Like,
Okay, here we go. I just went to my good buddy Chat GPT. He said, first things first, if you're drinking wine properly, to enhance the experience, step one, choose the right glass. Red wine, you're going to use a larger, rounder glass to allow oxygenation, which enhances flavor. For white wine, use a smaller, more narrow glass to preserve the aroma and keep it cool. Sparkling wine, you should just be embarrassed. No, I'm just kidding. Sparkling wine, use a flute. Leave the building. No, use a flute to maintain the bubbles and the aroma. Next, hold the glass correctly. This is actually my course. Hold it by the stem, not the bowl, to avoid warming the wine with your hands. I did know that, y'all. And my girls in my class who gone through my class, you know this too. Sans ChatGPT. Okay, then observe the wine. Tilt the glass and look at the color against the white background. This can hint at the wine's age and body. I feel like I need to wear a turtleneck if I did this, and twist my little motorcycle mustache. Okay. Take
most sommeliers do wear those turtlenecks. That's why it's funny.
Take a deep sniff to identify different scents, fruits, spices, oak. I notice a hint of raspberry.
Should the glass touch your nose? Yes or no?
What'd you say?
Should the glass touch your nose? Yes or no?
A little went up my nostril. Sip and savor. Take a small sip and let it coat your tongue. Pay attention to the flavors, acidity, tannins, and texture. Swallow or spit. I knew I was right if at a tasting. And note the aftertaste. Y'all, now you're educated, okay? And
first of all, women should never spit. That is so unladylike.
You're trying to get married.
I'm not spitting it out.
Chanel says, when you're at a wine tasting event, your sommelier or wine specialist typically expects you to spit. Okay, ladies, you heard it here first. Spitters are not quitters, okay? Pairing with food.
Yes, yes, they are. How did you think that was going to get past me?
Now, you said spitting on a first date is a bad omen.
How did you think you were going to sneak that past me?
She tried. It didn't work. She tried. He caught that real quick. So you said spit. He's like, what?
So pairing with food. Okay, red wines pair well with red meats. It's easy to think red meat, pasta. Think pasta, a lot of red pasta and rich dishes. White wine complements seafood, chicken, and lighter dishes. And sparkling wine is for losers. Sparkling wine works with appetizers, seafood,
it's for losers,
and desserts. So I was saying my grandparents were always, my mom's side of the family was very big on pairing wines. It didn't matter if we were camping, whatever. They would know which wines were which, and I was just like, I'll take whatever. Okay, how many of you guys want a few more answers with this fill in the blank? Anyone else?
It's all gonna be random shit. It's gonna be the same five things dudes complain about.
Some are a little interesting. So this were kind of actually creative because they made it grammatically correct. I would be shocked if a woman asked me on a first date. I thought that was pretty clever. I would be shocked if a woman offered to pay the tip while I paid for the meal. He said made plans, paid, and treated me like I'm special.
See, I knew he was gonna I knew he was gonna say something. He's like, see,
listen, man, I understand the value of peeing sitting down as much as the next man does.
Oh man,
damn, bro. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
wait a minute. Someone said it said pay, and if she does, 50-50 chance she don't like you. So accept at your own risk.
like what is? Come on.
Yeah. Someone said I'd be shocked if a woman didn't look at her phone. Come on, ladies. That's the basics.
That's because she don't like you.
And the last one, I'd be shocked if a woman asked for a second date. Well, yeah, I guess we're not initiating. We just expect to be asked. Oh gosh. Yeah, you know what? I gotta say this, Willie. You've probably seen this. I don't know how close you look at the comments, but when I have my singles database and the ladies are in there. So if they do the subscription, they can have their Instagram information. Well, this one guy, and so you could reach out to them. So this one guy was like, yeah, but what's the response percentage? Like, ha, gotcha. And I was like, buddy,
God damn, you can't do it. You can't shit, you can take you to the hole. You can't make your drink, sir. Come on, God.
I'm like, if you have a batting average of 0, that's not because my system is broken. She is not interested.
All you're doing is providing a target-rich environment for these men to shoot at. It's up to them to hit shit.
And then some will be like, but they never respond back as though it's the women's problem. And I was like, bruh, this is literally just like the real world. It is not on the women if they are not responding. It's not because these women have issues or they don't know how to check their DMs. They do, and they see your message and they went to your page and said, hell no.
The cold part is it's going to be dudes to get mad because, oh, yeah, she responded. We were on a date, but I didn't get none. Yonci, why? That's your fault. Like, they're going to blame me for that, too.
I feel bad. I'm like, you cannot have an anime character as your profile picture and have a private page and not send at least a video or a photo of yourself. Like, what woman in her right mind is accepting a cartoon character's invitation?
The kind that's trying to get her a cash app and her bills paid and has her cash app in her bio. That's how. Like, you see, if fellas, if you were more realistic, you would know what you're going to get from a woman. Because you ain't really him and you a mid-tier guy, but you shoot at these top-tier women. If she does give you time of the day because she's pay to play, like, and she's fixing to charge you for the same vagina that Greg will get for free, bro, fella number 2 has to pay the fee. Like, that's how the shit. It's just how it goes.
Sexual marketplace value.
Yes, like
it's a real thing. And look, I gotta say this delicately. The same thing with women. If you're not getting action on your page, it's not because the men aren't interested. There are other women who are getting action. And if you are not getting action, either take the class, get a profile review from the men, have me walk through your page. Out of 1,000 men, there should be somebody who is filling you. And it could be the way that you're presenting yourself. I'm just saying.
You look at those profile reviews, there's only 2 problems that men have with the pages. One, the girls posted a bunch of whole shit before she got with you, and then she went and deleted it all, acting like we don't know that now you follow 1,500 people, but now you only got 7 posts. Like, we know what you went and did, man. You went and took all the thirst traps and shit down. You redid your bio. You took your OnlyFans down and shit, and think that we don't know that. And then the others,
she's reformed.
You not reformed. You just retired for the moment. You're inactive. Like, what are you talking about? This is like women say, "Oh, I'm abstinent. I'm abstinent until I get married." No, you're not. You're an abstinent whore. Like, you're not abstinent. You're just an abstinent whore right now. Like, what are we talking about? That is bullshit. But no, that's not what I'm talking about. And then the other part is like when the women say that they're not willing to relocate, but they're in bumfuck North Carolina.
Oh, language.
I'm sorry. Do you realize that if so? What's his name? Jofe was talking about women want a guy that's 6 foot and it's 2%. Then and now it's 1%. He was wrong. It's actually 2% of that 1% of that 10%. And then he adds something else, and now it's 0.4% of that other 12%. Ma'am, you live in, I don't know, wherever North Carolina, but you don't want to move. How many followers do you have in I don't know North Carolina that are going to see this? So now you think that you're going to get a guy that you respect, genuinely want, admire, and will submit to move to I don't know where North Carolina? That's dumb. Like, anytime you see unwilling to move or unwilling to relocate, they get no burn. Like, those are lifetime customers. They'll be here like you'll be 90 and retire, and baby girl will be running this platform for you, and they'll still be subscribed because they don't want to move from Django, South Carolina.
Not Django. So someone asked what the guys think of the database. Unfortunately, we only have one dude on the panel, and he is not ready to make.
I'm not checking that shit at all. I will say this: I would say that I trust Yonci's discernment and selection process, and I also know that she's not going to post no bullshit.
So
she's not going to water down her database with substandard candidates.
So I did ask the guys, what feedback would you give to the women who have posted photos? Free game, y'all. Free game. Ready? First thing, smile. And that got 4 likes. Someone else said natural, smiling, full body, solo photo that has no enhancements or edits. Another one, not a selfie, waist up or full body, not going heavy with the makeup. Next one, smile. Are we seeing this? And those of you who took my class, a lot of the stuff I say, don't hide your figure or disguise your photos. Be an adult without filters. Guys,
Brush your eyelashes too. Y'all gonna put them shits on. We should have them together.
I'm done. He said, off the shoulder, a dress, skirt, nice jeans that complement your body. Be confident. It shows in your pictures. He said, have great lighting. Dark and grainy photos show lack of effort. First of all, some of the men show at their pages. Be sexy, not slutty. Be versatile. Wear color. What did he say? Post something closer to natural appearance. Don't use filters or a lot of makeup. Smiles help. You guys see a common denominator here? Someone else said, keep up with the good work. Majority of them had bright smiles, were in decent shape, and looked approachable. Not much else I could ask for.
This is from the database?
Yeah, I asked the men on the men's page their feedback about the database. And this is, I didn't see this one yet. This guy said, I was showing my wife some of the posts the ladies you have featured. Some of the posts of the ladies you were featured, and she was surprised by some of the photos you selected. She's looking for a good man, and that's the best picture she has. I've heard that a few times. Oh, I agree. I've seen pictures with no smiles, revealing outfits, unflattering poses, heavy makeup, lashes, hair, etc. The first impression from these type of pictures, while unintended, can seem low effort. You're asking for a guy to be intentional and serious about you, and you can't even smile to appear open and inviting. You desire to be someone's wife and perhaps have a family, but the image you selected is you dressed up to go to the club? In business, the advice we have is your image and impression should match the role you want. The same goes for the first impression you have with a potential mate. So the thing is, a lot of women think that like a pout is sexy. And it's not. Just like we don't like the prison pose I meant. We want to see your back teeth. Like,
you pouting look like you have to do it when you just can't go to the bathroom.
Or you got your lips injected.
Oh yeah, that duck face shit. Oh, what?
Oh my gosh. She said, so women are posting mugshots?
It's so true because like when I'm outside working and I walk around with a mean mug, I get no thing. As soon as I'm smiling, then all types, I'll be like, no, let me put the mean mug back on.
I do not want to.
But it's true though. It's very true. Smiling and laughing gets a lot of attention. No matter how you look, men love a woman that smiles.
It is the most basic thing that you can do.
Yeah.
I have another question to the guys. Oh, what are your thoughts about the singles database? Someone said, I have seen it. Great idea. I looked a few times. I think it's dope. I glanced at it earlier for a second, but didn't have time to truly dive in. How does it work? Do you have a video explaining? Which I did put up a video. I like the photos linked to the information. Here's the guy. Do women actually text back and interact with the men? And I said, if they're interested. And he said,
they can't do it for you, damn.
He said, what's the batting average of those interactions? I said, I don't track those statistics.
Yes, they say it depends on the men. The men that can swing hit shit. The ones that can't don't. Which one are you?
No,
you gotta stop being so nice to these dudes.
I try to be politically correct. Nayusi said that weird thing that some of y'all do with your leg.
With one leg,
bro. Oh my god! And then
I never knew about it.
What do you mean, like the one leg where we slouch it or put it up, or tippy toe one leg?
Flamingo leg.
Yep, see, there you go.
That's flamingo.
Like what? Why do y'all do that? Like,
Instagram leg.
I don't know. I can't explain it.
I don't know where that came from.
I don't know where that came from either.
But it's everywhere. Oh my gosh. Okay. Excuse me.
That's dope. I'm happy. I hope people find what they want from it. I mean, you have to but do you Yonci watch? Do you let them post whatever picture they want, or do you tell them I don't think this picture will work?
They post whatever they want, but if they want my advice, they can get that. Otherwise,
Okay.
it's too time consuming. People are like, which picture, and send a bunch of. I'm like, for what I charge, that's a lot because I'm doing everything manually. I mean, eventually I can get something that's like the system set up for it, but I kind of want to see if I even have something here. And so far, it seems like the ladies are pretty interested. I have like 30 something, I think. I had like 100, almost 200 who registered, which is free. And then I've got about 35 who actually subscribed, and now their IG information is the guys can see it, they can move forward.
Oh wow, that's nice.
Yeah. And then some women, like they signed up and then immediately backed off, and I'm like, it takes time. Like I think we just expect this microwave, like we're in this microwave generation where we think everything is just going to happen quick. And it's just not always the case.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or some of us might think we real pretty and we're gonna get them. We look good. And they tell you otherwise.
Humbled real quick.
Yeah.
I got humbled on a dating app or two. Real humbled.
Yep. Reality check.
Facts and figures. This one was a game changer. When I asked this question, I was not expecting the answers that I got. Question number 4 of the night. How often have you met a woman you want to make your girlfriend? By the way, if you guys are enjoying the show, go ahead and drop a super chat. You could drop that in YouTube, or if you want to extend the show, you can send a Cash App or a Zelle. Willie, remember how I said I had gotten away from something because I started like charging or whatever? I got this notification from my doggone bank saying that the Cash App and Zelle is now going to start to try to determine if a payment comes from Instagram, like social media. So if somebody was like, hey, IG course or IG whatever, they said, because it's supposed to be for friends and family. Oh, I say, y'all say you want your doggone fees. Like, y'all can't let us have nothing. So that's crazy. Everyone's going to be like, hey, homegirl. Hey, sis. Be all cryptic in the comments. Okay, so here are the answers that really, really shocked me. Okay, how often have you met a woman who you wanted to make your girlfriend? And I asked them to list their age. One guy said, never have I ever. Woo! All right, then. Someone else said, I assume we're not including women we actually made our girlfriend, to which I said, no, actually include them. And he said, outside of the ones I made my girlfriend for, and I'm 35 years old. Excuse me. Someone else said, I'm 53 and 4 I could think of. 2 of them have been mesmerized as their energy was our keyboards, Willie. As their energy was so magnetic. They didn't even know how amazing I thought they were, but out of fear, I kept my thoughts to myself. Aww. I'm sure there have been more, but those 4 came to mind. So 4 at the age of 53. The next one, I just turned 44 this week. I met 3 in university. Clearly he's not from the US. That I was certain I wanted. Got rejected though. Since then, I knew pretty early on I wanted to keep my ex. Things went sour, but I knew I wanted her. These days, a serious feminine companion is not really on my mind. I'm currently in rebuilding mode, blah, blah, blah. Okay. 2, and I'm 49. Another guy said, I'm 35. I've been initially attracted to plenty of women, of course, but including the ones that I got the opportunity to get to know past that, there have only been 7 that I felt aligned with almost all of my physical and character preferences that I would cuff with little to no hesitation. Someone else said, I'm 62 at this point in life. Approximate number is not happening. So roughly 12 to 15 from elementary school till present. And so they went on and on and on. So I did the painstaking math, and I determined that on average, men met a woman they found interesting enough to cuff once every 6.5 years. Shocked the mess out of me. And it also helped to give perspective to the women, because if a woman is going on a date thinking every single guy is going to be mesmerized and want to ask her out, this gives her a much better idea of her, the possibility that's going to happen. And not to be negative, but just to like take some of the pressure off yourself. It's kind of like going up for a job interview and knowing 200 applicants already applied. You're not being pessimistic, but you have like a realistic expectation. All of the stars have to be aligned for somebody to want to boo you up. So yeah. Okay. I don't know why. Okay, there we go. What would you say, Brad? How can you think of how many women in your lifetime you've met that you were like,
I don't gotta think about it. I'm 34 and just two. There's two in my whole lifetime. And both those crash and burn, so I'm even more tight about it now. Like who I choose.
Ladies, it's totally different when you put it in perspective like that. He said, now you said I'm 51, and there's probably been about 3 to 4. Avatar says, I didn't see that post, but I'm 35, and I'd say maybe 3. Yeah, y'all, does that shock you, ladies? Like, the numbers shocked me. The numbers really shocked me. All right, let's look at the last question. This one I was disappointed in. I don't know, Lynette, you made a comment on this one on Patreon, but what does taking the lead look like from a communication standpoint in dating? I had wanted there to be more answers because men be like, let us take the lead. We want a feminine woman. Let us lead. And I'm like, okay, leaders, what does that look like? Because I feel like people just be, yeah, with all these little phrases. But the reality is like, what does it actually mean? Okay, let me go ahead and, there we go, mute that. All right, so 4 answers, 4 responses out of 1,000 men. So one person said planning and clear communication on what direction you're trying to go with her. Someone else said planning, demonstrating, and level setting, which all seems very vague. Third one, planning dates, honest communication, clearly stating intentions without vagueness. And 4, planning dates, driving per usual, initiating actions I desire to have reciprocated. Ladies, I don't know. What do you think? I just left me wanting more. We want all this. Where's this leadership? What is the leadership? Where is it? What is it? What's happening in dating? Somebody help me. What is this? What is this in dating? Oh, gosh. Okay. Well, crickets. Okay. So, Lynette, how's the weather there? And has it been really cold?
It's snowing and it's cold. It's only 19 degrees out here. It's cold. Cold as
So,
hell.
is it true through rain, hail, sleet, and snow, you're going to deliver that mail? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the truck, so I'm nice and warm. I don't know about everybody else.
But you don't have to jump out?
Yeah, but I'm still pretty warm with the heat running very high and burning their gas as I'm nice and warm.
That's right. I know that's right. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our questions. We are actually early. We're still within the original show time frame. And so I'm gonna need y'all to bring it with the topics in the comments because these good people extended the show. I do have quite a few videos that I found, and now I just have to remember where the heck I put them. Okay, I think I do have them. Oh gosh, I don't want to start with this one. They were, oh God, I don't even want to say it. Let's just say they were talking about whether or not they would interact with their significant other when she was being visited by Aunt Flo. We'll just put it that way. But I don't think I want to start with that. That's a little heavy, no pun intended.
No, go ahead. Yeah, start with that one.
Oof,
get it out the way.
Okay.
I don't want to talk about that on extra time. I want to talk about that on your dime.
I hear that.
That was funny. That was funny.
Knock that topic off.
He's to save our minute.
Not on my time.
That was hilarious. Okay, it just converted over. All right, let me cue it up. And I'm sorry, y'all. I am sorry in advance for this one. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I keep yawning today. All right, y'all. Here we go.
Just because she's on her period, like, would you be like, I'd be excited. about the situation, actually. Blood coming from the cervix.
Yeah.
I truthfully believe that it has some divinity to it. I believe that it has healing.
I agree with that.
It's just something that I love to entertain and be a part of.
I think that's how you create a soul tie.
If it doesn't create a soul tie, it sure as hell creates a wonderful experience.
If I can't get my sword a little bloody, I'm not a good knight.
I had no words. I just was like I am right now. I have no words. I don't understand.
Bro, what the
I
feel like you have the wrong demographic.
Back door. He likes the back door.
You have the wrong demographic for that video. And
that's what I was feeling.
No, I agree.
You him?
Yeah, I agree with him.
Oh,
Feel free, y'all hash it out because I'm still recovering.
Yeah, I
I'm not eating shit that's bleeding.
I don't know how many times I'm gonna tell y'all I love everything about my girl. Like I don't know how many times I'm gonna have to tell y'all that. But I guess I'm gonna say it.
See, that's the type of love that terrifies me. Like I feel like that love is only for like children. And
he said no limits, no boundaries, Mike.
Yeah, because I'm not eating shit that's bleeding. I'm not a vampire. Like
I don't even eat my steak rare.
No, I like my steak, but that's not blood though. See, people think people
blood.
Yeah, that's not. But like vagina blood, what?
Oh, they was talking about like cunnilingus.
No, they was talking about
everything.
They were talking about, you know what I'm saying,
the back door. Oh,
okay.
I don't
know.
know.
I mean, now wait, the back door, that's different. Like that's got to be on the table. But the bloody front door, no. This is Passover, baby. I'm not going for that. Absolutely not.
I am done.
Absolutely
that,
not.
Right, that Lord, I am not affiliated with
no. See, it's different, right? Like, wait, real quick. So, it's three things that every woman should give her man, and they're all hoes. So that's cool. But if either one of them is, bleeding, no, give that lady some time off. Like, that's time for her body to reset and go through all these changes and shit. And for me to like take a trip somewhere so I ain't got to deal with you and your hormones. But
I don't agree with the three holes ideology, but I do agree with getting a break.
But you're not supposed to. I was speaking for men. And who the hell is this God voice coming on here?
No, you didn't. But wait a minute. Why is this so random? The exact text I just got Monte right now says, nah, too saucy for me. He literally was sending me a random TikTok, but the fact that the caption just took me out right now.
He's got a point.
But the timing, he's gonna die when he hears what we were talking about.
That's a good point. That's too saucy for me. I don't even like my spaghetti sauce that wet. So
I can't.
The accidents happen. Like, I'm grown, so I'm not gonna hold you. If an accident happens in the middle of, I'm probably not gonna like pull the car out, put it back in the garage. Like that's not. Now that's. But like if it's like already started, you know what I'm saying? No, I'm cool.
I think it's kind of sweet if there's something, if there's no restriction for a guy. I think that is kind of sweet.
I think that it's kind of sweet that when there is a restriction for the guy, she's more orally accommodating.
I'm just saying, the months in the world, I think,
only time your mouth is when you go to the dentist.
Listen, man, every type of love fairy tale, I want to believe in it. So if it's saying like if me and my girl do that, then we're gonna be soul tied. I want to believe in that. So I hope that's what's really happening.
Just have a baby with her, bro. It's easier.
So what?
Just have a baby with her.
I ain't so tied to them.
I mean, technically, you kind of are, like, at least for 18 years.
No, not even. Not even. Who said I like them enough to be stuck with them for 18 years?
Well, I mean,
they might be out of here. They might be out of here for that. So you know.
Well, shit. Look, bro, I don't know, but
I might go
like
start me.
women's like one thing guys swear they want women to do is shut up more. While they're having their monthly time will be a good time to practice because they can use their mouth for what it was made for.
Oh,
Good day, sir.
I just don't feel like I need a blood tie to be soul tied.
Who is this talking?
It's Chanel.
Who is this? And how do they get so special they got to be on camera to talk? Like, what are we doing? Like, what feature did she pay for?
Apparently, you could be backstage and it'll still pick up.
Oh man, I hope not, because I was just backstage a minute ago. I hope I didn't pick up none of that.
Oh, we did. That's why I muted you.
And I was gonna ask, did you wash your hands? Because I didn't hear a sink.
Yeah, I definitely called a mute for this.
Yeah, I found out the hard way because we were doing something and I had gone backstage and I said something.
Before you start the story, who the fuck is that talking to us?
That's Chanel. She said Chanel.
Who?
It's Chanel.
Who is that?
You'll remember her.
Last week.
It's the semi-new girl.
No,
the semi-new. I'm literally the only Chanel that gets on here.
Listen, it's a lot of y'all. I know Mont, I know Lynette, I know Brad, I know Greg, I know Keisha, Kaylee, but the rest of y'all, you got to be on.
This is, I would say, at least her third time. She's almost a regular at this point.
Lynette been on here 20 times.
Yeah, Lynette's like OG. Okay, y'all, I got another video for y'all. Can you handle it? Okay, here we go.
That I didn't want. That's just the honest truth, right?
Hold on, I don't know why it starts immediately. Okay.
That I didn't want. That's just the honest truth, right? And if more people would just be honest about the fact that they have met good people, they have met solid people who would have been great partners in a relationship, but for whatever reason, it was just something about that person you just couldn't get with, and that's the reason why you didn't move forward. Most of us have met good people. That's what y'all really need to start talking more about online instead of who don't do what and what you can't get. You've met good people. Stop it. All right. And if you haven't, it's definitely something wrong with you. It's definitely something wrong with you. You are the problem if you've never met a good man. You've never met a good woman. You just didn't want them. You just didn't want them. Just keep it a buck. You just didn't want them. And for whatever reason it was that you didn't want them is your business, but you didn't want them, but you did meet them. You did. Stop it. Right? Like, I never get jealous when I see women get online and show the stuff that they man doing for them, because I look at said man and I know if I was put in the position for said man, I wouldn't have wanted him. I wouldn't have wanted him. So it's no way for me to be jealous of what he's doing when I know that I would have passed on him. And that's just the truth. Most of the time, the people who gonna treat you right, you just don't be wanting them. And I don't know what it is to that, but that's a real thing. It's a real thing. I'm not exempt from it. I'm sure some men who done met me and they was like, dang, she's such a dope girl, da 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 da. But if for whatever reason they didn't like me, it is what it is. That's life. But we gotta stop sitting up here and acting like you never met good people. All right, you never met a good man, never met a good one. Yeah, you did. You just didn't want them.
Man, I agree.
I don't see shit wrong with what she said.
I agree with everything she said.
Everything.
Yeah.
You're muted. You muted yourself. You're muted.
Who, me?
No wonder y'all couldn't hear me. I was saying that I can't stand when people use the good label as though good means synonymous with a good partner for you. Because I think that someone could be a really good person. Like, I could meet someone and be like, this is a good person. I'm actually going to refer Lynette to him. I think she'd be great for him. He might not be good for me. Or just because I don't want to be in a relationship with someone doesn't mean that they're not a good person. So I just personally have an issue with good, I have met a good person, or just because they treat you well doesn't necessarily mean that they are aligned with you. And I don't think people should feel bad about moving forward.
I think that when people say good, that's like synonymous. It's like it's kind of like how you've heard me say that sometimes I say women, but people speak in incomplete sentences because like the good is the part they don't say that's implied is like good for me.
Good for me.
But the problem with I think what she's saying is that a lot of women say they don't mean there's no good men out there.
Yeah.
But the part that they leave off is there's no good men that want me.
or good men that I want back.
Yeah, exactly. And again, if they don't say that part because it makes them face the uncomfortable part out loud that maybe the type of guy you want ain't for you. Like, you know how many men around here like, man, I want a big bubble butt Brazilian with silky wavy hair, thin waist, big ass, big titties, and all the other stuff. But then can't go get them, and then they settle, and you see what they have children with, and it's clearly not what they were aspiring to because they went and settled with their type. Like they dated across. Like y'all both shaped like chicken nuggets, and look at your babies now.
Not chicken nugget. You and this chicken nugget thing. You wild for that.
I order them 3 times a week for the kids, so I see them all the time.
So this is a beautiful, beautiful story. This man could not hear, and they found a device to allow him to hear.
Got it. Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear the sound of your own voice? Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Incredible.
Dr. Thank you so much. We're so excited. Thanksgiving's such a days, and I can call you on your cell phone now, baby, and you can talk to my dad.
Whoa, are you okay? Is that too loud?
No, not too loud. The boy that's annoying. You don't hear that? I have to hear it forever. Oh, there we go again, Doc. You know why this guy's smiling? Because he's probably dead, but he can't hear his wife's voice. Doc, please take it off. Help me, please.
Relax. This is a celebration. Trust me, from one married man to another, you'll get used to it.
I don't believe any word that came out of your mouth.
I really watched that one. I was like, oh, he got to hear. He said, make it stop.
That's so cold.
That's so
cold-blooded.
Cold.
That is so cold-blooded.
Did y'all not hear that lady's voice? That shit was annoying to me. And I don't need a hearing aid. Like this. Like what?
Oh my God.
Like,
But at the same time,
what is that?
Well, at the same time, she is dating someone that's deaf. So dating a handicapped person, I don't know, bro. I don't know. You might have to pick and choose your battles because
Good evening, Jacob. Glad to have you on the excuse me, in the comments. Nice to have you, sir.
Hey, Jacob.
Hey. I wonder if he got any wooden letters for Valentine's Day. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and set this one up.
That's fuck you.
Oh, sorry for the language.
TV.
Look at this house.
Well, come on, man. That's ridiculous. Wow.
And then filmed it proudly.
I was going to say something. Let me hold my phone.
That looks like if a natural disaster happened. You know how much time and energy it would take to do that much damage to a house?
She wasn't black, so we good then.
Oh, okay, I didn't see it. So look, thank God for
you. But she wasn't.
He trashed his boyfriend's apartment due to not receiving anything for Valentine's Day. I don't think any man could ever be with her for the history of time. If they
I understand domestic violence now. Like I understand it.
Now I see you upside down, baby. You sideways.
Wholeheartedly, I understand why men put their hands on women. Okay. Because that one I get it. If I'm the judge and he comes before my court and shows me that video, bro is getting off. Like
that is another level.
That's a whole nother level.
You know, if like Yonci, a lot of dudes want their girl stuff they've been seeing on Instagram, but so that shit got blocked, so they didn't get it. Like that's a real thing this year.
Wait, like they did what?
The president said, "Do not accept anything from China." for those 3 weeks. And a lot of stuff that you see, like, you know, like the mugs, all I'm saying, them forever flowers and shit come from over there. So that's why that stuff hadn't, like, maybe he ordered some stuff, but it didn't get here because of the, you know what I'm saying, Trump and these tariffs or whatever. But to do that to his house because she didn't get done for Valentine's Day, like, if I'm gonna say this, just so you can know how much I mean it. If it was my daughter, I would understand why her boyfriend beat her up.
The fact that she felt okay, first of all, the fact that she had time to do this means that he gave her access, which means they're in a serious relationship to the point where he's giving her access. The fact that she did this makes me think that she felt like this was just a temper tantrum to get a point across. Like the fact that she didn't realize this was a you are dead to me type of thing. Like this wasn't I slammed the door and walked out. That's wild. And then to record it. I'm like, that's wild. I'm triggering someone even.
That's something you can discuss with your man. The things that you would like if you in a relationship with him. What thing, you know, what holidays you celebrate?
We were discussed.
What yeah. But she, I mean, that means she never get gifts, or did he spoil her to the point where she expect to get every time something comes up? Like, I expect you to buy this. You better buy it.
But even if she expected that and was upset, that's one thing to be upset. To go to a level where you destroy someone's property, even if he cheated.
I don't think that was the first time it happened.
Yeah, his destruction or his not getting her gifts.
Like I think he saw that a long time ago. He just kept going with that same reason. Like,
he's beating him up. Trust me.
Yeah.
I feel like even if a person did something shady, like if he cheated on her, did whatever, I still don't like. I don't want to get outside of my character. I feel like punishment should be me walking away. You never get to see me again. I would never, even if the guy did something quote unquote bad, I would never want this to be, I would never want anyone to be able to say I did this. Like, I don't want anyone to ever make me mad enough to where I could do something to disrespect myself like that. Like, that's crazy.
No, I know men that would have tore her behind up. She would have never been able to step a foot in that house ever again.
That lady would be drinking. She would be driving herself around in a wheelchair with her mouth. Like, what are we talking about? Like,
yeah.
Did you see? Like, she flooded the floor. Like, dog.
Oh, I didn't even see the floor.
He destroyed his whole house.
Ripped up the headboard.
Listen,
the glass.
Over a Valentine's Day gift. That's crazy. That's nasty work. And you did both bedrooms too. So what if he has kids that come over? So now you done messed up the kids stuff too? Like, come on.
If you said her love language would be receiving gifts, it'll be receiving stitches. Like, what? Ain't no way, bro.
I don't condone violence, but shit.
I don't condone violence either, but I understand it.
Right.
Like, I understand violence.
Wait a minute. Avatar says she's getting gifted some hands. Happy anniversary to you.
Now, while I do not believe that a man should fight a woman with his full force and intention, I make exceptions for women like that.
Blondie said her love language must be receiving gifts. Wow, that's rest in peace, that relationship. All right, let's
rest in peace the girl.
I can't say that on the channel. Okay. Let's see. Did I show my okay? How many of you guys can relate to this one?
We should get some sleep.
Okay.
Good night. What are you doing?
Going to sleep.
I can't sleep when someone's touching me.
Are you being serious?
Oh, I don't joke about sleep.
We live together.
It doesn't mean we have to touch the whole time.
You're hugging a pillow.
It's not breathing on me.
But I want to sleep like spoons.
I'd rather be the only utensil in the drawer.
Didn't realize that was such a problem. Take the bed to yourself.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. All right, how many of you guys don't want to be touched when you're sleeping, when you're like going to sleep?
If I sleep with you, I have to touch you the whole time because I need to know you're still there.
I want to wrap my partner like a skin. Like I want to be encapsulated. If I could be a kangaroo and be in a pouch, I would when I go to sleep.
See, it starts off because I don't trust you. I need to make sure you're not walking up around my house stealing while I'm asleep. But like after I have feelings for you, it's because like I want to know you're there. Because like if you get out of bed and I don't like it, so it's like two different responses. You hop out the bed when I don't. I'm saying when we just doing whatever. I'm up thinking you're stealing, so I'm gonna check my security cameras and all of that. But like what I'm saying,
with someone that you think is stealing.
Well, I don't think they're stealing, but my default is if I went to bed and you were in bed with me, and I wake up and you're no longer in bed with me, I feel like you're trying to steal some of my nice shit for yourself. But then when I'm in a relationship, like don't get out of bed because I need to touch you the whole time. Like I feel like if I don't touch you, something's wrong. So I gotta put my feet on you or something on you. Like, and then I like spooning. Like in a relationship, that's cool. Because then, like,
I love spooning. I have a partner that's very affectionate. So kisses, spooning, rolling on top. I'm like, look, I'm menopausing. I just heating up. I can't. So sometimes I gotta go all the way to the other side of the bed, and then I'm back on his side once I cool down. I can't. But
it's so funny. Monte will like if I fall asleep on his arm. I've never seen someone who could stay and not move. Like he could stay there. His arm could be like blue, no circulation,
it's numb.
No, and will be like, okay. And I'm like, let me just sleep on a pillow because I don't want your arm to be. He's like, I'm all right. I could not. Once I'm uncomfortable,
Nah, I love spooning. I think spooning is the best thing, especially when it's cold in the house too.
Oh yeah.
You open up the windows and I love spooning. Spooning
it's
is
cool
the
to
best.
go to sleep that way, but I don't like staying asleep that way.
Eventually, you gotta move, get your
to the opposite sides.
You got a good 20 minutes from me.
Let me get some cool air.
Come on, man. Not 20 minutes. Gotta be longer.
Man, nah, 20 minutes and then I'm turning around like I get hot.
That is funny.
If we aren't touching and you come back and touch me, I think it's because you want some.
Oh, that too. I ain't gonna lie, that too. If we go separate ways and I roll back over, my hand reach over your whole body, that means that.
Okay, I gotta ask, ladies, have you ever pretended to be asleep and you weren't?
Yeah, the scoop. That's the scoop.
Y'all gonna get it regardless.
Wait, remember that episode where the girl was like, no consent? I don't think you were here, Nice. Were you here the episode where the girl was talking about? So this is what I was doing, the singles. I think it was a single.
I remember that.
I'm so glad she never came back. I'm so glad.
What did she say? It was like, if I'm asleep, don't initiate. So like if you have your partner, you might start kissing on her, whatever, while she's still asleep, but you waking her up to do or whatever. And she said, you cannot do that to me because I have not consented if I'm asleep. And we were like,
my panel that said that?
Yes, she joined our panel and said that.
She's paying men for sex now, so it doesn't matter. Like nobody's sleeping with that girl for free.
Tell me that's my bed. I'm gonna kick you out of the bed.
Like what? Like when she I wish you could have seen me when she said it. Like if you go back and find that episode
into her.
I was in rare form.
I think
that's hard. That's hard. That's hard. That's hard for me to be in rare form, bro. Because like it was just stupid. And then it's not like you're already super desirable anyway. Like it was just like it's like the logic. So my thing is always the logic for me, right? The logic based on your circumstances that are rooted in your reality. And hers just didn't make sense. And she was like, well, yeah, if I'm asleep, if I don't give you my verbal consent, don't touch me. Like, oh yeah, man, you should just go to a sex
and he was referring to somebody being your husband or boyfriend, and she was like, no. I was like, oh.
Yeah, no, she tripping. I can't be in a relationship with somebody like that. Like you gotta give me consent to if you sleep, whatever.
Your ass gonna wake up on the
consent if I'm asleep.
I kind of feel like if we've had sex one time, it's pretty much consent to do it whenever I want to at that point. Like that's like if you go out of town with someone, you fly somebody out, and then y'all have sex once, you kind of feel like the rest of the trip, you know what I'm saying? You can get it when you want to. Like now y'all walk around the room naked and shit, or your drawers. Like it's not like it's only like that one weird first time, and then after that, it's just like, hey,
yeah, open
the thing is, I see you over there slugging. Reach over and pick up that thing for me real quick. You know what I'm saying? Like stuff like that. But she was saying you got to get permission every time.
That's too many rules for me. Nope.
That's killing all the intimacy right there.
No, I don't think that I think that she may also have been a virgin too.
That's not even. I don't even think it's in a woman's nature to want you to ask. Like I don't think like it's just not. It's just like it just goes against everything that they like that. Like they fake sleep, so then they lift their butt up because they like they like to I don't know what it is, but
we don't lift our butt up. We take the one leg and put it over.
I don't know. Y'all do that little
or hey bro,
pelvis
or they do the thing where like they had on some clothes and you wake up like the next day, like where's your clothes? Like they done got all the way butt naked. Like they went to sleep in some cute, some boy shorts and a tank top, but then I'm hot, so now I gotta take this off, and then they scoot up on you like this feels different.
All right now, don't be telling it all right, I know we do. All right.
The only question you'll get asked is, "Are you asleep?" The answer doesn't really matter.
I'm not even asking, "Are you asleep?"
I'll ask to be courteous.
Oh no, you ain't gotta do that because this is one thing I know. If the heartbeat is down there, it doesn't matter. Because if the heartbeat is down there, that means the water park is on. If the water park is open, trust me, she is not going to be upset unless she doesn't like you or like it's something that you're paying by the hour. But like if the water park is open, it's okay to start stroking. Like no Bill Cosby.
You gotta have permission.
No, I don't. My permission is when you cross this threshold. I make
if
that
you're
part of my
not,
rule.
if you're not with that, go find one of them square dudes.
Yeah.
Get the hell out of my. That's for damn sure.
No, I don't care if it's my boyfriend. He better ask permission.
All right.
Please.
I'm over here trying to find some more videos for y'all. Y'all give me your videos if you have any that you want.
I had DM'd you a video earlier.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you said that, so I'll pull it up. Y'all, there's one. I'm gonna just tell you in advance. I'm sorry. It's one of those I had to see it, so you gotta see it. So that's what happens if y'all don't send me one. I'm gonna send it to you. Let's see. Here's my other. Okay. Let me take this one off the screen. Waiting for it to go over. Okay, there we go. I'm so wrong for this, y'all. I'm sorry in advance. It's gonna be taking forever. Okay, there we go. All right, y'all ready?
No.
That's the right answer.
Huh?
He said nope. This is somebody's auntie, y'all. I wish my family member would put something crazy. But it's the crazy eyes for me though. It's the y'all. I saw it. You had to see it. This is what I have to go through. I'm scrolling the content. I had to see it. You had to see it. Willie be getting all kind of videos. But you don't want to do that with video. With Willie, he'll find something way worse and make you regret.
Yeah, don't send me no bullshit because I'm gonna make you log off.
You'll ruin your whole algorithm.
I have videos saved just to ruin your algorithm.
That's terrible.
Oh, you like physical porn now, huh? Gotcha.
All right, here we go.
Check it at the door.
Dope.
Because you set the tone in the household. However you're feeling is going to determine how much anxiety she's having, and how much anxiety she's having is going to determine how much anxiety the children are having. But if you check you at the door, you never have that problem. How am I going to protect the house? How am I going to protect your emotion? How am I going to protect your spirit? I got to pray for you. I got to pray for you often. I got to pray with you, for you, and about you. Not in a way that says, God, please change her. But God, if this is the woman that you have for me, please adapt to me. Please give me the tools that's needed. And last but not least, as a man of the house, it's your job to be last. I always put you last. God, woman, children. And then woman, children, to put back first. You are built to carry way more than they are. That's why you carry all of them and they only carry you.
Well, there you have it.
I disagree with the first part. I don't think that's how that
Oh,
really works.
I disagree with the guy, woman, children part.
I think that women set the tone in the house, really, because men, for the most part, we good. Like we're not emotional. But if a woman is upset, if a woman is angry, she making everybody life miserable, which is why men say they want peace, right? We cool, we're fine, for the most part. Some of us are emotional, but a lot of women are neurotic, so they just be they energy. They'll just a woman will have some energy that'll just be like, "What's your problem?" She won't even say nothing. You just like, "What is your problem?" So the first part, I think is, I understand, like they say, the guy sets the tone, but you can try to set a tone. A woman can ruin it. She can ruin what you're trying to do. So, yeah, that's I agree with the second part though. I agree with, depending on the perspective, but I do think that you take care of yourself last as a leader. So
I didn't agree with that. None of that shit. None of it.
Willie looked like he was gonna throw his whole monitor. Oh wait, you're
Because
muted,
leaders
Willie.
have to become leaders and take care of themselves before they take care of their people. Like that's just a
I need
basic
to
principle of
first,
leadership.
because if I fall, it's a down step from that point.
Like if a
Everybody else,
leader, if your leader is not competent, capable,
right,
and prepared, then the people that he leads will be led to death. And like
right.
this is just like basic military doctrine. And then from the psychology of leadership, the leader doesn't get taken care of last. The leader has all of the responsibility because he has all of the authority. So he can delegate that authority, but he can never delegate that responsibility. So if his people fuck up, it's on him. That's why he's the one that gets the prize. Same thing with business owners compared to employees. But that last shit, that's dumb. A man doesn't go last in his house, and that bullshit order he gave is not in the Bible either. It's God, husband, wife, children. So just because you're the husband, you think that it's cool, right? You know what I'm saying? He on this saying Derek Jackson shit a little bit, but then he used a God flavor, you know what I'm saying, the pander behind it, whatever. But then the check me at the door shit, if I've had a fucked up day, I've had a messed up day, and I've been out here like slaying dragons, now I gotta put what I went through to the side just to come in because you may be in at home, man, that's dumb. And that pushes that same narrative like where guys aren't supposed to talk to each other, they're supposed to express themselves and just bottle shit in. Like I think content creators like him are probably some of the most disgusting humans on Instagram. Like
Willie, I'm gonna give you pushback on that one. So, for example, right, if you own a business,
I'm listening.
Let's say you got 10 employees, and it's going bad right now. Who gets paid first?
I do, because I have to pay them.
Well, you don't get paid first. You take that out of the business, right?
But that's me. The business is mine, so I get paid first.
All right. So look. All right. So let's say you have a restaurant. You got or whatever, right? And the business has money sitting inside of a bank account. You get paid out of that bank account, and everybody else also gets paid from that business bank account.
Right.
Who gets paid first?
Me. Name one business that's going to pay their employees and then not pay themselves.
Now, hold on. Now, let's say you don't have the money to pay yourself and them. Who do you pay?
I'm getting paid. That's how businesses work. You can't name a business that doesn't do that. Now, is it the right thing to do? Obviously not. But that's not. You can't name a company when they don't have enough money for their bonuses. They lay off 1,000 people, and we're talking about for bonuses. Like that's basic business. Like the business. That's why it's
I don't
at-will
know,
employment.
bro. You got to get somebody their salary, bro.
You don't at all.
Nah. So
You
you don't have to get somebody for what they work for.
Right.
Let's say
You don't have to.
I got an
but then when
hourly.
you don't, they have the legal recourse to come sue you for it. Right. But then what do you do? You file for bankruptcy. Like we have a president who's done it 16 times.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
no.
okay. So all right. So we're talking in the ethically, right? And I guess this is my opinion. I know that if I'm running a business,
right,
and I've made contractual agreements with certain people, I'm gonna pay you. I'm gonna give you your money. You never gonna look at me like, yo, boy, didn't give me my money. Don't go work for him. He don't pay his people. I'm gonna give you your money, and I'm gonna be the one that I'm gonna be hurting before if I made an agreement with you. That's just me, right?
That's good people.
Right.
Like I would do the same thing. I have no issue doing. I've done it a time or 10. But the point is, for your example, the business does not come last. Neither does the business owner. For example, say there's enough money where you can pay a person, employee, you can pay your employees his salary, and he needs it to go get his kid operation. But if you pay them, you don't have enough money to get your kid an operation. Do you think that any business is going to let their child not get the operation? Like that whole put yourself last because you're the head of the household shit is dumb. Like that whole idea doesn't lead to anything but men who or end up being quietly depressed, killing themselves, or end up leaving or beating their women and going through all these downward spirals, the shit that men go through. Like that's crazy. Like
so
you
I'm
even
gonna give you
no
another
one
example.
in my house gets a plate before me.
I'm gonna give you
Nobody.
another example. Right? So you got enough money, right? For your kids to kind of go to have opportunities. So let's say whatever you got enough money for him to go to football practice and kind of do what he got to do, or you can either do something else with that money that pertains to your personal health. So I guess my question is, will you sacrifice yourself for your son or your children to grow up and be great people?
Of course, that's not what we're talking about putting yourself last. That's not a sacrifice. That's putting yourself. You're not prioritizing yourself. That's two different things. So the goalpost, like what he's talking about, is a man being last.
Make sure you straight first before you take care of everybody else.
That's like saying you put your kids before you put your wife, which is crazy. You can't do that. Like no marriage will last when the kids come before the wife. None of them will. Like that's how you raise entitled kids.
I guess we're talking about two different things. So I'm talking about the overall, like, I know that I have kids, so since they didn't ask to be here, it's my responsibility to make sure that they grow up to be good people, right? They didn't ask to be here. I gotta make sure they eat. I gotta make sure they got shelter, all that type of stuff. In terms of me, I made choices in my life, and one of my choices was for them to be here, and they didn't have a choice.
Right.
But I do agree that I can't have my mental messed up and be able to like take care of everybody else. But I'm making sure that my mental is good because ultimately I have to take care of everybody else. So it still always comes back to them, if that makes sense. Like a lot of times men, if we don't have a family and we don't have like a woman and we don't have people to count on, sometimes we let ourselves wither away. But if you have somebody, people that you're leading, I do think that you end up being better for them. Or like you might get a woman and you end up wanting to be better for her. But I do think that I have to take care of myself in order to take care of everybody else, and I have to be an example for my kids. So when I walk in the house and I hang up my coat and I hang up my stuff, they gonna hang up their coat, they gonna hang up their stuff. So I totally understand that, but I guess I'm thinking in like the overall, like I want my son to be stronger than me, faster than me, smarter than me, everything that times two, everything that I am. That then I'm complete if he is. So I guess that's the perspective that I'm coming from.
Yeah, but that's not refuting the point that I made or defending his assertion either. I understand what you're saying because you're saying, hey, I emulate what I want my children to imitate. And you've pointed out that as with any child with any man, the only person in life who will always want him to do better than him is his father. So there's no argument there. But the idea, what bro said was that you put yourself last. If you had a messed up day, you gotta leave that shit outside. Because when you go in the house, the anxiety that you gonna give. No, she needs to control that shit too. She's a grown
That's
adult.
gonna make it worse right there.
Yeah, he's acting like these women are just some sort of insane, mindless robots that, oh my God, I don't know how to keep my anxiety together because my man had a bad day. But again, it does play into the narrative that it is never safe to come home and talk to your woman because people say shit like this. Like, you had a bad, we're human. So men should be allowed to have bad days too. Me having a bad day has never stopped me from showing up for my kids, showing up for my women, or anything like that. It's never happened because I put those things to the side. I had a bad day, cool. It's not my woman's fault I had a bad day. My kids don't feel it. My parents, anybody who depends on me won't feel it. But I'm not putting myself last because too many people count on me. So what he said is directly counterproductive to that fact that when you have people counting on you, you can't put yourself last. Paying someone last in the business is not the same thing as what he was talking about. It's like I can't expect you to show up for your babies if you're not taking care of them. If your mental not right, you're not going out here slaying dragons, you're not getting to a bag. I can't expect you to be a husband to your old lady. I couldn't expect Yonci to be a wife to her to Monte if her mental isn't right. So I don't think that there's ever a time when a man who is the one, because if not trying to be funny, but if for some of y'all may play chess, the queen protects the king. It's not the other way around. The king is the most important piece on that board for a reason. So you don't put him last, ever. You sacrifice everything to protect the king. So the household should be doing the same thing.
Yeah, I think I get it. I think everybody like really believe in the same thing. We just kind of like talking about different parts of it. But like, I do believe that a man should check stuff at the door, but at the same time, you shouldn't have to check nothing at the door because you're a man. Like, so like for example, like I don't have to try to not tell my girl that like, yo, I'm having bad months in business. Like, we having bad months. Like, I don't have to try to tell her that. I know that she can't handle that, so I'm not going to tell her that. You know, I'm just going to be like, I'm gonna make sure that she don't, she don't. I'm not about to be stressing and all emotional because my business is whatever is going on, right? Because I don't know, men, we're not emotional. I think women need to be told to check stuff at the door because they're not going to check stuff at the door, but we're going to inherently just do it because we already know better. Um, so like, cause you ever hear about like how men used to be in the 70s and the 80s, like whooping on their family. You know how many times I hear stories and somebody like, yeah, my dad just used to beat me all the time. He was a very angry person. I think he might be talking about people like that. I've never experienced that, but I hear it all the time, like where parents used to get drunk and they used to just beat on their family. I think maybe he's talking about maybe like those type of men. In that instance, yeah, them niggas need to check it at the door. But I think
That dude speaks for men in general, and he's all, and it's the crazy thing, right? He pandered for pussy with the vagina with the Bible, and he always has some like Bible verse angle for the silly shit that he says. Like when I don't use this word lightly, but when I tell you I hate him and content creators like him, like I abhor them. Like if I could be a social media czar and deplatform people, I will let girls have OnlyFans and leave them alone and will be deplatforming guys like that. Like that rhetoric is so dangerous to men. Yeah. It's so dangerous to men. And then two, you know it, dude. If you look at his following, you'll see it. It's Derek Jackson with a Bible out.
Okay.
Less muscles and less hairline.
Yeah. I don't know. I definitely believe in a balance, like when it comes to these things. And my ideology is like I'm I'm gonna always get everybody else gonna have everything before I have everything. But of course the basics, like I need to have my mental right and all that type of stuff. But I'm gonna make sure that everybody is living good before I'm living good. Like you're not gonna see me with no chains on and all that type of stuff before you see my girl with a big rock on her finger. Like that's the perspective that I'm coming from. But I think everybody else agree though. But I understand what you're saying of like, cause y'all thinking that he's saying something that I guess I didn't hear. In terms of like just more pandering to women. Um, but yeah, I agree. I did disagree with the first part. I think it's more so women's. I feel like women can really ruin a tone of a household with their attitude, and that's why this whole be his peace thing is even a thing, because women like to ruin the energy in the house. So yeah.
There's a Bible verse that says it's better to sleep naked outside in the cold or something like that than to share a home with a quarrelsome woman. And those Bible verses exist for shit like this. Like, and then just the simple fact, bro, like the order is in the Bible is, God, man, woman, children. So he just tried to like use that Derek Jackson pandering version or whatever for his point, bro. Come on, man. I can't. Ugh.
Yeah, before I went to like therapy, that was like one of the issues that we kind of had was like, I'm like, yo, your energy is throwing everything off, and she like, well, technically you the man, like you the one who supposed to dictate the energy, and I'm like, I'm not doing nothing. It's like you're the one who energy is like, So before we went to therapy, that was kind of like one of the things we ended up kind of having to get to the bottom of, but a lot of times it be the women be, and a lot of times it be from like a communication error, like something that they're not telling you or something that they haven't figured out, you know, what actually is the cause and the root of what you're dealing with. So yeah, I don't think that's typically, but also I don't date niggas, so I don't know what the men be like. I just know what I be like. So I don't know.
Yeah. Like it's how crazy it is for you. You provide a lifestyle for a handful of people, and then to think that you come last. Like no, that's to the victor go the spoils. Uh, everything that my family gets is because of me, and and they benefit because of the hard work that I've done. So no, I'm not coming last to anybody. It'll be gotta get his 10%, cool. My wife will get some, she'll get her stuff, and then the kids get what they want. But please believe, in between God and my wife getting her stuff, I've got mine. Like, seriously, you can't, like, nobody eats. So, say for example, right, it's the Christmas time, and both sides of our family are at my house. So it's got my family, like my mom, my dad's side, so all them crazy people, and then like her mom and her dad's side, all them people all come to my house. I promise you won't nobody in that home get a plate before I do. Daddy, granddaddy, great granddaddy, none of them. Because at the end of the day, it's my house. I provide that for them. So one of the things that happens in my house is whoever pays for this shit eats first. I've never seen my father not get his plate before everybody else. Ever. I never saw my grandfather not get his
I
plate
dig
before
that.
everybody else.
I would never let nobody else get a plate before me, but in general, I let my kids eat first. But in terms of like, if other people at my house, we got a gathering, oh no, nobody, no, especially no other man is eating before me. Um, but in terms of my kids, I prefer to like, cause I just believe like I did all this for them. Like, if I went out and I went and got food, I got it for you. Of course, I gotta eat too, but I got it for you. So most of the time, my kids don't even be seeing me eat. Like, my kids don't even be seeing me eat. Like, I get them their food and I take care of me later. But I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
I dig it.
the kids eat with the kid at the kids table. So like the kids eat, that's cool. But my plate is already in front of me. I'm not gonna eat before anybody else does either. But my plate is set in front of me before everybody else gets theirs. We eat together, but as far as who gets their plate first, it's always gonna be me. Like kids, handicapped uncles, almost dead grandmothers, everybody's waiting. We eat at the same time, but I'm still getting my plate first. Like there's no flex in that type of respect, especially for the like. And this, even if it was a regular lifestyle, bro. Like I was a 9 to 5 guy that's going to work a flat 40 to come home and provide for a family. It would still be the same, even without all the extra shit we do now. Like it'll never be a time when like I walk in my house and I'm like, okay, let me put everybody else first while I'm inside this house, and I'll deal with my shit when I leave. Like that'll never. That is damaging to tell. It's like even the young men who are listening to shit like that. That's so damning to tell them because it basically gives a message. To me, it gives a message like, oh yeah, man, whatever you got going on ain't matter. Go take care of that woman, and that's the type of stuff that I find it hard to believe that. Damn. My bad. I find it hard to believe that a man would tell his son to think that way if he also had a father himself.
Like, you know, I guess I agree with you. I guess I agree with you because like I'ma always take care of my woman when it comes to like mentally and stuff like that because I'm good. So it's not like I gotta get good. I'm always good. Like I can't even imagine like real actual depression like with me. It just to me it feel like a privilege to be depressed. So I don't. Yeah, I guess I agree with you because I gotta be right for her to be right, but I'm always good. Don't nobody gotta tell me about my mental state. Like so.
Well, when we used to be like hunter gatherers, right? You know why the men got the first dibs on they got the big piece of chicken, the big brontosaurus rex bone, because they had to have the energy to go out there and provide and get food. Like it's not much different now. Like if not trying to be funny, but you know why LeBron James gets star treatment? Because he's the best player on the team. Without them, that team is irrelevant. Without LeBron James, the Lakers don't. And even with Luka there now, which I think was the stupidest shit that's ever did. even with that, he gets special treatment because he is him for that organization. In your household, you are him. Like so, it's your woman should even. If she doesn't understand that, that's a problem because that's when that means that she got to get her shit together. She should be the one like, you know what? This little bullshit argument I had with my cousin today ain't even worth talking about because I'm pretty sure he already had a stressful day or whatever's going on with me and my sister. You know, I keep that between me and him or me and them until, you know, I can talk to him about it, whatever. Because like he said, I do agree that if a woman a upset woman is the fastest way to ruin a household. I've lived it a time or 10, and I'm telling you it's the truth. Like a woman will throw off the entire household just because of her attitude and whatever it is she got going on internally. So when bro said that, I couldn't argue with that part. But when he said, well, and now but you can't talk to her because you got to leave shit outside, that was stupid. Like women are the ones that need to understand that because that's part of being feminine. Like that nurturing, supportive spirit that they have naturally, like that superpower they have. That stuff that they can say, we don't get to concern ourselves with like worrying about, oh my God, I can't go tell my woman that I had to kill 3 Tyrannosaurus Rexes today and the Triceratops broke down, so I had to ride the pterodactyl to work. Like they don't care about shit like that. Did you bring home meat for us to eat or not? If yes, cool, you get some booty tonight. If not, you got to go back outside and bring some more meat home. Here's a lunch, go back out there and do it. But it's never going to be a point in time where men are coming second in their households, unless it's like in a lesbian house, and then one of them's not really a man anyway.
Willie, let me ask you a question. If you don't have a lot of food, right? Let's say it's a zombie apocalypse, right? Mm-hmm. You got your kids and you got your woman and you, who eats first? Like, let's say y'all don't have enough food.
Me, who can go out there and get more food?
Let's say y'all stuck inside of somewhere where you can't go out anywhere.
So listen, the answer is still going to be me because I'm responsible for everybody. That's my point. So I have to be able to defend you. I have to be able to go out and keep these zombies from biting you and turning your ass into a zombie. Now, as a leader, I may be like, hey, your mama not going to make it. So we're either going to eat your mom or let the zombie eat your mom as bait. And then I'm going to take the kids. But at the end of the day, I'm trying to explain to you, bro, like even in the military, you know why we spend so much money in the military? Because they defend us. Like,
who gonna be the last person to live?
Well, shit, hopefully me, because I'm the one protecting people. Now, if it comes to like, oh damn, what?
If you the last one standing, then you're not protected. Then you're not protecting everybody else.
That's the point. Like, so this one, follow me for a second. My first priority is to make sure my kids live, right? Say the zombies catch me and then I can't save them. My entire purpose is now null and void. But I still tried to make sure I was successful in protecting those kids with the decisions that I made. If that's why, like I say, captains go down with their ship, right? But you know what captains don't do? Captains don't make sure that their people on the ship get fed first. They don't make sure that their people are getting, the extra uniforms they want. The captain is responsible for the ship and everything that happens on it. So if everybody else can leave, like the woman she said, you know what, man, this is how the apocalypse shit ain't for me. I'm taking the kids and I'm bouncing. Cool. I guess what she can do? She can go find somebody else protection and provision, a new captain ship to ride. I got to stay and die with mine because what men do. So if I'm in my house and I'm trying to keep people out of here like these zombies eating my kids, and oh God, Lord forbid, my son don't listen to me. He go out the balcony and get snatched by a zombie. That's not what did I do? He didn't listen to me. Or, women don't like to listen or submit a lot of the times. So I say, hey, get your ass away from that window. Them zombies got long tongues. They can stab you and turn you into a zombie. But Chanel want to go over and be nosy anyway, and they turn her ass into a zombie. Guess what? That's not my fault. I did my job. But at the end of the day, I'm still responsible for that shit. And she didn't listen to me, that's on her. If I said Aiden, my son, like, hey, take your ass over there and not do this, and he doesn't do it and turn into a zombie, bro, I still did my job. I'm still eating first because I've got to defend them. Like,
no, Willie, I dig what you're saying, right?
Time out for a second. We're trying to see if Chanel she's trying to say something, but between the Flintstones and the zombie apocalypse, she wasn't heard. So, Chanel, go ahead. Don't lose your point, Mont, but she was trying to say something. We couldn't hear her.
Yeah, her mic isn't connecting.
God, I want to pay somebody to take his page down so bad. I hate him.
Okay, go ahead, Mont. We couldn't hear. She's having technical.
I don't speak sign language.
I can really help you. Nah, I was gonna say like I dig all of that, right? But if it's my job to stay alive so that I can keep you alive, because ultimately my job is to keep you alive, then I can't be the last one standing, because then I didn't do my job. Like,
yes, you can.
So what I'm saying is,
if you're not the last one standing, who else is gonna protect those kids?
What you say?
Like, I'm not trying to be, but those kids can't protect themselves.
They have a better off. So if the whole idea is for me to keep them alive, right?
No.
So that they can.
No, the whole idea is for you to stay alive so you can keep them alive.
Okay, so that's a good strategy, right? Because the goal is to make sure that my kids have the greatest chance of survival, right?
No, that's not the goal. That's not the goal at all. The goal is to survive. And in order for your kids to survive, you have to survive because they are dependent on you for the. Yes, it is. Name one zombie apocalypse movie where kids do anything other than get people killed. Like, so your children are 100% dependent on your survival.
All right, so look, Willie. So if I survive, if I'm the last person standing, what is the chance that my kids survive? If they're dead and I'm alive, 0, right?
No, it's significantly. Do you know how easy it'd be to survive a zombie apocalypse by yourself?
Hold on. No, I'm saying, what are the chances that my kids survive if I'm the last person standing? That's a 0% chance, right?
No, if you're the last person standing, you mean like, did you protect your children and they survive, or like you killed all the zombies?
I'm just saying, like, what are the chances that the goal of my children surviving? What are the chances that they survive if I'm the last person standing and they're dead?
Oh, I got you.
It's
so
0, right?
In the military, we call that a secondary objective. Your primary objective is survival.
Is it working now?
So your primary objective is survival. Everything after that, your wife surviving is a different objective. Keeping the family whole is a different objective, and then that has the objectives that fall under that too. The number one objective though is for the person, like say you're protecting the president. Your goal is to make sure the president survives, right? But there is no president right now because it's you and your kids and your wife. The goal is survival. The primary way that happens is if you survive. I'm not trying to be funny, but this sounds so fucked up. But in these situations, like y'all seen A Quiet Place or any other movies where it's like a family getting chased by monsters. Not until this feminine shit started, the women typically were kind of in the way. Like they didn't do anything helpful in the movie until 2010, and they wanted the women empowerment shit. But before that, there was zombie food. They're just walking zombie food and in the way or whatever, right? You're saying it's a casualty of war at some point. So for me, I feel like Zombie Apocalypse, she got one time not to listen to me, and then she's zombie bait.
Like, yeah, because that's a breach of contract. I get that she breaching the contract.
So I was
Kids too.
also raised the same way, and I thought that was a Southern thing. I mean, I haven't really analyzed too many households up north. It's very different here. People are weird, just saying. But I watched my father get fed and served first, and if he wasn't home, his wife would often like make his plate and then like put it away, put it in the oven, put it in the microwave, whatever. And of course, if there was like extra food or someone didn't eat, he would get whatever extras were left. So when I was younger, I didn't understand it, but it also was so normalized that it wasn't something that any of us really questioned. And now that I'm older, it just became a part of, again, life, and even if I'm like dating or in a relationship, and this is something more, so I feel like it's more of a husband thing. But if I'm serving anybody, if I make them food, I just naturally feed them first because I'm cooking for them. So
it don't matter anymore. Women don't cook anymore. So next
I just said I cook.
Do you understand?
Yeah. Next topic, guys. Next topic. We got a break. Next topic.
Women don't cook.
All right, let's get into it. All right,
guys, do we understand the basic premise though of like the kids surviving? Do we understand that?
What was it, Mark?
What you said?
Do we understand like the basic premise of like we want our kids to survive and live longer than us? And I will live up.
We cut out
when it comes down to like the idea, right? What y'all say?
You had cut out.
You was breaking up, bro. Yeah.
Oh, when it comes down to the zombie apocalypse idea, right? If I'm the last person that survives, right? Y'all hear me?
You did your job. You accomplished your objective, which was to survive.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Mike. You survived. No one else did, but you still survived.
That's not my goal. Wasn't for me to survive. My goal was for my kids to survive. And if all three of us survive, awesome, right? But if I'm the last person standing, then I did not necessarily do my job. Now, if I die and my kids are still alive, there is still a chance that they will survive.
They're unprotected.
There's no chance they survive if I'm the only one.
They about to fall as well. Yeah.
This is what I hear him say. It's like the scene from the Titanic where there's just the one door and he's got to sacrifice himself and hopefully Rose gets a chance to live. Is that what you're saying? When it comes down to it, you're saying let them carry on.
That is exactly what I'm saying.
And that's
exactly what I'm saying. So
that's way worse because now you left your kids without protection.
So you let the kids die and go, I'm going to survive.
But
it makes some more kids.
Exactly. I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to be funny at all, but I'm just going. I'm approaching this logically. Y'all are talking about emotional shit. Logically, the objective is to survive. However the fuck that happens, my goal, if so, okay, for example, so I'm on a island and it's Chanel, Yonci, 3 other women, and then like 2 incapable men, right? 2 other incapable men. And there's a zombie apocalypse on there. The best part about being a man is with groups of men, we establish hierarchies damn near instantaneously. Like, so we will know he is the leader. So cool, I'm the leader now. Y'all doing what I say. If you don't, you're going to die. I think in history, if you didn't listen to the leader, they killed you to set an example for everybody else. So I have to do that though. I just feed you to a zombie. Boom. So now it's one incapable dude, me, and then y'all. My goal as the leader is to survive with as many people as possible. That's my primary objective. Now, I will tell you this. I'm also the primary person of that primary objective. Now you say you put me and my kids there. I feel like my kids are very capable. My oldest two sons are, combatives, black green belts, boxers, and they can all shoot. So I feel like they have a chance. But these youngest two, they're zombie food, 1,000,000,000%. I just know it because they're 8. They're going to die. I accept that. I want to keep them alive as long as possible because I'm their father. That's the right thing to do. But at the end of the day, a zombie is definitely going to eat my son like he was a pizza roll. There's nothing I can do about that. But now, with their mom.
It was crazy.
I'm with their mom. I'm like, okay, cool. Now it's just me and her. We're the last 2 survivors. Do you think that lady's going to outlive me? I assure you she's not. So I tried to keep people there, but the number one goal was for me to survive because I'm responsible. I'm the one that can go in. I can protect her. I can protect them. I have to survive. I can also find another woman on an island who's not zombie infested, and I can make more kids. So, not trying to be funny, but I guess at the middle of a zombie apocalypse, I'm definitely team F them kids because you've seen the movies. You got to be quiet. Kids can't be quiet to save their life. Like you can't. There's nothing like. There's no way you can relate this to make what he said makes sense about dudes being last. Like, there's nothing. And we went far-fetched to a zombie apocalypse. And I entertain the shit because, okay, cool, it's relatable. But
Willie, I think we got down to like the nitty-gritty, which is you just want to make more kids. You like fuck them kids.
Whoa. That's not what it is. I'm only approaching this logically. I don't want to make any like new kids in a zombie apocalypse. How the fuck? I don't like raising kids today. You think I want to raise kids where it's like a zombie apocalypse outside? Like now they got to worry about catching COVID, SARS, RSV, AIDS, and whatever the zombie virus is. I'm cool, bro. Like that's not a world I want to live in.
But essentially, you said I'd rather them be dead if I'm not going to be alive to protect them.
Yes, I think that would be much better off if I can't protect them to leave them to die. Like they're going to die anyway. That's the one constant.
That's not a fact.
Not the way because they're gonna die anyway.
They're going to die anyway. Would I rather them die before or after me?
So my question, Willie, would you tell them first before you feed them to the zombie, or would you just do it? Like, would you have a logical conversation like, "Hey,
would you want me to tell you first?"
No, I'm asking you for your kids because we're going back into the scenario. Put yourself in the scenario, right?
No, I'm not telling them shit. I'm not telling them nothing.
If you're watching this, kids, be prepared. I'm gonna say, don't let there be a zombie apocalypse.
As the 2 kids you said that know how to shoot, know how to fight, know how to like defend themselves.
Listen,
I don't know if I can throw my siblings to zombies.
My kids are all logical. My children were raised the same way I was. Logical, to be logical and not emotional. They understand.
Tell me I'm gonna feed you to a zombie. We gonna fight.
Yeah, you know why this is so funny to me? You know why it's so funny to me? Because this reminds me of like one of them memes where it's like when the cops come and catch y'all and they caught you, and then you call your homie like, yo, they got us.
That's messed up.
That's how Willie gonna be.
Y'all plural.
When the zombies get him, he gonna be like, oh, they got me. They got me. They might as well eat us all.
Listen,
they gonna eat good tonight, y'all.
That's not how it's gonna be at all. Because I understand, like, there's certain in my life there have been certain times where, like, hey, I've had to go and do some shit because of my team or whatever was in trouble. Just on say in my time in the military. But what I will tell you is this: everything that I just said holds true too.
If Willie's going down, we're all going down. Is basically what you're saying.
That's not basically what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that if I go down, you guys have already all went down. That's what I'm saying.
And then 2 more capable men. I was like, oh, I'm probably gonna feed myself to a zombie. That just don't sound like a good combo, right now.
Yeah, you basically saying like, listen, if I get bit by a zombie, come on, let's all get bit by zombies because y'all can't survive without me.
That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is, if I've been bitten by a zombie, it's because y'all already all have.
But sometimes they can sneak attack and bite you. You didn't even know.
First of all, I'm not getting sneak attacked by no zombie. That's wild.
Was this a poll question tonight that I missed?
Right. This was
what we doing here.
Video.
I hope the zombies ain't coming.
Kudos to, he said Nino Brown hold up the kids for a shield. I cannot. Okay, so I have a little thing for y'all. Hold on a second. Where's my little button? There we go. Okay, why is this a thing? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why is this a thing? Take it all in. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
I swear, y'all just try to make sure, like, anytime anything that we enjoy, it becomes a problem. Like, come on, let's.
How is it that y'all can live somewhere and don't say because the woman moves it all the time? It could be. I've seen my dad do it. I've seen everyone, and it be in the same spot for like 30 years. Why do men ask, "Where is the ketchup? Where are the benches?"
Where is anything? And it could be in the same spot that they put it last.
Well, because we ask you, because we assume that you know, and we trust you to tell us. It's a trust thing for us.
And we usually do.
There are a lot of women who say that there's weaponized. You heard this shit out, weaponized incompetence, and there are a lot of situations in which men can take on almost childlike qualities where they're having to be a mothering, where it's like the ketchup's where the ketchup has been for the last 13 years. See, I knew a guy would make that comment. That's why I already said it. Don't say it's moving it. So y'all be moving stuff.
It's like this is the same reason why y'all like. Well, you can. I see the way you guys communicate when you're playing the game because we listen to people that actually want to help us win, and don't want to argue and ask questions, and they actually focus on the actual task at hand. We have 4 people moving in the same direction to go do. We got to cover 400 yards, making sure we stay behind cover to not get hit by this sniper. Y'all want to talk to us about emotional shit that there's no right answer to.
And you still don't know what a ketchup is after 10 years.
We don't have to. It's what we have you for.
No, man. But that is not something that we want to use our bandwidth for. Like, we could be off doing laundry. We could be
to answer where's the ketchup.
It's the fact that we shouldn't have to tell a person who lives in that house.
Wait, we can't say shouldn't. Remember, we can't say shouldn't. You just don't want to. Because we shouldn't have to. If that's the case, then we shouldn't have to put it somewhere that we'll see it.
Here's the question. If I have a box that is 5 pounds and I ask you to come downstairs and around the corner and pick up a box that is 5 pounds and move it 2 feet, you're not going to be like, man, knowing good and doggone well I can easily lift 30, 40, 50
We
pounds.
didn't ask you to come get the ketchup. We asked you where it was. Keep the goalpost static, please.
So I think the point is the fact that it's like right in front of him.
Well, Yonci, how heavy is a trash bag?
Like right on the door.
Don't get me started.
Yonci, how heavy is a trash bag?
Don't get me started. It is called completing a task, seeing a task through. That would be weird if Chanel took a dish, put it in the water, got it all soapy, and then just set it down. And she was like, I started the dishes. And now there's a soap filled.
That's not the same thing at all.
It is literally the same thing as taking out the trash and then not replacing the bag.
You have literally just highlighted the difference in the way men and women communicate. Jacob, I ask you, where's the ketchup? You'll say in the refrigerator. You ask Yonci where the ketchup, she won't say where it is, but she'll get up and go get it. That's not what you ask her to do. You just ask her for information. You didn't ask her to complete a task. She took it upon herself to get up and go.
No. I was responding to when Mont said, how heavy is a trash bag? Which I inferred that he is talking about men starting the task of taking out the trash and not finishing the task to complete.
I'm talking
put
about
the ketchup back in the same place.
I'm talking about why can't you just take the trash out?
So if there is a task that we have agreed ahead of time is a gender role, then that would be the understanding. Now, if you're gone, that's one thing. But if we have an agreement that I do the laundry and that you do the trash, I'm going to ask you because that is an expectation that we have set.
There is an agreement that you keep the checks and balances of where everything is in that kitchen. That is an agreement.
Thank you. You buy the groceries.
Okay, but if somebody knows where, if somebody creates the system, that's like you saying, I go to work and Chanel is responsible for the office supplies, and the pens are in the exact same spot every single time. And every Tuesday you come in and say, Chanel, where are the pens? And she's like, same spot they were last time, second shelf in the thing, in the big bin with pencils.
Yeah, especially if it has labels on it. That's the worst.
Right. If you did it
if
at
you're
work,
dating
you would
someone
be
who's really
fired.
organized like that,
Oh,
and
so the assumption is he's looking for it instead of asking you a question. Like
I
swear.
don't offend your gender just
Y'all
because.
have the
it's
worst
not that
dog
we're not going to
ever.
answer it, because trust me,
Yes.
I've answered it several times. It does get annoying when you answer it for like the 80th
I
time.
don't let my children
And the
ask
only
those
time it moves,
questions.
especially if I'm organized, is when you put it on the opposite side of the refrigerator for
Let's
some
not
odd
pretend like
so
shit that gets
the
annoying because
reason-
you have to do it over and over again. Because we have to pick up your hair and shit because y'all shed worse than a puppy does.
Oh
How did
Lord.
we go from shedding
You know
hair?
how easy
I don't
it
really
is
care
for you
for
to
hair,
park on
but
the curb and
I
not
get
hit
what you're
and
trying
to
to
not
say.
scratch the rims?
Brad,
Do
you haven't
know
good
how
evening
easy
tonight,
it is
man.
to let us know that you need gas before you run out? Do
Chanel,
you know
I'm gonna
how
go and
easy it
ask
is
that
to not run up our
What did
insurance
he say?
because you're a
Stay
bad
on
driver?
topic. We're talking about where's the ketchup.
I'm gonna ask
Listen,
ChatGPT.
listen, Yonci,
We're
Yonci,
talking
this is the
about y'all.
problem.
Why
The
do
goalposts
men
y'all keep
ask
moving.
where the
So don't
ketchup
think you need to
is?
come on here just because you're on camera now and
Where-
start making up points
Willie,
that nobody else was
Do you
defending.
lose the ketchup in your house?
What?
Do you lose the ketchup in your house?
Fuck no, I'm the only person who lives
This
here.
doesn't pertain to you.
Okay, Chanel.
Wait. So it doesn't pertain to me because I don't lose the ketchup. So because it
Because the
doesn't
question is
involve me, I
about where-
can't talk about it. Remember you made that point because you're not gonna have a whole lot to talk about in a second.
Okay, here's what ChatGPT says. I said, why do men ask where the ketchup is in their own house? And this is what ChatGPT says. Men often ask where the ketchup or other common items in their house are for a few possible reasons. Selective attention. Men focus on what's in front of them, and may not scan their surroundings as thoroughly as women do. If the ketchup isn't in plain sight, they might not think to move things around to look for it. 2, learned dependence. If you're used to someone else like a partner or mom, it says, knowing where everything is, they default to asking rather than searching. Big reason why women get annoyed. 3, cognitive load differences. Women often manage household logistics, keeping mental tabs on where things are. I think Willie said that. Men may not track these details as distinctively. 4, efficiency over effort. Men feel it's quicker to ask than to search, especially if they believe the person they're asking already knows the answer. 5, comfort and bonding. In some cases, asking is just a way to engage in conversation with their partner, even if they could find it themselves. It's not that they're incapable. Keyword, it's often a mix of habit, perception, and efficiency.
So Yonci, can I ask you a question? So is it weaponizing competence when I gotta open up your door?
No,
You don't
because
know how
we're
to open
not
up
we're
a
not
door?
saying that we don't know how to do it.
Oh,
But you
So,
won't
what
do
if-
it.
so we're saying that we can look all over for the ketchup.
Uh-huh.
We don't want to look all over for the ketchup. We want you to tell us where the ketchup at.
But Mom,
the same
why
way
would you
want me
have
to
to
open
look?
the door?
Why would you have to look all over? Do you lose your keys every day?
Yes.
Why?
Sometimes. I used to lose my keys a lot.
What? First of all, for Mont, his key is a goddamn credit card. So like his key is a card. It's easy to lose his key. And then okay, so imagine, right? You know how many times? Well, let's say if I didn't work at the post office and I'd ever had multiple vehicles.
How do you guys live past age 18? How do you survive?
They get married.
You don't need ketchup to live.
No.
You don't need
Yonci,
ketchup.
You can't find your keys.
Yonci.
How are you getting places on time if you can't find your keys?
Well,
Yonci,
because we don't
listen.
wait till the last minute to get dressed, or we don't have to put on makeup to leave the house.
If
So
I
we have a lot of extra free time before our obligations tend to start.
Kenny said no ketchup here in the house.
How do you
if a-
change your sheets every week as a single man? You have to know where your sheets are.
A housekeeper.
if a man is single,
Some
he
of
knows.
them don't change
If a
their
man
sheets.
is single, he knows how to do everything. But why?
I was gonna
If
say-
he's in a relationship,
Yeah.
you need to listen.
Whoa!
Listen,
Wait a
Yonci.
minute. Hold on, Mont.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's not pretend like men are the incompetent ones when they're single, because we don't complain about anything when we're single. Y'all complain about having to take out your own trash, get your oil changed, put gas in your car, perform car maintenance to protect.
Y'all complain
yourself.
about not having sex.
That's the only thing we complain about, and we really don't complain
No, we
about that.
don't.
We can go out and get.
Must speak for yourself.
Yeah. The only thing that's hard about getting vagina is doing what it takes to go get it. Like it's vagina and water are about on the same space for most men. So let's not act like we're the ones that are helpless when we're single, because y'all can't reach half the shit.
How did we get so derailed from saying
Y'all tried to make this seem like it was a man thing, and
it is because you don't see women walking around. You don't
yes,
see.
we do. Y'all lose y'all shit more than we do.
Where's the hammer? Where's the tape?
Oh my God, where's my phone charger? Oh, I can't find my purse. Oh, I can't find my keys. Have you seen my phone? Wait, have you seen my purse? Wait, have you seen my work laptop charger?
Maybe I'm anal retentive, but I
always know where the
literally
ketchup is.
bought a key thing.
I bet you. I bet you know where the ketchup is. I will give you that.
It will be on it, and I have a military system. Like the supplies, there's a backup of every supply. Everything is right. The angled facing, label forward. Everything is uniform. All the cereals are like evenly across. Like I thrive in systems and uniformity. So if you don't know where something is in my house, you don't want to know where it is because it's in the same spot every single time.
Right.
I'm right. Like if I move something and I don't put it back, I'm not going to be able to find it.
There's
they're wasting all this time looking for something. I want to.
Way too many people. There's way too many women that like co-sign this sentiment that you're having right now who don't do that. And then also there's way too many women who co-sign this sentiment that don't even have men. So like they're just talking shit.
You done took this.
They're just talking shit. No, listen. Y'all
what about this?
This
guy tired or something. He said we have a bowl for the keys. Same thing, just like that you can set up.
Put it in the same spot every single time.
So see, that's something that men know we can't do. We don't have bowls for our keys, and there's a reason for it. But to y'all, it makes sense,
and that's why men and women need each other.
Whoa, I wouldn't say that.
Thank you.
That's not a reason why men, because we know that our bowls don't.
No, because we compliment each other. That's something that a lot of single men, when I've started dating them, they don't do for themselves. Like there's certain organizational stuff around the house that they just don't have.
Can I tell you, this thing drove me
I'm not shaming them for it, but it's like
Monte would take his charger cord and unplug it from his room, take it into the car, then plug it into the car. Then he would come home and then go in his living room and plug it in the living room. When I first met him, my head was gonna explode. I was like, I cannot handle this. If this is something you do on a regular basis, I'm all about like efficiency. I went out and bought that man specifically a car charger with the little cigarette things. So you still save the other thing, one living room. And then he still would start moving them. And I was like, I will buy you 15 chargers if you need to. I just don't see the need to just be plugging and going and plugging. And so I think that we can help our partners sometimes be more efficient or have things like he's never, ever, ever, ever going to run out of toilet paper because I have a system. If it gets down to less than 4, that's already getting on the list. Like, I don't understand why there are certain things that to me are just basic adulting that men seem to struggle with. We have our issues and I get on the women, but this is a hill I will die on. I don't understand it. Just like I don't understand taking out the trash and then leaving the empty can and not finishing it.
Right. Because taking out the trash does not require us to put a trash can liner back in the trash can. The least you can do is help.
Why would we finish a task? That's why I use the example of washing the dish.
That's not part of the task.
If she puts the bowl in the sink and starts to wash it, it gets it soapy, and then just walks away
because that's cheating.
Yonci, can I ask you a question?
See, that's the difference. Putting the trash can liner
not
extra.
Put the trash bag in before you take the trash out. Like,
can I ask you a question?
Trash out, then put it in, and then go take the bag out.
Nobody does that.
It's the most efficient way.
It is like
so now
like you would take the trash bag out full of trash, go throw it away, and then come back, and then you don't have the bag in the trash. Like my thing is, I take it out. It's already bagged. Okay, sit it there for a second, put a new bag in, and then go take the trash out.
All right, so now Yonci, can I ask you a question?
Try it. You'll come back next week and be like, "That was so much more efficient."
Is cleaning a part of cooking?
Is what?
Is cleaning a part of cooking?
It should be.
No, is it yes or no? Thank you, Monk. This is my exact example. Go ahead.
So no, I wouldn't say it's a part of it, only because this is a opinion. Because in my household, whoever cooked does not clean. Those were 2 separate tasks, and it was like you don't get punished if you cleaned. You don't get punished by having to cook. I mean, if you cook, you don't get punished by having to clean. So it was a thank you way we thanked the cook by cleaning. So to
I
us,
love
no,
that
it
you
was,
just said that. I love that you just said that, Yonci. You just said, this is just my opinion, right? Because you wanted to remove, criticism from it. But you didn't say that when you was talking about the trash can
no,
and
I
putting
wanted to remove
That's
saying
not your
that this
opinion,
wasn't,
though.
this was an absolute. Okay, so let me say it as an opinion. It is my opinion that emptying a trash can, but stopping at just the pulling the dirty trash out, my opinion is that's not completing the task. Because when you do it, the next person can't throw trash away. There's still something else that needs to happen. So if you have somebody who goes and empties the trash, they know that the trash is now empty. But if I come behind you and I go to, because like there's an automatic one, I go to like pop the lid open and I have something dripping and I'm ready to toss it in there and there's no, I don't know, I can't foresee that there's no back.
It's just like the toilet seat thing. Like y'all
Yeah,
can't look and see the toilet seat is up. Like
women's
What I'm saying is it's
weaponized
the
incompetence.
test. What would be the reason to not finish the test? Like nobody has given a
It's a
reason.
separate task.
Weaponized incompetence, Yonci. That's what y'all doing.
So are you saying so washing clothes and drying is two different tasks?
Yes. It's two separate machines. Like, what are we talking about right now?
It's steps within a task.
if
Why
you in
would
a
I
laundromat,
wash
they're
my
not even in the
laundry and
same
then
area.
leave it in there to get mildewy?
If you go to
or I'm gonna leave it in the dryer and let it get all wrinkled. Like
you get charged more when you go to a wash and fold. They charge you for washing and folding because maybe you don't need both.
Mon, do you ask? Was it Deja? Right?
Yeah, Deja.
Do you ask her where the ketchup is?
I don't know. I'll be asking her for stuff, and she be like, "You should know," and she be like, "You should know where it is."
Yep. So that's the answer.
Bro,
But
I guarantee
that's
you,
what she get paid for.
If I ask my woman where anything is, she's simply going to tell me where it is and not think twice about it. Like she
Because
couldn't
that's
care
what
less.
she gets paid for.
See here, this is, you know what, Chanel, this is what I realized. So there was something in me where I was like, I don't mind catering to my man. I don't mind doing things. Like I will literally cook for him, serve him in bed, whatever. Like I don't mind that stuff.
I agree.
There was something that when I was dating, I had to figure out what irked me. And what I realized was, to me, there are certain things that are, to me, disrespectful. For example, I can have a cleaning lady and I'll pay her. What I'm not going to do is have her picking up. She's not going to be washing dishes out of my sink. She's not going to be putting kids' toys away, because to me, that's a level of respect for me. So it's like, it's one thing to do something for somebody, but I still have a degree of like politeness and decorum. There is another example. If I go to a restaurant, you have little trash, right? You have all your napkins that you ball up. You've got the little thing you tear off, the straw, the wrapper. Just as a courtesy, she's getting paid. There's busboys. But I will still stack the plates.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put all the trash like in the top bowl. Like I try to put all the silverware together. Now, I might not go that far every time with the silverware or whatever, but I don't just leave napkins like all over. I'll try to at least put like with likes. And for me, that shows the person respect. Like I'm not taking you for granted. And so when there's a task to me that is taking me for granted, that's when I get offended. So honestly, if a guy says, oh, well, you could do that because I don't want to do that task, or you could do it because you're a woman, it feels to me disrespectful. Because
it makes me not want to do it anymore.
You know my problem with
around
that,
telling
Yonci?
you where things are in your own house.
It's entitlement. The
Yonci,
same
you
way,
know-
like
Yonci, you know my-
women
you know
are
my
like,
problem
you're
with that,
supposed to
Yonci?
pay the bills. Like I expect you to do that. Like that kind of entitlement is the same way.
You know my problem with that.
I just
You
threw
saying
my
that
clothes
like,
on the floor. I expect you to pick them up. Like I don't mind washing them, but I'm not walking behind you like you're a 3-year-old.
My problem with that is that you saying that like, all right, before my cleaners come, I clean this for them and I do that and I had this ready and I stack this up.
I was taught you pick up and your people clean up.
So do your cleaners ever like give you some of your money back? Like, just take some of that. I'm gonna just be a little nice and I'm gonna just give you a little bit of this back. You don't even gotta pay me the whole thing this week. Like, just give me 80%, 85%.
Nope.
Nah, they don't never give you none of the money back.
Nope.
So why do you have to go the extra mile to be courteous?
Because
and
to
they
me, it's a reflection on me. It's not because I'm expecting something from them. To me, it makes me feel like a bum. I literally feel like a bum. Like if I have, let's say, a gardener or whatever, right? And I'm sitting here and I happen to be outside and it's a really hot day. I don't have to, but I'm probably going to give him a cold bottle of water. Like I don't have to, but there are just certain things that I feel personally like, comfortable about. Like I want my
But
house
what if you
to be
So
comfortable.
my
I want
family
to use
also
what
my
if
has
you
a
didn't give
family,
him a
and they
bottle of
do the
water?
same thing. Like they'll pick
What's
up and
that?
everything before she
What if
comes.
you didn't give him a bottle of water?
He'd just be hot and thirsty.
He would
No,
just,
but like
yeah, I'm thirsty.
what would that mean? Like would you be a bad person?
No, I don't think it makes me a bad person. I said I
You
have a
need a
level,
considerate
I
person.
have a personal level that I hold myself to. I
Okay,
don't
so
think
you
I'm
go
a
the
bad
extra
person if I
mile.
have a messy house, but at the same time, like there are people who go through the store, for example. I used to work retail, my very first job. And there were people who had an attitude that said, this is what they get paid to do, and would literally drop their clothes on the floor after they tried them on. They would ball them up. They would have shirts inside out. And they're like, they get paid for this. Do we get paid to keep it clean? Yes. However, I think people would appreciate the time being spent more if I'm going pulling sizes for you, making sure you're in a dressing room. To me, that is not something that a fitting room attendant should be doing, picking clothes up off the floor, balled up. For me, I'll put it on the hanger. I won't sit there and button every button. I'm not going to fold the jeans to the specifications like we were taught with the folding style, but I'm at least not going to have it on the floor balled up. To me, that's a level of entitlement that's disrespect to another human. Just because she's working retail doesn't mean I should carry myself differently than I would at home. Same thing at the restaurant. You're gonna clean up after me, but I'm not gonna let my kids smear ketchup all over the table or be tearing up the little straw wrapper and be like, but that's their job. Like that to me is just disrespectful. But that's my own personal ethic. I don't
Yeah,
think
I
I'm
get.
a bad person if I don't, but I think I'm a kind of a crappy person.
I understand that, but I think that's more of like you going the extra mile. I don't think that there's any sort of privilege or any type of entitlement when somebody is getting paid in exchange for something. I don't think there can be any type of privilege or entitlement there because they're I and I no, but I say
Like
that
you see a janitor like walking by, you throw a piece of trash on the floor.
That's
that's
a
different.
perfect
No.
example, Brad.
That's different.
No,
That's
that's
Job
not
different.
security.
That's different. So the reason that I'm going into your store is I'm
Perfect.
going there because of convenience, right? You're
Okay.
getting paid because of convenience. I can order this on Amazon. Like
Okay.
I don't have to go inside of your store and shop, but you want me there, right? You want me
Okay.
there for convenience. Like for example, right? And then if I worked at a T-Mobile store and the store is about to close at 7 o'clock, right? And somebody walks in at 7 o'clock, I'm gonna be like, you're disrespectful for coming in here at 7 o'clock, right? Because you're not mindful that I want to leave. But if I owned that store, I would be so happy that you came in no matter what time it is because I paid marketing dollars to get you to come inside of here, and I might have paid money to have my store on this particular storefront so that I can get walk-in traffic. I don't care what time you come in. Yeah, 7 o'clock, come in. My store say we close at 7. You get here before 7, I'm gonna help you. But if I'm an employee, I'm gonna be like, damn, why you gotta come in late? You making my I want to go home early and all this other type of stuff. When I should have been accounting for the potential for somebody to come in at 7 o'clock. That's why, like a lot of times, your schedule will be you schedule for 7:45, even though the store closed at 7, because you're supposed to anticipate that. So
But
I
you
don't know. I
don't
think
think
all
that
of these
that
things are accounted
person,
for.
I think that we've come back to something that we talked about before. Oh, when we talked about taking someone's content and not giving them credit, we had two different views. You had the view of the person who got it done to them, and you have the view of the person who is doing it. I think we have that same scenario. So in this situation with the retail worker, or I love the example Brad gave of the janitor is there to clean up. However, I'm not going to act like a pig in a way that I wouldn't at my house. In my house, I'm not walking around eating over the floor. In my house, if something spills, I'm not wiping it off the counter like this. I'm going to wipe it into my hand, throw in the trash can. If I'm in a hotel, I don't act like a pig just because I know I'm not cleaning it. I might not make my bed. I might not wipe all the water off the sink, but I'm not leaving just food and trash and just craziness. But what you're saying, what I hear you saying is if that person has any part of the task, don't hold back, do whatever. So in that scenario of like going in the store, the retail store, I said, I'm not going to button it up. I'm not doing her job. I'm not going to go back, button the shirt up, put it back on the rack, and finger space it and then make sure the tag is hanging the right way. I'm not going that far, but what I'm saying is I wouldn't do less than I would do at my own house. I'm not throwing something on the floor inside out in the house. I don't want, if Chanel's the retail worker, I don't want her spending time picking the clothes off the floor. I want her
to work retail, and people are pretty trifling.
They are.
You ask them what size they are, and they'll pick all the way from the bottom and then like knock every single piece of clothing down.
Let me see what this looks like.
And they'll be rude. You get Molly.
I think basically
who comes in there.
I think what y'all are doing is y'all getting courtesy mixed up with entitlement. Like, it is a courtesy for you guys to treat the workers inside of the Macy's this way, right? That's a courtesy. That is not. They're not entitled.
Being a good human being.
No. For example, that's like if I go rent a rental car and I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna put too many miles on it. I'm not gonna drive it all crazy because the owner and. No, it's a rental car.
Come on, that is different. That's literally within your.
No, it's the exact same thing.
So helping y'all find the ketchup is
they specify in agreement. This is how many miles you're allowed.
No, this is the exact same. Most rental cars don't give you mileage. They don't. You can drive as many miles as you want to.
All my rental cars I've had, it said you can only go this many. Like,
where do you rent from?
Like Turo and all that stuff. They'll say like,
Turo, but like Enterprise and all the big.
That's different.
Enterprise and all that. You drive whatever as many miles as you want to. Like, I understand being courteous, right?
But the irony is, I think entitlement is what you're saying. I think it's entitlement to say just because she's working here, I'm gonna act like a pig.
That's not entitlement. Entitlement is what you're saying, because if I'm an employee and I'm like, oh, if I'm a woman who cleans up and I'm like, why did they leave their stuff all over the room? My job is to clean up. Who do I think I am? Why y'all leave y'all stuff all over the room? I need to start cleaning up. Now, if you was a customer who's like, yo, I'm gonna make sure that I didn't leave a lot of mess for her, then I can be like, you know what? I'm so thankful for this woman because she didn't have to do that. She didn't have to not leave her stuff around, right? But if I'm like, oh, you did have to kind of clean up after yourself a little bit, then I'm entitled as an employee.
So, do you feel like it's entitlement? Say, you have a laundry basket and your woman does your laundry, your wife does your laundry, and instead of putting it in the laundry basket, you just throw your drawers on the floor. And you come back and you're like, well, why is this just laying on the floor? Like, why she ain't pick this up? And you could have just put it in the dirty clothes bin. So I think not all men like
that before. It said he was
just there are a good amount of men who literally don't do stuff like that, but there are a large percentage that will see something like that and be like, I'm gonna just drop it on the floor because my woman's my housekeeper. Like, they feel that level of entitlement. And so for me, and I'm pretty sure Yonci is also referring to like the kinds of men who are doing stuff like that, who literally get to a point where they start taking the woman for granted because they're so used to those things happening, especially if she is super organized or cleanly, and she does pick stuff up or does serve you or does tell you where the ketchup is. And then you have, I had to slide that in, but tells you where the ketchup is, right? And you come along, you're like, yeah, that's right. She better tell me where the ketchup is. It's like, sir, like, calm down. That's the easiest way to get me to start retracting on not even not telling you where the ketchup is, but moving into another spot.
Here's the thing. Here's what I was taught. Like, some things ain't worth fighting over. It's not like he said this meme. It's a meme. He just said, "Hey, where's the ketchup?" He didn't say,
so now it's just
tell me where the ketchup is.
He asked a simple question. Y'all put us on this long tangent, and now it's just a meme. It ain't.
We even went to the Flintstones.
Now we took it too far.
Apocalypse, all because the brother just said, "Hey, babe, where's the ketchup?" And that's the hill we died on.
But Jacob, what you're missing,
I ain't never get married. This is like I had a good run, fellas. I'm out. Missing, this is what I got to deal with. I just won't have ketchup.
What you're missing is, I think there's a level of respect a woman wants, and there's a like one of the reasons why I wouldn't want a puppy is because they never grow and mature. Like, they're always like a baby and like infantile, and you have to take care of them. For me, I want my child to eventually get to a point, like, I first feed her, but then I teach her to feed herself. Like, at some point, I expect her to develop and grow. To me, as an adult, I expect certain things, certain levels as an adult that they're going to do. Like there's a level of entitlement. Like a perfect example would be this. We have an agreement that my door gets opened. And Monte really takes pride in that. He teases my daughter. She even touches the handle. It's like, oh my God, it's lava. Like, why are you touching the handle? However, if it is extreme, like if it's freezing cold or, and we're trying to hurry or we're running late, I'll be like, don't worry about it. I'm not going to stand on, well, that's your job. Like, I'm going to still treat him as a human. And to me, that's the respect. And so, or,
I totally agree.
But you would say that's entitlement then.
No, because what you just said is akin to, right? To like, oh, his drawers are on the floor next to the hamper. I'ma just put them in, right? That's versus like if it's an extreme example of like, oh, he just dumped the whole entire thing all over the room. That's like it being real cold outside. But if my drawers are next to the hamper, pick them up.
We would say the same thing. If the hamper's right there, why are you dropping them? If your wife wasn't there, if your girlfriend wasn't there, are you just throwing your dirty clothes on the floor?
But this is the thing, right? As somebody's partner,
how hard is it to put it in the hamper?
Wait, Yonci. As somebody's partner,
can't even do that.
Yonci, as somebody's partner, you should never be assuming that they did something malicious to you. You should be assuming that, you know what? Somehow, some way, these drawers ended up right here, and
I don't have to assume. I do not have to assume. And honestly, I don't care if it's malicious or not. I don't care if it's malicious or not. If my child does it, they're getting in trouble for it.
You're assuming that he threw them right there and he saw the hamper.
No. I'm saying he has eyeballs. I don't have to know what his heart condition was. If my child is consistently throwing clothes on the floor, she is going to get in trouble.
Yonci, this is the thing. You don't know that he saw the hamper and dropped his underwear right there. What if he was?
I said if he consistently. This man can hold down a job. This man can fire a weapon. He could see a doggone ginormous trash can. Come on now.
Well, I guess if it's consistently, you'll just talk to him and let him know, like, hey, I've noticed that you've been doing
He's
this.
saying that like that's an easy task.
So what I'm saying is that it's disrespectful to me.
I saw,
assume that I'm going to do that task because
here's what I saw in this meme. He just said, "Where's the ketchup?" All of a sudden, everybody saw drawers and socks, and it wasn't there. He just said, "Hey, babe."
That's the beauty of a meme. It touches something that is a raw nerve.
I tried to stay on the topic of ketchup. But you were taking.
This is why it's so important to talk to you.
No, you really did. She tried to really say.
I did a couple times.
This is why it's so important to understand your partner and to understand like men, because for a lot of men, like if we lived by ourselves, we'd have just did it ourselves. But having a woman, sometimes just being able to do it makes you feel good, right?
Or they only do it
and at their expense. That's the. I'm so glad you admitted that.
Yonci, it's not at your expense because how is it at your expense? How much effort does it take for you to? How much effort does it take?
It's the fact that we could all do our part, but because you say there's another person, then I'm gonna give them extra work. That to me is you don't see how
Yonci, how much did it cost you to pick that up?
The exact same effort it would take you to not put it there.
The exact same effort it would take you to open your own door.
This is the thing that you're not getting. The opening door thing is something that the couple agreed upon. No woman signs up and says, hey, I am going to do your laundry. Cool. I don't mind doing that. She doesn't say, I'm going to walk around behind you like I would do a toddler who hasn't learned yet. We put our clothes in the hamper. We put our toys in the bin. You would expect that with a toddler.
No, Yonci.
You don't expect that with a grown man.
That's why I said it's important to talk to your partner. Because if you ask him, he'll tell you like, hey, I just think like one of the perks of being a man and having a woman is like these are just one of the things that I just enjoy.
I get to drop my underwear and you pick them up.
Hold on. I just want to finish. These are just one of the things that I enjoy is being able to just leave a cup next to the sink and not wash it out. That might be one of the small things that he enjoys, which costs you nothing.
That could not be me.
It costs you nothing. It doesn't cost you anything to just wash out a cup or to pick up a
You
pair of
can't say it
underwear.
costs you nothing when it literally you understand the importance of it, which is why you don't do it. But then you want to minimize it and say, but it's not important. It can't be both. It can't be so
No,
pleasurable
no,
to not
Yancy,
have to
this is
clean,
the thing.
and it's nothing for her
I
to
mean, there are
clean.
men that expect her
Yancy,
to work a job and still do
Yancy,
half the load too.
a woman
And his
can take
load.
out the trash so
God,
easily
here
if
we
she
go
wanted
with this
to.
50-50 shit. Don't start that.
Yeah.
Really, I said it just to trigger you.
You can't trigger me. I'm 100. You can't trigger me or a woman that know me. I pay 100% of everything.
I said there
I
are
agree
men
with you
who
that-
expect that.
No, and you said it to trigger me. Understand? I'm not them. So you can trigger one of those niggas, but not me.
But I agree with you in the sense that you have to talk to your person, and that's why it's so important to talk. Because, and I had this
Change this
conversation.
name, please.
There are certain things that I was going to use my family name. Yonci is absolutely going to feel taken advantage of. There are levels. If for example, Chanel and I are friends, and she comes over to my house and we're hanging out or whatever, and I cook for her or whatever, and we have our dishes, she absolutely is entitled to get up and walk away. Like, that's her prerogative. But I'm not gonna lie, I would feel away. I'd be like, man, she didn't even offer. Like that, I'm good. If I go to someone's house and I eat, especially if they cook, just the way I was raised, I'm just gonna do certain things. But that's just me. So I feel that certain times I would feel taken advantage of. So if I had a friend who every time she just came over, I'm always having to pick up after her. She never offers to pick up after herself. It's one thing to say, no, girl, I got it, you're a guest. But to never offer, I would feel away. And so a man with that mindset, I could not.
But then also your friend wouldn't come over and just throw things anywhere. They would be considerate of your space.
But that's the difference between your friend and your man, right? Because
But I think my man should be even more respectful than my friend.
listen, that's the difference between your friend and your man, right? Because if I go out with my homie and he don't never offer to pay, I'm gonna be like, what are you doing, right? But if I go out with my woman, she can order whatever she want on the menu. She know
But
better
y'all
than to
have
ask me, can I
talked
get this?
about that.
What you say?
You keep bringing up stuff that people have agreed upon. So when you go into a relationship, you agree on who's going to pay, who's going to do whatever. So those things you can't talk about opening doors. We all agreed upon those things.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm not
You
even
just
talking
said
about.
she doesn't pay.
No, but look. I'm talking about just normal, basic.
Why we see this much of your face? You look like Wilson from
sorry.
the Home Improvement.
I'm talking about normal traditional things, right?
Okay.
This is just a traditional man and woman thing.
Okay. What's a traditional man and woman thing? That he acts like a toddler?
No, that I pay for the whatever you want. You shouldn't have to be restricted to certain things on the menu.
No, but what I'm saying is that that's an agreed upon thing. Some people split bills. Some people.
I'm not even talking about like an agreement between a couple. I'm talking about just traditional, ideal man and woman relationships. We all understand that in a traditional, ideal relationship for a woman, a man is going to pay 100% of the bills. We don't have to talk about people agreeing upon it. This is just the ideal relationship. He's going to pay 100% of it. Can we agree on that?
And you're saying in an ideal
relationship.
And you're saying in an ideal relationship, anything financial is going to be on the man's back.
That's his responsibility.
If in an ideal relationship,
just a traditional, just the way things are, the way things should be in a perfect world.
Yes.
Okay. So the same thing as far as like if you go out to a restaurant with a woman, she shouldn't have to ask you like, can I get this? Can I get that? Is this too much? If my woman want the ribeye, she can get the ribeye. Like it ain't. I don't care what you get. You don't have to be, because I'm. But at the same time, you're not my friend. If that was a female friend, you better ask me about the ribeye first.
Can I ask you to what I think would make a comparison equal for your dinner comparison?
Okay, what's that?
What if your girl? Now that we're not talking about you're a millionaire, you're an average Joe who makes average income, and she says, "I'm gonna go to this restaurant and I'm gonna order every single appetizer just because I want to taste it. I want to taste the Brussels sprouts. I want to taste the egg rolls. I want to taste this. And you know what? I haven't had this cocktail. Let me try all the cocktails, and I want to get a couple different entrees. I'm only going to eat a bite of each one, but I just want to see she can because you said you're going to pay." Would you not feel disrespected at a certain point that she's just ordering all the stuff that she could never eat?
I'll answer your question in 1 second, but I just want you to acknowledge something first. Can we acknowledge that this will never happen and nobody will ever want to do this?
What?
No human
There
being.
are some women that do this.
No woman will ever go down the entire menu and order every single appetizer. That is
I'm
crazy.
purposely using a point that would be equivalent. It's somebody taking advantage and taking it to the extreme of a person's generosity. So if a woman says, I don't mind doing the laundry, to me, for me, Yonci, that is taking it to the extreme that I gotta walk around the house and find your dirty clothes that you took off of your body. That is
okay,
extreme.
Yonci, so you're maybe I don't know, but the men is walking around the house and they just throwing their clothes, they taking it off like, here, throw my socks over here, throw my drawers over here,
Literally,
throw
there's
my
so
hat over
many
here.
videos on social media with that.
No, nah. That so I understand a man just be like, I'm in my room, I take my clothes off, I just drop them. That sounds normal. But the idea of throwing one sock in the kitchen sink, I'm gonna throw another sock in this bathroom. I'm gonna take my drawers off, I'm gonna swing them around my head, and I'm gonna throw them in the garage. Like, that's not happening.
That's an interesting visual, but I think a lot of times y'all, I'm an artist, so I saw the whole thing. I'm like, oh, okay. Anyways, so
what was the last thing you said?
Like, if someone, say back up, he comes home, sits on the couch. He's like, oh, it's been a long day. He takes his socks off, right? Doesn't pick them up. He watches ESPN, whatever, goes about his day. Comes back the next day, socks are still there. Doesn't think much of it. He's just like, oh, okay, same old, same old. Takes his pants off in another room. Okay, whatever. Changes.
I'm perplexed why you left his socks there.
Over and over. But that's what we're saying is like there are some people that do that.
No, I'm saying, why did you leave his socks there?
Why would I why am I picking up his socks? Why did he leave them there to begin with? That's the point we're making.
I mean,
why shouldn't he just pick them up when he's
do y'all live in a traditional household or?
I understand traditional household, but again, that is a workload. Why can he just pick that stuff up and put it in the dirty clothes hamper?
So I guess my thing is like,
when you said like, oh, his sock is in the sink. It's like, no, his sock is in front of the couch where he left it. And this is where the nagging comes in, where they're like, well, why are you continuously having this conversation with him instead of just picking it up?
I don't know why you're acting like his sister. That's like acting like it. Like my sister will be like, yo, I'm not touching his socks. I'm not, mom. What do you mean I gotta pick up his socks? He left them there. I'm not touching them. Y'all acting like siblings.
So it's interesting you're saying that's a sibling dynamic. I would say you're acting like child, and that's your mom. I have a mommy, so I'm just gonna
a mother.
And every time I wake up, my nursery.
For the record, I believe that a wife is extremely close.
Oh, he froze. See?
I just want to point out one very important thing. I wish there would be a woman on earth breathing that would have me provide the lifestyle that she's accustomed to and get mad because I missed my drawers going to the dirty clothes hamper. She'll be back at her father's house.
You're describing it like, oh, I shot a basket and just missed.
I don't, Yonci, so let's say I change my drawers.
A man who is slovenly just because he has a partner with a
but men, we're not like that. But I will say this: even if I change my drawers 3 times a day, and every pair of my drawers missed the basket, and I left them there, the idea that you would complain about picking up my drawers, and that's a complaint for you, that's complaint worthy, tells me that you don't value what else I'm doing that I don't have to complain about. I don't have to complain about the extra client that I have to take on because you wanted a binge this year for Christmas. Or I don't get to complain about any of the things that I do that's required of me to actually provide that lifestyle to you. There's a saying called pick your battles. I promise you, if there was a man that had a woman doing all of that shit for him, he would pick up her dirty tampons if that's what she wanted to do. Because at the end of the day, got a brand new Benz every year, gets to go on 3 or 4 vacations a year. He's paying all the bills. Like, some of that shit is just petty. Like, super petty.
You call it petty. I call it respectful. Even if I am a millionaire and I have my own jet, I'm not trashing that jet. It's a private jet.
We're not talking about the jet.
No, I'm saying you're saying, oh, the guy is providing this and this. I'm saying to me, that's etiquette.
You have your own. We're talking about if a guy gave you a jet and you take care of the jet out of respect for him because he gave it to you.
You're talking about what she's doing out of respect, what she's not doing out of respect, and I'm saying it's a two-way street. There should also be things that he doesn't do out of respect. We're not going to agree because what you're saying is that if a person loves you, there is no level to which you should not stoop for that person.
No, I didn't say that. I'm not saying because they love you. I said because I provide the life. Like,
okay,
the thing.
For me, I would rather a man not pay for anything if it means
pick up his
I'm
drawers?
treated like a second class.
No, stick the specific issue. You would rather a man not pay any bills than you have to pick up his drawers?
I didn't say his drawers.
That's what,
treat me like a.
That's the goalpost.
You're moving the goalpost.
That's the question I'm asking.
I'll answer the question. What I'm saying is it's a spirit to me. This is deeper than some draws. If there's a random pair of draws, I probably have picked it up my life. I'm not talking about a random pair of draws. I am saying if my man has a spirit of, I could act like a child because I have a person who lives with me who has a vagina that I provide for financially, I can just treat her out. However, I don't want that relationship.
It's just one thing. It's one thing. It's one thing.
Yonci, do you understand how, in order for you to even make this argument, you have to use words and exaggerations like my man is acting like a child. You can't just use plain and simple what it is.
That's not an exaggeration for somebody who can't put their clothes in a hamper. That's childlike.
How about we rehat this conversation and just say what it is and not use words like child and maid and things like that. Let's just say, okay.
I would not want a man who does not value me enough to put his own underwear in the hamper.
You did it again, Yonci.
What?
He doesn't value you because he doesn't
value you. Okay. I didn't realize. I would not want to be with a man who does not put his dirty clothing in a hamper. I wouldn't. I would not want to be with a man who didn't do that. So there's a level of
So you would prefer to pay all of the bills before you pick up a few pairs of underwear additional a day.
You did the same thing. A few pair of underwear.
I was being honest. Just a few pairs of underwear.
Nah, you literally just played the same semantic that you gave her. You literally just did.
Willie literally said
this has been going on this entire show.
His drawers 3 times a day. Willie literally said, change my drawers 3 times a day, and I missed the hamper. So you would prefer to pay all the bills as opposed to picking up drawers 3 times a day and putting them in a hamper?
You have to ask me the scenario that was being talked about. We're not talking about it. Someone made a basket and missed a shot.
Right.
What you spoke to was, I feel like I should be able to put my dirty drawers anywhere because that's a beautiful thing I enjoy having.
Yeah, see, I didn't say anywhere. I didn't say anywhere. Of course, I'm not going to put them in the sink, right? Like, just drop them on the floor. You find dirty, like imagine finding dirty drawers.
Monch, you got to be trolling at this point.
Yeah, all the men are not agreeing with you in the comments.
Imagine finding. So this is the thing. I'm being specific. Yonci's saying anywhere. Why would you? If you found dirty drawers on the couch, you'd be like, "How did these even get here? Why are they on the couch? Why
you
did
can't
take your drawers
backpedal from what you said. You said I don't want to do certain things because that is a perk of having a woman. We got you on tape, my guy.
Yeah,
that is different than saying every now and then I miss the basket. That is very different.
Yonci, exactly. Meaning that I want to be able to go inside of my bedroom and drop all of my clothes and just take them off. I'm not saying have my dirty drawers on the couch. Like, why would they?
I don't care if they're not. I
don't
care if they're only in the bedroom. I don't care if they're only in the bedroom. If they're anywhere but the hamper, because of the reason you gave, I cannot put my clothes in the hamper because I have a woman. Therefore, I am not going to put in the hamper. I'm saying that would not be me. That we would not be aligned.
But
I don't have to open my own car door and do my own car maintenance because I have a man. It's the same thing.
But Willie, you guys keep going back. You cannot argue if you cannot stay on track. We talked about the difference between things that were agreed upon. So if I go into a relationship and I say, you open the doors for me and you pay the bills and I wash dishes and clean, then we have agreed on those things. If you're saying
y'all see, there's a video I sent you.
Most people don't. Most people don't. most people don't agree on those things. They just assume that it happens. Like a lot of the reason why women want men is
I'm speaking for myself. I agreed on
they
that.
can ease a burden for the woman.
No,
the woman
Yonci,
can stop doing
if you
certain
agreed,
things.
if you agree that you're going to clean up the house, then you agree that you're going to clean up the house.
Got you there.
Now when I leave drawers next to the hamper, it's like, oh, well, that wasn't in the contract. What do you mean?
Why would you want to do that?
I'll explain it. If it doesn't make sense, this is just a matter of us disagreeing. It's not about you not understanding.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is there is a difference between taking care of tasks, and there is a difference between picking up after a person who is purposely not conducting themselves in a way that they would if they lived on their own. So, for example, if my guy this is for me in my house. If my guy eats something, even if I'm the one who's primarily doing the dishes, out of respect for me, and we're eating on a TV tray, he's not going to just leave his TV tray in the living room or leave it on the table and be like, she's got it. He's going to at least, out of respect, put it on the counter, and same for me. And so the same thing, just because he's paying the bills in, say, this hypothetical situation, does not mean I'm going to go balls to the wall and buy whatever the hell I want. There's a level of respect. Just because he has it doesn't mean I feel entitled to spend it or make him have to work extra hard to get me that. There are levels of respect. You might not see it as respect. You see it as a perk. And she should just be so glad that she's got that money and she's got those bills paid that she should wipe your nose and clean your behind and you know.
I think
Damn, Yonci, like wait a minute.
I think a lot of men,
we gotta exaggerate
when they're in their household with their mom
it
getting
even makes
raised,
sense.
they don't end up leaving and living on their own before they just marry and get into, a new household with another woman. And in those same things that they were getting from their mother, that's an expectation. And then we say, of course, like, yes, it's a traditional household, but most women would agree they don't want to do those kinds of things.
Well, the thing is, like, a man and a woman should not be conducting themselves the same way inside of in a relationship as not in a relationship.
Why can't you just find the ketchup and put your stuff in the hamper?
What you say?
I say, why can't you just find the ketchup and put your stuff in the hamper?
Why can't you just pay half of your bills? Like, so this is why it's just great for people to have 50-50 relationship options for women who don't want to clean a little bit extra. Like,
but nobody said that. It's not. So the thing is, you say just in front of a little bit extra, like it's something small. It's not something small.
Y'all have been playing this semantics game for a while.
It's small for you.
Hey, William.
Semantics has been drawing on this game. Like when you use the word just and then like use the word little or use the word only.
Yonci, can we send you some more money?
Damn, that we cut off.
I mean, you did pass the thing, but go ahead. If you get it, if you do it before 2:32, I'll allow it.
32.
The credits are rolling.
Mm-hmm.
I should have just stayed in the YouTube chat.
For real, new topic.
Oh my gosh.
Y'all want to go to a new topic because y'all losing.
That's
ain't nobody losing. We trying to spare you.
That part, because no one is agreeing with you in the comments. Nobody.
I said the money. They not agree. I'm right.
You are in your household, right? What y'all say? Y'all the king in the household?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Before we keep going,
I'm
just saying.
What's the next topic? What we finna talk about? If y'all finna talk about ketchup, I'm going to bed. I don't want to talk about ketchup no more. Look, pick up your own ketchup and your drawers, and everybody be happy.
All I know is next time I better not see no more women on social media saying that like, oh, we got so many jobs. If we got paid for everything we do, we get paid the salary of a maid and a chef and all this. You not no maid if you not gonna pick up no drawers. So y'all can take that right out. Y'all can take that right out of the pay.
If
my
it makes you happy,
my housekeepers pick up my drawers.
I like that song. It was fire.
You know, it makes you happy, and that's why you and Willie have found your perfect match. As they say, it could never.
There's somebody for everybody.
There's somebody for everybody. And God bless. God bless. I will say, and real talk though, that is one of the things I love the most about Monte is that he's very flexible when it comes to like the roles. He uses what I feel is like common sense. And I don't mean that as a jab, but like if we're like I probably am more so the domestic one, but let's say if we have company and the kids have destroyed the house or whatever, he's not going to sit back and be like, get to it. The house, he's going to jump in and start doing whatever. If I am doing the YouTube show and it's late or whatever, he's going to come in and help with dinner. Like it's like, let's get it done. This teamwork attitude. And I love Pterodome said to sum it up, catch zombies in the apocalypse, but catch in your drawers and you'll survive. But I love that he does what I think is courteous, and then what I do is, you know, what we have agreed upon. So I love for you, Mont, that you can drop your drawers if you desire to, and you can ask every day, where's the ketchup, where's the salt.
No, but I don't think. But I'm also courteous too in terms of like, I might just wash the dishes sometimes, or you know things like that. Like I do all of those, but at the same time, I don't want nobody talking to me about my drawers. Like I do not want nobody talking to me about, you know what, you left a pair of drawers right here, like, and the hamper was right here and you didn't throw them away. I don't know. I just think that's I think that's somebody assuming malicious intent,
I
assuming
don't
that
give a
like.
crap about the intent, by the way. I don't care what your intent is. I care about the impact. I don't care what the intent is, the impact.
True.
But we can agree. We definitely can agree that we disagree.
It's gonna be a new test now. I'm just gonna ask the girl what ketchup is, see what happens.
You have the will you make me a sandwich at 3 a.m.?
Yonci, you should do a poll on your page and say like, ladies, how many of you are willing to pick up dirty drawers every day for a man to pay all of the bills and for you to not worry about money or nothing like that, and you drive whatever car you want or whatever? Just
Honestly,
see how
you
many
might lose
women are willing
all
to
of
pick
your
up drawers.
female database, Yonci, if you ask that.
And here's the thing, Mont. I genuinely, if you ask a person, like, is picking up dirty drawers, you know, valuable enough to have your bills paid? Obviously, reaching down and grabbing an item and putting it in the hamper. It's not about, is it difficult? Is getting your bills paid worth it? It's about dignity. So it's the same thing to me. Like, you might get a really fat check. Someone might offer you a really fat check to dress up like a woman and shuck and jive and do all kind of little stuff. But if it goes against your ethics and your principles, you might say, no check is worth
You're gonna go out like Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, it's not worth it to like demean myself or put myself in a way that's embarrassing. Like, to me, that's demeaning to be used in that way. So for me, it's not about like, oh my God, for some drawers, you wouldn't get your bills paid. I would read into a person who does that and would say he doesn't see me as like a human. He sees me as like less than. I just it would be demeaning. William, you had your hand up, although you can just throw your elbow and jump in.
Yeah, like I just kind of like, give up after a moment. That's my throw. I did that in school when I was a kid, and I used to be the one in the back of the class. Be like, she ain't gonna call me anyway, but
All
I
the
chose
blood
to
draining
be.
from your arm. You're like,
Yeah, but here's the thing: I chose to be in the back of the class. I'm about to make a message of that. So, I have y'all talked about consideration and compassion at all in any of this?
Just your comment
I
in the
think that's
chat.
what Yanci's talking about.
Like so I guess as a man, I'm 41. I'm 41 years old, and when you deal with consideration and compassion, I like to focus on a lot of the stuff that's challenging me and a lot of the stuff that I can't do. You know what I mean? Like if I'm dealing with somebody who's like I do music. If I play the bass and somebody plays the keyboard, I'm going to be looking at that person and hoping to glean off of that person and gain a understanding of whatever language that I already know to enhance the language. I don't know why. I don't know what the hell 2025 has produced to where, and I'm not casting this person on nobody here, but why? What's wrong with operable consideration? What's wrong with being able to say, you know what? And Willie did a point. There is a difference between washing dishes and drying dishes. Like I hate washing the dishes, but I like drying these jokers and I like putting them away. I hate washing clothes, but I will fold, iron, and put everything away in the way it's supposed to be. I hate the beginning part, but I like the end part. Why can't we just consider and find a medium with the word called communication, so that this way we can find out her strengths, we can find out his strengths and her weaknesses, vice versa. And then at this point, we don't have this conversation. Because what he don't like, I actually enjoy. What I probably enjoy, he's not gonna like.
But I think the difference is having that conversation. So for example, I loathe matching socks. I loathe matching socks so much that I literally have an offer. I will wash, dry, and fold, like put away like all the clothes if my partner will match the socks. That's how much I don't like them. But the difference is I didn't assume that he was going to do that. I had a
Absolutely.
conversation and said, "Hey, if I do this, would you be willing to do that?"
What did you have again, Yonci? Yeah, that's a very important part.
Everything else, wash, dry, fold.
No,
and put away.
you had a what with your partner?
Oh, an agreement. We had a conversation which
That
ended in
part.
an agreement.
That
Yeah.
part is what matters. We have to have certain aspects of saying this is what I will allow, this is what I won't allow, this is what I will tolerate, this is what I'm not going to tolerate. And if you tolerate stuff that you normally wouldn't allow or tolerate, you're giving up your benefit of the doubt, and you might as well chalk the relationship. It's going to go at 3 strikes. You're going to be going.
I'm sorry, I just saw the comment.
You know what I mean? So like for me, it's more so like, all right, if she doesn't like to do something, am I willing to do it? It don't matter. It like for men, and I can't, speak for y'all, but for me, at this age, it doesn't really matter what I like or I don't like, as opposed to what's done in the house. Is the house functional? Is the house operable? And is the house maintained? And are we getting the most out of our investment? Everything else, I don't care about. I don't even want a man cave. It don't matter.
Now, wait, I gotta have man cave. Wait a minute.
It don't matter.
Hold on now.
You give me a 6 by 6 foot space to play my bass and have my amp in there.
Yeah,
I'm
Ryan.
cool. I don't
I
care
love
about
that.
nothing
That's an
else.
artist mindset.
That counts as a man room.
I can watch TV on my phone. You can give me a little walk-in. It don't have to be a walk-in closet. You can give me a closet where I can sit down in. As long as I got something to see and something to play, I'm cool.
However you define
That's
man
a simple
room.
man.
Yeah. However you define man room, it's still a man room.
My man, listen. I have
Sounds like an
practiced the
artist
bass
closet.
in a 1 bedroom apartment in the bathroom, and it was the best sound ever, and I wasn't bothered.
You know what's interesting? I always hear like, "Men, we're so simple." But what's interesting?
No, we're not.
We're so complex.
No, men are simple. We're specific. We're simple but specific.
Hey, brother, say that again.
When I said simple, I'm talking about when men say, "Oh, we're so easy." Like say, "How do you please a woman?" How to please a man? Oh, we just need this. Like there's always this rhetoric that we're just so simple. But the interesting thing is, in this conversation we're hearing, it's not all about just feed me. It's pick up my drawers. I need you to do this. And there are specifics. And if you don't do it, I'm gonna assume that you don't value what I'm giving. Y'all ain't as simple as the little rhetoric.
Don't tell me where the ketchup is. Not some
You must be able to tell me where the ketchup is.
Men are very simple, just very specific.
No, we're simple.
Jake,
We're simple
I thought this
because
was the
we're
most
specific.
simple as it gets. Is like cook, clean. What else is like? What else was
Right.
came up?
It is because we're so specific that it's simple. However, a lot of times we'll look at the person and be like, will I really want to do this for this person? I don't want nobody picking up my drawers. Like, listen, I have enough wherewithal. Even if I shoot the joker and it kind of falls short, I'm gonna pick it up. It's kind of weird to have drawers on the floor, especially if you wore them. Then if you pick up your basket and you leave the drawers on the ground, then you got an extra recycled pair of dirty drawers sitting on the ground, and then they're gonna be sitting there. You know what I mean? And then you got to do another wash to wash the drawers. That I ain't trying to do all that. So I'd rather put it in the basket, and then now if somebody's able to say, "Hey, I actually enjoy washing clothes," and it doesn't bother me to wash clothes, then take all these clothes, baby. You got them. I will in turn contribute and participate. And that may mean going to the store and getting the detergent. That may mean taking the clothes out the wash and put them in the dryer. That may mean, getting the fabric softener or speaking up and saying, I prefer this. But all this other stuff, I don't know. I mean, I guess you get to a certain age when none of that matters. You're very specific about what you want. Like I don't, or what you don't want. I don't care about none of this stuff. Like all that stuff, I don't care about it.
Here's what I find out that
I
happens.
guess like I completely understand the idea of like lightening the load on your woman.
But
like even though like my girl does like the laundry, but like sometimes I'll take the laundry and I'll drop it off to the laundromat and they'll wash it and they'll dry it and they'll fold it and I'll bring it back and it'll be all be done already, right? So I understand the idea of lightening the load on somebody, but at the same time, I consider like picking up a pair of drawers akin to like, so for example, she has my credit card, right? And I don't nitpick her purchases, but at the same time, like, don't buy a car on a credit card. You know, like,
How does draws have to do with a credit card though?
all right. So I'm about to say, I'm about to explain it. So like, if she's going to Starbucks and going to Sephora or whatever she's doing, I'm not looking at that. I'm just paying the bill, right?
So here's another question. What does anything that she has to purchase have anything to do with her willing to sacrifice how she feels with your hygienic sanitation?
So that's the thing, right? When it's my job to pay the credit card bill, right?
Hmm.
Now,
Hmm.
if she's operating well without a like just being completely unreasonable, then I'll have a
Sure.
conversation with her like, why is there like a new washer and dryer on the credit card, right? I'll that's different. But if she's just doing small things as what I consider to be comparable to leaving a pair of drawers on the floor, right? When my job is to pay
Hmm.
off the credit card bill,
Hmm.
I'm nitpicking at that point. If I'm like, yo, you went to
Hmm.
Starbucks today, you went to Starbucks yesterday, and you went to this place to get lunch this day, and you got your nails done this day, it's like
Hmm.
I'm nitpicking at that point. My job is to pay the credit card bill. Like if your job is to clean, then clean. But if I see, oh, you got your drawers right here, I'm nitpicking. If it's
Sure.
something completely unreasonable, like like I would say the equivalent to buying a washer, for no reason, then
Hmm.
of course that's like, yo, why did you do that? Why is there a
All
washer
right.
on the credit card?
All right. So bet I feel what you're saying. I kind of see where you're going from. So let me ask you this. Let's say the roles were a little bit reversed. Put the same situation on the table, right? Let's
Yeah.
say you're aspiring to be what do you if you had the capacity to go to school and be something, what would you be? Real quick, just think about it. You were a kid once. Come on, bro.
I didn't go to college,
It
but
don't
I
matter.
guess I
Like
can.
doctor, lawyer. If you had a dream to be something.
Let's say lawyer for the sake of this
All
conversation.
right, for the sake of the conversation, you want to be a lawyer, and you were married, right? And being married meant that you had to stop working and focus on practicing law, right? Which means you can't work, you can't earn income, and your partner is earning income, is the only breadwinner in the home. Would you feel the same way?
Hold on. So you're what are you saying? Say that again.
What I'm saying is your partner has an established career
Okay.
and you are aspiring to be something
Okay.
and you let go of your job and now your partner is taking hold of the financial means
Okay.
for a period of time
Yeah.
so that you can forward your journey to be what you desire and dream to be.
Yeah.
The question is, are you going to feel the same way? Are you still going to keep your drawers all over the floor? Are you still going to maintain the same mentality, or are you going to feel a little bit different because of XYZ transactionally?
I don't think that it's reasonable for a woman to have to go to work and then come home and have to do all the housework I don't think that's reasonable.
Okay, so my question is, this is where I'm asking about considering the compassion. Why, and this is not for you, this is for most men that I hear this conversation a lot. Why is it so difficult to sit down and say, you know what, F F the shoes. I'm going to put on your glasses and put on your lens and see the struggle that you endure and at least attempt to meet you where you are, instead of saying, well, I'm this, so you know what I mean? Like, why do we feel as though we can't grow? We can't decide to do something a little bit further beyond our mind, body, and spirit, or our space, time, and matter. That's just like it's a, you know what I mean?
That just got real deep.
Well, y'all, we was talking semantics for the past 3 hours. I was sitting there watching it, so I was
Oh,
asking if the roles were reversed, would the men feel the same way? How was that deep? That's not deep. It's just
And
a practical
what
question.
was the role reversal, William?
The
Sorry, I was
role reversal.
taking
The role
comments.
reversal was this. We were having a conversation about women picking up men's drawers, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So a lot of men associate women picking up picking up men's drawers with housewife duties, right?
yeah. Like
All
yeah.
right. So if the roles were reversed and she was the breadwinner and you were stuck, you're not stuck, but you were afforded the opportunity to maintain the home,
Mm-hmm.
would you feel the same way?
No. I mean, yeah, I would feel the same way.
Would you leave your kind of like miss the basket on your drawers and leave them on the floor and then know that you just got studying to do and she just worked 8 to 10 hours, 12 hours sometimes to bring home the home that and to pay the bills and the da 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 and to do that and you left your drawers on the floor? Would you feel the same way?
So you're saying that if she has to work and also has to clean, would I still be as negligent when it comes to my my my
Hypothetically,
behavior?
and this is with myself,
Yeah.
you and another man.
No, I would
What's
I
your
would
name,
be
gentlemen?
that's Jacob.
Jacob. I'm sorry. I need my glasses. My glasses
Yeah.
upstairs. Jacob. And the answer obviously is no, we wouldn't feel the same way, right?
Yeah, no,
So
I would do a lot more in
so the
terms of what I
consideration
can.
is when we're talking about, and I heard you talk about 50-50. If we're talking about 50-50, the consideration is if she's washing the dishes, then my responsibility is to be there with her, supporting her in washing the dishes, right? That's 50-50. Even if it's drying the dishes and putting them away while she busting suds, or if she busts the suds, or if I'm busting the suds, she's drying them and putting them away. Isn't that 50-50?
Yeah, that's 50-50.
All right, so I'm not understanding again, for 3 hours, we talked about a lot of semantics about what we as men don't do and what we won't do, but we refuse to say what we will do and what we would consider doing.
Yeah, so
We don't because compassion and consideration has not been mentioned until like the last half hour, 45 minutes of this conversation.
yeah. Well, I mean, when it comes to like the 50-50 thing, I don't necessarily. I'm not going to say that I don't believe in 50-50. I'm going to say that that's not my ideal relationship. Is 50. I
Sure.
don't. It's not ideal for me. I would prefer to I would prefer to pay the bills and things like that, and like lift and move furniture and mow the lawn and make sure gas is in the car and stuff like that. That's what I would prefer to do.
I don't know. Like my parents, it was beautiful watching them. And I gotta go. I got a 5 o'clock meditation, y'all. But it was beautiful watching them. 44 years till my mother passed away. One of the dopest things I ever saw was my dad in the 30. Well, when she passed away, I was 38. One of the dopest things was watching my father every day for the 38 years I was alive, get up and put gas in my mom's car just because he could. You know what I mean? He got up and he ironed the clothes. My mom will wash the clothes. My mom will kind of put the clothes in the dryer. My dad will take the clothes out the dryer and he will fold them and you know what I mean, he will iron them just because he could, and he was a military dude and he just kind of preferred to do it. And there was a reason for him to kind of implement himself into the home.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not he was a great father or whatever, that's my father to his son's conversation. But what I will say is that what drew me and what made it really as aspiring to be was his consistency. Like he threw a tantrum, but one of the scariest things that I saw of my father was a quiet man that was focused doing what he had to do. Because I knew when he had to do something, I knew that a lot of stuff in my house was changing. That meant that we were either moving to something greater. That means that I was going to be doing more work. That meant I was going to get more responsibility. So that's kind of where the direction I'm coming from. It's like we say as men what we can and what we can't do and what we won't and what we will do. At the end of the day, how far are we willing to expand? What's our willingness and capacity? We expect that from our partners. Where's our own to where we can meet our partners? It's just
I don't
something to
know.
consider.
I think that what I've been kind of preaching has been very reasonable as opposed to the other side of like what I give versus what I get. I think it's very reasonable in terms of um like for example, I thought that the credit card example was a good example. I thought that, you know, you having pretty much free range to do anything, you know, do what you want with the credit card, but of course be mindful not to do nothing crazy. I think that it's the same thing around the house. Like, of course, you have free range to like, oh, you come home and from work, okay, take your clothes off. You don't have to put them away. But of course, like, try not to do anything crazy in the house that's unreasonable. I think like picking up drawers is just, I think that's in the realm of reasonable. So I guess that's kind of like why we
Can I
differ on this one.
can I ask you a question, Ma, in all sincerity?
Yeah.
When you are raising your children, and I'm only speaking about your children,
Okay.
would you, let's say they're too little to actually physically wash their dishes and stuff like that, or they're too little to really do a good job at it.
Mhm.
Would you be okay with them just leaving their cups and plates wherever, or would you require them at a certain age to at least bring it to like the sink?
It depends on the age. At a certain age, it'll be bring it to the sink.
Okay. So for me, when I look at it, I would see as, okay, when there's a level of ability, when it comes to children only, once there's a level of, it's one thing if they can't do it, they're an infant, they're a little toddler, whatever. But once they become the age of ability, I look at it like we are all able-bodied. For example, the table that I have is clear. And so when people eat at the table, if they spill things, their leaves, there's like stains on the table, and you have to literally Windex it in order for it to be clean.
Yeah.
I expect that the kids, if they spill something, that they not only wipe it up, but Windex it to where it doesn't look like it's just a big smudge that was just wiped. Now, I typically do the cleaning for the most part in the house, but I feel like that's not my responsibility for an able-bodied person to leave a smudged table. So I'm going to teach the kids. They're 13. They are capable of doing that. That's the same way in which I would look at my man. Like, you're an able-bodied person, and if I'm going to do the heavy lifting, the least you can do out of respect is to just kind of like clean up after yourself, as far as like being a moving mess maker around the house, versus like the laundry has to be done. Like, the windows have to be clean. Like, the kitchen has to be wiped down. Like, those are things that just have to happen, but you're making an additional thing on top of what is the average. I don't know if that even, you might still think it's the same thing, but it's like, at a
No, I
certain point, I would
think
expect
this
my
is
child to grow up
different.
and do, and like
So
help take some of the burden off. But or
I
not
guess
take burden off. Don't add to my burden.
I actually have a story for
yeah.
that.
I guess the difference would be is that like your child isn't afforded the same privileges as your husband, and your husband isn't afforded the same privileges as your child to a degree of like,
They aren't.
okay, I'm sorry.
No, I said that you're right. They aren't.
Yeah, like they have different privileges. So like for example, like it's not my responsibility to get my daughter something for Valentine's Day.
No,
You know?
I agree with you that there's a different dynamic.
Yeah.
I
So
don't think that they have the same dynamic. What I'm saying is I see it as a level of respect. So just, wow, I just had the word. I don't see it as a perk for the man to be messy. I don't see that as a perk for him. I see that as him making an unnecessary task for his woman.
It is absolutely not a perk. It's actually a discredit to what it is that he signed up for.
So hold on. So, what about a woman? So I mean, if we're being literal, if we're being honest, a woman putting gas in her car is an inconvenience. Not putting gas in her car on her way home is an inconvenience for a man.
Absolutely not.
How is that not an inconvenience for me when you could have done it on the way home?
I mean, coming from a person who this is from my perspective. Can't speak for you. When I can find an affordable moment to be alone, like, and this is a bipolarity amongst black men. Maybe share it with me or don't. I desire marriage, partnership, family, company. I got my children. I got my oldest in college. Youngest one just turned 10 today. I love being a father. I desire family. I desire that intimate surrounding. But bruv, you know that there's about 15, 20 minutes in the day where you just need you. And you just need to be by yourself. And you don't want to be bothered. It's just 15 minutes.
But I
You
actually
don't
agree with
need,
you, Mark.
you don't want nothing. You don't
What you
need
say?
nothing. But you just I if I can use that same tool to say she can put gas in her car, I know she can put gas in the car. She got 2 hands, 2 feet. She got the same anatomy that I got, minus an appendage versus an insertion. Here's what I'm saying. I choose to do it because it's my time to do me. It's my time to just be alone and mind my business. Be quiet.
I feel like that's a good example, if I may. That's the first example that I feel is comparable. So the technicality is, yes, he does the dirty things, the outdoor things, the blah, blah, blah. I literally have done that a million times because it's the same standard both ways. If I am physically driving past, and especially to my house, the gas station is on the right-hand side. I would feel weird if I'm by myself in the car, passing the gas station, going home, and then asking him to fill it up. I would be able to, and he would absolutely do it and not complain, but I'm just not going to. Like, I've actually had guys yell and be like, man, if you were my woman, you would never touch that again. But I'm like, he didn't ask me to. I feel like it's not super cold. I can handle it. I go vacuum the car out. And he actually kind of low-key likes doing the car wash thing, and he does the tires, whatever. But if I'm right there, or I know that I'm annoyed because he likes eating these sunflower seeds and there's sunflower seeds everywhere, I'll just go. I'm on my way. I'll just go get the thing done and go. But
how would you feel?
Mm-hmm.
How would you feel if he said, Yonci, why don't you just go and get your own gas? Because you drive by the gas station on your way home every day. Why can't you just go do it? Why do I have to do it when you're able-bodied?
I wouldn't have an issue because that's not a thing for me that I feel is beneath me.
It's not one of the privileges that you would like to extract from a relationship, pretty much.
It's one of those things where I said you have to agree on the stuff. So we talk about what's valuable. So for me, if that was something that I was like, this is how I was raised, I just cannot be with a man who doesn't put my gas, then I might put my foot down. But because this isn't one that is an issue for me, if he were to say, baby, it kind of feels weird that you literally drive past the gas station and don't get gas just because I'm the guy, I would absolutely agree with him. I'd be like, yeah, I feel bad. He will tell me sometimes, baby, I'll just go to, I'm like, no, like that doesn't make any sense for me to make him do that. That's one thing about me. I am fair when it comes both ways.
And that's supposed to be the case. And that's what 50-50, that's what makes 50-50 beautiful. You know what I mean? It's the equity versus the equality part of it. You know, like most men do not feel good when the ones that I know don't feel good when their partner are doing the things that they do on a consistent basis. It's considerate to say, hey, Mont leaves sunflower seeds on the floor. I don't like sunflower seeds. I'm meticulous. I have my own idiosyncrasies. Let me clean my spot. That's fine. That's like we talked about. If you drop your drawers on the floor, pick your drawers up. And if you see that your man dropped his drawers on the floor maybe once or twice, consider the fact that it was a long day. Do what you got to do. But no, none of this stuff should be a habit. If you can't maintain self, in a self-structure, then you ought not be partnered with nobody.
Yeah.
And this should be a consistent thing. If you can't wash your dishes every day at home, don't be honest about who you going to and be like, you know what? I don't like washing dishes and I expect you to wash the dishes.
I agree 100%.
Now let's narrow your
and
category.
She might say I'm totally fine with that.
And she might, but let's narrow your scope down so that now you are making your choices and people that are abiding with your choices can make their choices. Don't go in there talking about, well, it don't matter. Then I'm not talking about you. I've heard you speak a lot, and I F's with you, bro. You saw what I did, Yonci? You a good dude in my book. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of men that say that they'll do something and it's very transactional because they put a very big dollar in front of a very big meal until the time comes when they expected to tell the truth about who they are and what they do, and all of a sudden the shoe don't fit the foot that it was assigned to.
Yeah. My ex had a best friend, and he would have his women literally feed him.
Plural.
He would sit at the table and food would get cold if she happened to be in the restroom, God forbid, when the meal came out, and she would cut up his food, feed him, and wipe his mouth. And I'm like, could never be me, but it worked for them.
Absolutely
like,
not.
You boo.
I mean, you can even take it like on a natural sense.
That works for them.
If men were meant to serve, women were meant to submit. We have this idea, like, right? They say, all right, if women are, who does a woman feed first, the man or the children? If men are supposed to serve their wives and wives are supposed to submit their husbands, the biggest argument is who's going to bless the food, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's get back to the basics. If men are simple, but we're very specific. If you can't conjure the specificity of the man you like, do your work or don't deal with him. Men, if you can't be honest with what you are versus what you desire, be alone for a moment. That's it. It's simple.
It could all be so simple.
Listen, I think it all comes down to what privileges do you and entitlements do you want from the opposite sex?
None.
It's different for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Some women don't want to pump gas. Some women don't want to touch trash. Some women don't want to be responsible for our car maintenance. Even though we're all adults and we're all able-bodied and we can use our brain, you can Google the nearest, car service place, right? But it's like, what are the things that are the privileges that would make you be like, you know what, I got a man, and I just, you know what, I don't got to do that. I got a man, and you just feel good that you got a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can all do these things for ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, it's cleaning. I want to be able to come home and go in my room and take my clothes off and not have to worry about it. I want to be able to, eat and have her come grab my plate out my hand.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those are the type of things those are the things that I want. But at the same time, like I said earlier, I'm one of those people who I believe that a man puts everybody else first because he's the leader, right? So I believe that if somebody got to eat last, it's going to be me because I only got this food for all of y'all. Like, that's kind of like the way that I see things. Like, my girl had a nice car before I had a nice car. I made sure that she looked good before I looked good. So that's kind of like how I operate, and that's the privileges that you get with me. So,
and I feel that's okay if you have agreed upon that with your woman. Like, I would never say that's bad or that's a toxic environment. I would just say it works for me. So as long as you've expressed that and you said, hey, this is something that makes me feel really good. I don't want to clean up after myself. I don't want to have to do da-da-da-da. And that's great. There are certain perks I get where I'm like, I just don't want to deal with it. There's I don't like research. So let's say if we go on a vacation, and I've told this to Monte, I get anxiety over research. Even if you tell me, pick a wedding venue, pick a hotel, pick a, restaurant to go to, I don't want to make that decision. I just show me where to go. If he had said, I'm not doing that, I get anxiety too. Okay, we would have had to figure that out. But all I say is just give that person the opportunity to know ahead of time that this is what I expect, and then see if they're down for it.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's an honor to walk around behind you picking up cups and plates and silverware.
Yeah, and in reality, there are so many women who just don't mind, but there are women who do mind. There are women who do mind, but it's so many women, because to me that's been what I'm used to, right?
Mhm.
Without even having to ask or have the conversation, I've just always been used to that. So, but there are women who are like, "Yo, I feel disrespected, by you not doing something so simple." So, everybody's different. Like, it's a lot of men who going to nitpick what you spending money on. They're
Facts.
gonna be like, what is this?
Yo,
Why are you
that's
getting that? What is
weird.
this? What's that? And I'm not one of them. So everybody's so different. Everybody's, you got to find somebody who really,
I
um,
think that's super weird. As long as everything is paid for and you got and you have the business and planning affairs in order to have like a retirement and an after, I think it's real weird. I'm not gonna say the word that I feel it is, because I appreciate Yonci. It's really weird if a man is tracking another person's pockets. It's super weird if it's their own woman. Like, what are you doing?
I've had that happen personally.
What are you doing?
And
Who is it that
I
says
said
they
in
I
the
don't
chat
even
too.
monitor
I
my
said,
child support. I don't even do it. Like,
so
come
now
on, y'all.
it's going to keep
It's
happening
weird.
a lot. You don't want to pick up no draws.
Amon, and
Huh?
that's fine. That's why I'm just live by myself.
That is not 100%
Be patient.
comparison.
No, I think the reality is, I mean, the chat has been going crazy, but I'm 28, and a lot
Lit.
of the men that are trying to date me are usually people who are after money, or they believe the traditional man means that I literally just pay bills and I don't do anything considerate, and I pay bills until I'm out of money. Like, or two, so they're not, you know what I mean? Like, they're not in a place where they can actually take care of themselves. They're at the place where they're like, oh, I want to show you what I can do in the beginning. I'm like, doing the love bombing thing. And then eventually you get to that expectation of like, okay, this person you believe can provide for you, but they can't actually do those things. And so the tracking, or at least like the control of like you spending your money, comes in where they're expecting, oh, well, I'm supposed to be the man. I'm supposed to be the one that gets it, but then they can't actually do those things for you. So then they start getting upset and start trying to monitor you. And I think, I'm not saying that this is all men. I'm just saying there's a large percentage of them. And Yonci, you know what I always say? I'll be like, I'm in the house. I'm not going nowhere. I don't want to deal with it. It's just like, it's a lot. And when I've been raised in a household where I've seen my dad take care of the women in his life and take care of his wife, take care of me and my sister, never had to want for anything, to the point where I do know how to do certain things. Like, yes, of course, I would love for a man to change my oil, change my tires, whatever. But it's like the reality is my dad taught me to do these things so I wouldn't have to depend on the man who's coming around just to try to be manipulative in that way. No, I'm not saying, oh, I don't need a man. Like, I know how to build a house like that. That's never, except for just now, that has never come out of my mouth, like, realistically. So it's hard for me to kind of participate in those conversations when women are like, well, I got it myself, or like, I just want him around to be able to pay my bills. Cause I'm like, I went from living with my family, like with my dad, to then living on my own and trying to, guys who want to move in because they can't take care of themselves.
Yeah.
So it's a very tricky slope. And then also with what I do, I said in the chat, I'm very artsy and nerdy, and I also run my own business. So I have to be very careful. Hence why I asked, I think 2 episodes ago, I'm like, are men willing to sign NDAs? Are they willing to? I don't know. It's still a work in progress. It's still in my mind, y'all. I'm like just testing the audience. But I think Jacob asked me what city I'm in. I'm in Chicago. I recently moved to Chicago in January. So I'm kind of in a weird like Farmville GTA kind of situation. That's kind of what Chicago feels like a little bit. But that's where
So somebody just asked out. Well, somebody asked what I do, and then there was a lot of stuff. Real quick, I'm gonna summarize it in 30 seconds, if that's okay, Yonci.
Yeah, I was just gonna say one quick thing before I forget it.
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
Regarding the dynamic, one of the things that I learned, because I'll just put it this vaguely, I saw that dynamic before, that Mont says he likes, and for me, I had such a visceral reaction to it. I would actually rather contribute substantially to the household income than to have that role. And I've seen it, I've experienced it, and it's so undesirable to me. But I don't also sit there and say I want all my bills paid for. I am absolutely fine with bringing in substantial amounts of income, and I have no problem contributing. So I'm definitely more of a hybrid. I don't want to be barefoot in the kitchen and walking around picking up cups. I don't mind.
Why is everything so extreme? Oh my god!
Honestly, because
every time he
it's
describes
always
it,
that extreme.
Just a few things. So I'm gonna say walking around picking up cups behind you, because he said I want to be able to walk around, and if I finish with something, I just want to put it there and let her pick it up. I would love for that too. Have me a little butler that just follows me around and just pick up after me.
Like so, real quick. All right, I'm gonna go with quick licenses first, but I feel. Yonci, I want to get into that so bad. Real quick. I've been a licensed barber since I was 17 back in 20 before 2023. They were able to license before you were 18 if you went to a Vogue Tech school. So I was a licensed barber since I was 17, licensed bartender, full-time musician, full-time artist, entertainer, all in one package. Also do full-fledged finances. Nobody taught me how to do it, so I had to go to a place to get paid to learn how to do it. So I do finances now. I'm also certified in counseling. Thank God, it took forever. Um, and I'm also going back to school finally to get a degree of sorts and a bunch of degrees to make sure that I'm able to back up what I say with a full university behind my belt. But I do a lot, and I also like licensed in life insurance, um auditing, which is your car insurances, your homeowner insurances. Jeez, oh man, I'm old, y'all. Like I'm old, and when you're old, you get a lot of licenses.
So
Old people get
basically,
licenses.
anything you need, just go to him.
Yeah, I'm the Black MacGyver. That's what they call me. They literally call me the Black MacGyver. I love history as well, and I love
I'm
mythology.
sorry. I just now saw Jacob's comment. He said, "Just be able to fit in a lift when it comes." I am done. If you guys have seen the
He's
video
a
that
terrible individual. Yo, he's horrible. I saw that.
have you guys seen that video though? That's like
No, Yonci, did you see the joint when she was on the Breakfast Club?
Who?
The
She's getting a
same
bag
young
right now.
lady in the breakfast that couldn't fit in the lift. She was on the Breakfast Club. Look,
I'm not even being funny, but I feel like their studio is really tight. I don't know how she would,
it's super tight.
because they all look like
Like,
they're like scrunched around the table.
I can't wear a sweatshirt there. I'll start sweating. And you see me. Come on now. And they put her in like the studio chair. And Yonci, I seen you. You know what a studio chair is? They put her in the studio chair and they sat and they looked. Charlemagne looking at her, look at the studio chair. She's like, y'all ain't got nothing bigger. They pulled out a whole couch. I swear to God, they took the security. They took the security boy and Charlemagne walked the couch over so she can plop her behind down. And she was so big that she sat down
Not
taller than she
all.
stood up.
She didn't join your program, Yonci.
When you said she was so big that what?
She sat down taller than she stood up.
Interesting.
That's a big joint. And I do license. I'm certified personal trainer, y'all, so I can talk my shit. Look me up. I can talk my shit, stuff, things. What word can I say, Yonci?
What's your what is it? What are we
The
looking
will of William. You gonna see me lifing on that, John, but call me. I have my ILA, my NRA, my ISCA, a certified coach through track and field. What is the other John? USATF, IAFF.
Are you a veteran also?
No, I didn't go to the military.
We found something he didn't do.
Yeah, I didn't go. My dad did. I didn't do the military.
Wow.
I mean, like this is what happens when you're a kid and you just do dumb stuff and you have to figure out life. You just gotta figure it out one step at a time. This ain't gonna work, so let me try this. I did that so that my kids ain't gotta do it.
Mm-hmm.
I can give them an avenue and practice with them until they figure it out, for themselves. Why not?
You guys have the heart for a video?
Oh gosh, what kind?
Oh, just kidding. Okay, let's see here. Let's do this one.
From by me, Move from by me.
What are you doing?
Move from by me. I'm not gonna ask you again.
Yeah. What are you taking it off for?
What look like I doing? What look like I doing? Because every time I ask you, put the fucking sit down. Put the fucking sit down. Sit down. You can't fucking put it down. So what are you doing? Taking it off.
Sorry, but her cover matches her slippers.
But that don't make no sense. So how you gonna use it?
And I asked you to move from by fucking me already.
How you gonna use the bathroom now? How you gonna use the bathroom? Type of sense this make?
It doesn't make sense.
Don't worry about how the bathroom gonna use. It go use. I will see a shit on the floor, piss on the floor then.
Who go clean that? You? You must want me to clean that.
Move from by fucking me, Move from
Oh God, I can't take this woman now.
What's that dirty door?
Move out my way.
Man.
Move.
Move
out my way.
It does not make sense.
You're so nice at asking you.
I'm trying
I
to
know
be...
it don't make sense, but it's the only option I have now because you're not fucking listening,
No,
bro.
but
Every time I say, you know how that piss me off?
No, you have to think logically. You have to think logically. We don't have any replacements.
Get rid of the problem. This is
It's
the
not.
problem.
I will put it down.
This is the problem.
I will put it down.
Move.
No.
Oh, it's touching her, the dirty toilet seat.
We don't have any replacements.
That's all I can think of is the bottom is touching her.
Fucking toilet seat like a motherfucking frisbee. Move the fuck out my way.
I think she's tired of asking you to put the door.
Yeah, I think she's tired too.
I'm gonna go on a limb and say she's fed up about that.
She's pissed.
And that's probably not how he usually responds. He got her on video. He's like, why are you being so unreasonable? Why are you doing
So
this?
he leaves the toilet seat up?
He said she's
I was in the chat, so I wasn't paying attention to the rest of it. But what I did,
The toilet
When
seat
I-
is really like the perfect example of like when we talking about like incompetence and like weaponized incompetence and stuff like that.
Oh
Because
my God.
why don't people look down before they sit down? Like I don't sit on anything without looking first.
But this is an argument I made, and no one has ever been able to refute it.
Okay.
If the seat, so what's considered sanitary is a closed seat where like there's the lid and there's the seat. So you sit on a seat to poop, and girls sit on the seat to pee, and then there's a lid that covers anything from splashing out. What I was raised, good etiquette is that you close the lid, the seat, it's all closed.
Say
So
it
when
again.
everybody
No,
closes
Yonci, you
the
gotta say
lid,
that order again. The
you
lid.
close the seat and you close the lid.
Thank you.
So if everybody is closing the lid, there's no issue. Everyone's doing the same amount of work. Because some people are like, why can't she put the seat down? Well, then the woman said, or put seat up. Why can't he put it down? If everyone's closing the lid, everyone's doing the same amount of work. Problem solved.
Problem solved.
And have y'all seen those videos when you
Yes,
flush
it's all
and
splashed
everything
out.
comes out? It's like, ugh.
You know how far that projectile of your like fecal matter can fly out of a toilet?
I've seen the videos with the blue
I
light.
don't want to know, but I can imagine.
Yeah.
You know how far 10 meters is?
Thank you for that. Yes.
I know yards and feet. I don't know meters.
Just consider 10 meters. This my thinking it. Look, you see his face. 10 meters.
I'm so I understand that like it makes sense for like, you know,
I'm gonna
to
be
put the
mine
seat
right now.
to put the seat down. Like that's a thing too, but like if the seat's not down, put it down.
It's considered It
is just a
You
little bit
always leave
considerate.
it in the condition that works for you, and you never consider what condition is nice for the other person. That's inconsiderate.
Okay. So
Mont, do you and your woman live
do
together?
yeah.
Do you leave the seat down for her?
That's I think so. She never mentioned it to me.
So you don't actually know for sure.
Low key, I want to be
I
petty and
mean,
ring here.
I
Be
feel
like,
like I
yo,
don't really ever lead this. I
Hold on,
feel like
what'd
I
you
don't
say?
really ever lead a seat up. I don't. I don't think I ever lead a seat up. I don't really like the way it looks.
I have
Okay,
fallen.
you actually put it down. So
Yeah, I don't like the way it looks.
okay. So also, do you require her to pick up your dirty drawers, or do you just put them in the hamper?
Oh God.
If I do, I do. If I don't, I don't.
And do you ask her where the ketchup is? No, I'm just kidding.
No, and what is she doing in that case? Like, or like, what kind of? Can you just like share a little bit?
Oh, like she don't talk to me about stuff like that. We've went through that, like living together though. We've been through that, down that path of like, when you go to we went to therapy and all of that, and they had to pretty much let us know, okay, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And we kind of like chose what
Oh,
we
so
wanted
y'all
to
like
do.
learn to have those kind of conversations early on.
Yeah, exactly. We learned how to
Yeah.
how to live with each other and what ideally do we want from each other and stuff like that.
That's good because I think a lot of people don't, and I think we were talking about that earlier, where some people just don't have those kinds of conversations with the other person or the significant other before they move in, and then when they get there, it kind of derails because we haven't had those conversations about what I don't like or what you like or how I live versus how you live. And then there's all this built up resentment because nobody wants to have a conversation. And I feel like it could be so many things that could be avoided. Even in this situation, I'm sure they both, or she said stuff about it to, be cursing at your partner like this is just unacceptable. And then on top of that, him recording it just made it 10 times worse. So now it's just like, I don't know, you're just airing out your dirty laundry. Like I've never been to a point where I'm like, let me go take the toilet seat off and
Airing out your dirty laundry, pun intended.
yeah, literally. I had to know because I'm like, sometimes I know like men can get online and they'll say certain things and it's like, you don't do that with your woman. Like it's okay. And I'm not saying that you're not about that life. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying like, sometimes they will test the waters with certain women. And other times they just don't do that. It's like, I want to sound like this.
I think certain people are used to certain people. So like, of course, I was used to a certain type of woman before I met her, and she was used to a certain type of guy before she met me. So you kind of got to get used to being in a relationship with each other and not a relationship with other people. So yeah, like she kind of understood what I wanted out of a relationship, and I understood what she wanted out of a relationship. And you kind of like, you gotta pick and choose your battles, like Willie said. You gotta pick and choose, like, because everybody not gonna be 100%. You gotta find somebody who 85, 90% of what you want, and y'all probably 90% agree on the lifestyle that y'all want in the future. And you just kind of gotta give and take certain things, and then you got certain things that you like. I don't want to budge off of this. So yeah, as long as you can y'all can agree on what you don't want to move off of, and what's something that you can compromise on. Everything else is smooth.
Oh, I didn't realize I was muted. No, I agree with that.
Yeah, like that was a thing in our relationship. We had went to therapy because we was just disagreeing on too much. But a lot of it stemmed from like that. This was my expectation, and she was like, she never lived with nobody before. And that was my expectation. And she was like, I'm used to like living with my brother, and he's like, yo, get your shit up. Like, I don't clean up his stuff. Everybody clean up after themselves. And we kind of, yeah, we had to go down that path. But I'm happy now, and she happy now. I'm getting what I want out of it. So, which is why I'm not one of those people that say you shouldn't live with each other before you get married. I think it's a really good thing to live with each other.
I think it's necessary. If I'd have known, I would have never got married the first time.
Yeah. I'm not saying buy a house and put it in both of your names first, but I'm saying like if y'all can live with each other, I think it's good.
All right, what would you do if this was you? I'm not giving my parents a key.
Wait, when your mom pull up at your house with a key?
Absolutely not. Was she in the act?
Can I really be that mom? Yes, okay. For real?
Who the mom?
The first
can't
one.
tell which one.
The door. I think it's like mom and sister.
Can I really be that
he was
mom?
digging in the
Yes,
gut?
okay. For real?
Nah, pause it, Yonci. Pause
She
it,
was
Yonci.
getting her back blown out, and mom
Was he in the guts and mom walked in?
Backs were being blown out. Back was being blown out.
Yo,
You
I'm
didn't call
proud
me
of
before
him.
you arrived to my house.
If
I'm
you have a
proud of
key, there
him.
needs to be an understanding.
I hope he didn't stop.
I didn't know he did. That's why they were like, abort mission, abort mission. Like, we out of here.
Listen, I'm proud of him. He must take after his daddy.
He said, I cannot fail this mission. All
Nope,
right.
you gotta
This
keep going.
one, is this the one you submitted? Oh shoot,
Yeah.
this is the one. Okay, this is when they said that I couldn't download the audio, so I'm gonna do ghetto and I'm gonna play it, so it might be slightly off.
Did y'all see that one where the girl came through and they popped the balloon? She had like a Christmas sweater on. And they popped the balloons and they were like, yeah, she just wasn't my type. And she was like, yeah, you're not my type either. You got a big back. And she just like roasted each of them.
All of them.
Oh, I think I
and then,
did.
And
Yeah,
then there was
so
one
funny.
when the lady, she had a deep voice.
Oh,
I put
yes,
that as
yes.
one of the questions. Could you date someone like this? No, she sounded like a man. That was wild. Okay, ready? I'm gonna try to sync this up with the
Like
sound.
you
So
get used to it.
okay. Why isn't this playing now?
Hey, Matt.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Can
Here, let
you
me-
imagine waking up in the morning and being like, you be like, good morning, babe. She be like, good morning.
Good morning.
I don't understand why the.
Oh, that would freak me out.
Oh, this is bugging me. It's not playing. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me try something.
Can you imagine if like Yonci's voice sounded like Barry White?
That'd be a little different. I was talking about Toni Braxton. She has such a deep voice that she was really self-conscious about it.
She got a pass. Toni Braxton gets
Nah, not after dating Birdman.
Oh.
That was wild. I did not ever see that coming. But when you saw her in her reality show, she's sluggish bone. Like they
I mean, when you a lot of artists will disappoint you with who they date.
Oh, there we go.
I am in the military and I'm also in school for my master's. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your support. All right. So you do still have your balloon unpopped. Why so? So I left my balloon unpopped because, first of all, I am not a follower. I do want to be your follower. So do you have what it takes to lead?
Absolutely do.
Okay. I do have a couple of questions. Are you open to long distance? Because I'm in Boston right now, and when I'm done with school, I'm not sure where I'm going to be stationed. So is long distance going to be an issue for you?
Not at all.
Okay. Secondly, do you have any children?
No kids.
Oh, word. Okay. I do understand that you're a truck driver, and I'm also in the military, so I definitely understand the hustle and the struggle. So yeah, so far so good. I liked what I was hearing. I kept my balloon to hear more from you. I do have one more question. Can I ask? If you had a podcast, what would the topic be? Who would the guest speaker be and why?
She gonna pop because of this.
If I had a podcast, what would it be and who would the say it again?
Who would be the guest speaker? Like who would you have on it and why?
I'm really trying to line it up.
The podcast will basically be based on just current life events and what's going on in the community today. Pretty much, I would probably hire somebody, a professional to be my speaker.
Okay.
Or I could just be myself.
Okay. Sounds good. You good? Okay. Let me have you scoot on that way. Come on up here, Patience. Come on up here. So she asked a few questions. Do you have any for her?
Do you have any kids?
Absolutely not. I'm not done taking care of myself.
Damn.
So we take care of kids, but I'm open to it eventually, but I don't have kids.
All right. One more question.
Sure.
Do you like to travel, like out the country?
So, I'm in the military, so I will be traveling. Honestly, I don't travel much. I'm waiting to like share that experience with whoever I do end up with. I've actually never really been in a relationship before, so like I'm saving it for whoever my future person is.
Okay. I have no complaints.
Okay. I do have one more question. Sorry. Do you think that women should shoot their shot if they're interested in someone?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so if you're free later today, would you like to go on a date with me?
Yeah, I'm trying to go after the show.
Oh, say less. Okay. Okay. All right. Let me ask my question then. Is it a yes for you for him? Yes. And is it a yes for you for her?
Definitely.
We got a match. All right.
Oh my gosh. I have a pet peeve. Like when I can hear when someone talks, I'm like,
oh. Low key, I was cringing like a mug.
Oh my god, I don't know if it was him or her, but like someone was smacking on them. Why are you smacking? Like,
oh, that was me.
No, it was on the
it was on the video. I think I'm
on the video. I'm like
cringing. Like,
is your mouth dry? Like, why do I hear?
I was cringing more so at the questions than anything. Like it was almost like she was just accepting any answer.
Well, like I associate that sound with like superficial thoughts. So when I hear like certain things like that, I'm just like, oh, something's gratifying you.
Yes. Like she asked who would he want on a podcast. He's like, oh, well, I'll just hire somebody. Like I don't even think he said the topic. What the topic.
Well, I think she was trying to like just make sure that he wasn't like a Kevin Samuels.
Oh, you think so?
I think she was probably just trying to make sure that she wasn't like one of these stereotypical like black men with a microphone type of that women be talking about. But yeah, I thought his answer was like he almost didn't understand the question.
I didn't understand.
I mean, because for real, it's like low key a shock when somebody comes at you like affectionately. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Oh yeah, it was enough.
We out. Hey.
Make sure y'all know where the ketchup is.
Touche. Know where your stuff is around your house and pick up your own drawers.
Pick up your drawers, yo.